the Truth UnCompromeyezed show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromeyezed.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromeyezed.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Missy nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we all. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And just before I get started, shout out to Brother Tavis Scott for the song Soul of a Warrior, the last song I played. That is his original. Yep, it's a straight up cut. I love that song. So I have to remember, Nisi Poo, if you're listening, and NCAS, remind me where you all can get the song to support the brother. I thank him very much for letting me use it on this platform. But yeah, it's a cut for sure. So shout out to Brother Tavis. Okay, fam. So welcome to the platform tonight. We are on episode 5 of the Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. So now I didn't pressure Brother Odel to come on tonight. I really want him to get his rest because he was already on the Autonomous Party on Sunday. So you all know he's in the UK. So when he's doing these shows, it's like the next day for him. Okay, so if he shows up, he shows up. But we have more information on the particular topic we're on. Child, I done ran across something new, family. Fam, I can't wait to share that tonight. So that's what we're going to get into. It's tied into the cosmos and a lot of stuff we've been speaking on. So get ready. I'm excited to go over that tonight. And if Brother Odel comes in, he's going to add on to that because he needs to do the second piece to that astrological clock. Okay, so I can't wait for him to get to that. So shout out to Brother Odel. All right, so that's what we have planned for tonight. So shout out to the YouTube chat. Son Scotty's in the house early. And so it's this Tanya, peace and love, sis. A shout out to NCAS Vibes. So NCAS, when Nisi Poo comes around, if I haven't mentioned it, remind me to ask her how to get Brother Tavis a song, because she has that information. I see Brother Sean in the house. Oh, and happy belated born day to Brother Sean. He had a born day last week. I forget which specific day it was. So, child, let me turn on this recording because I be the main one with my little feelings hurt.
Recording in progress.
If something happens. But shout out to Brother Sean. Happy born day. So, Brother Sean, if you want to drop your Cash App in the chat so we could send you some belated birthday love, that'll be great. So good to see you in the chat. I hope you're enjoying time with the fam. Shout out to Sis Michelle. Shout out to E11. Shout out to UTLS, United Through Life's Struggle. I like that. And let me see if I'm missing anybody else. I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Instead, shout out to Eric. And shout out to Orlando. Good to see you in the house. Shout out to Kashiva. I think that's correct. Is it kind of low? Y'all let me know if my volume is low. Y'all know I'm usually like, yang. So I shouldn't be low. So let me know. Let me check my mic. Let me know if I am. Because the mic should be okay. All right, and shout out to CC, and shout out to TK Sims, and then shout out to all the YouTube family listening. So it is low. It shouldn't be low. Ciao. Let me see. Let me check my settings. I mean, literally. Where is Mike? All right, let me see. Okay. I think it's echoing now. Tell me if you hear an echo, because I hear an echo. It shouldn't be echoing. That's mic 2. Oh, it sounds fine to you? Okay, because now I'm hearing an echo. So I don't think that's the right one. None of the settings have changed. So it shouldn't be low. Yeah, let me turn that off. I know what made it echoed. Hold on a sec, fam. Yep, I know why it's echoing. Okay, that took off the echo. Yeah, it echoed because I changed the settings. It shouldn't be low. Literally. Okay. All right. Is that better? Let me know if that's better. Okay, maybe I messed around and turned this mic thingy down. Y'all know. Okay, it got louder. All right, so that must have been me. Maybe I made a mistake and turned this the physical mic down. Okay, y'all know how I be screaming. I'm sounding low. There's got to be some setting. Okay, thanks, fam. Okay, yeah, I must have in some way touched it. Okay, so let me let my co-host in. Love you too, nephew. So, sis, you should be able to unmute. Let's see.
Whoa.
You come in like,
Man, I've been trying for about 10 minutes.
to get in?
Ma'am.
I just literally just saw you.
I know I went out and came back in.
Child.
I had to, go out of that Zoom because it wouldn't connect me. And then I went back in, came back in.
Child. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How about yourself and family?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to hear your voice.
Yours too. And hey, Brother Scotty and Brother Shiny, he's not there yet, huh?
Yes, son Scotty's on. I just let him up here.
Yeah. Good. Hey, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. And yourself, I'm sure.
Good. I'm like the weather out here in LA.
Child. What are y'all doing
Like
out there?
I'm like, how more clear can it be? I'm like, things just. I've been living in LA long enough to see that, like, yeah, it do be changing up fast. You be like, oh, okay, now it's hella cold when it was just hot and sunny. But the back to back like switch up of it all.
It's been like that all over the country. Literally, y'all. I'm not fencing to sit up here and lie on y'all.
Yes.
Saturday it was 75. I'm like, okay, I'm not turning on the air. Sunday, it was 80 something and humid. I'm like, okay, I can't take it no more. I turned on the air. By the time I woke up Monday, it was 40 something degrees and I had to switch from air to heat.
Mm-hmm.
It was 89 or 7. Then it dropped down to 70. So on and so forth here too. So
I know y'all in California, it get 40, 50. That's freezing for you all.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I like it because it's supposed to be spring, and we usually spring from, just tip spring and go right into summer. So we haven't done that this year, which is great.
Oh, same. NCAS says, yep, same here in Detroit. Yeah, but the only thing is, sis, that's throwing off the growing season.
Yes. We
about to have a short growing season.
And a long famine.
Which, yeah, I hope you all are paying attention to the food supply chain. The media is talking about it. And I don't know about y'all, but I've purposely been going to the grocery store every week. And the prices have literally doubled.
Really?
And then the second part is, you go to the grocery store with a list. You're not going to come back with everything on that list.
No, you won't. You have to.
Mm-mm.
So the shortages are here. Okay.
Intentionally, of course. You know, it's very intentional. So
Oh yeah, absolutely. They gave you the test run with
COVID.
yeah, with the pandemic. Absolutely. That was a test run.
See how much you'll
There
take
you go.
before you blow your cork. You guys just sit back there with the mask on and just didn't say a word. Oh, I'm gonna believe what they say. How's that working for you now?
I mean, they did give them a warning to make sure you have your stuff stacked up. If that wasn't a clear warning, I don't know what is. Although I've been telling y'all for years, and that's pre-pandemic. I've been saying this before the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your staples together. That's why when the pandemic hit, folks was running around looking for toilet paper. Well, I'm cool.
Me too.
Going to the
Right.
grocery stores, panicking. I'm down to my last can. Not me. I'm over here cool.
Yeah. Beans and rice galore.
Right.
Oh my gosh. You know, we're about to come into another war. You know that, don't you? They're trying to bring it here. And Putin's threatening nukes. But I'm going to tell you what they're in Ukraine for. Remember old Gorbachev bring down that wall with Reagan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, they got in there. He split off Russia as much as they could. And they split off Ukraine, which was part of Russia from Poland. And now they done found lithium by the buckets, tons.
What, in Ukraine?
Ma'am, and it's not in all of Ukraine. It's in the eastern part of Ukraine,
Mm-hmm.
where Russia's gone in there to save those people because that Zelensky dude had told his army to go in there and kill them folks because they want that lithium.
And
So-
with the lithium used for the batteries for the electric cars that they claim are green. That's the lithium you talking about, right? Okay, I don't want to lie, folks.
And
Mhm.
Taiwan allegedly has lithium as well. So they're gonna have a standoff with China as well because the United States want that. They want Taiwan, and China want Taiwan back.
Yeah, they've been doing that dance and that game forever. In a couple days, I got a drop coming up about what I feel they've been doing, and it's going to tie into what we're going to get into tonight. Now, son of the universe,
Yeah.
you a mess, but you know what? You ain't lying. Y'all better make sure y'all got some drugs.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm like. I read that draws and petty. I
You better make sure you got some drugs, because ain't nothing worse than you ain't got no drugs. Who want to wear some raglass drugs?
remember they had the I guess World War I or World War II. The women didn't have any nylons.
Yeah, because wasn't it a ration on some nylons?
Well, they did, yeah, and it was very expensive. So I don't know what nylons.
Yeah, I think my generation, we were the ones that bucked against them damn nylons, where jobs wanted you to come up in there, wasn't paying you no money,
Hey.
and wanted you to wear some damn pantyhose and dress up. We like, first of all, you not even paying me enough to put these suits in the cleaners, and definitely you ain't paying me enough to keep these pantyhose, because you know back in the day, them pantyhose run, and you remember if the run wasn't showing, you put that motherfucking clear nail polish on it to stop that run. I know y'all know it, ladies. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, my generation was the ones like, no.
I'm thinking of my mom.
Your mom will know. Ask her, son Scott. She gonna fall all the hell the
I'm
way
already,
out.
I knew what you was talking about because I'm like, why do I know this random information? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then if you in the melanated household, child, let me tell you, why that was used for the do-rags. Now, y'all,
They
Y'all
loved
know
it.
I ain't lying. You cut the motherfucking legs
Yeah.
off and you tie that shit like that, and that's
A
a
skull cap.
do-rag. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They did. do
So
that.
that was the
It is the most
original
invincible.
do-rag. Yeah. Uh-huh. So once again, melanated people, you done let somebody come up and invent the do-rag because they saw your regular ass running around with your mama pantyhose on your head trying to lay them waves down.
Now, okay, y'all know, right? So we just talked about they messing with the weather, you know, the food shortage and all this. Now, you know, they bringing back the stuff that's messing with the timeline. We already know the time is fake and they messing with the timeline.
Right.
But CERN just came back online after 3 years being, you know, they had to do upgrades and maintenance and doing all this type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
3 years offline now, and it's back online. And you know, they be saying that's responsible for a lot of the like Mandela effect type thing, creating black holes and causing oh no, that's hard. But creating black holes in the timeline, opening portals. And it's also linked to terraforming of the land because you know that thing is way, way down in the earth. Like it's far, far down.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you say that because the new stuff that I'm going to go over tonight, oh, I cannot wait, y'all. Just get ready. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So
we already on the same wavelength here, frequency.
Yeah, and matter of fact, son Scotty, when I was reading through this book, it had, and somebody just, Ncast just dropped in your favorite show, Stargate. Every time I see some Stargate SG-1, I'm like, that's son Scotty's junk. But the information I'm going to go over tonight had some of that same theme in it, so I can't wait.
For sure. And I also wanted to share something, when we get into it, about the robot, the Tesla robot that's coming out, and then how we was talking about the workforce and how it's becoming automated and all that type stuff. So I'm pretty sure that'll fall in line with that too.
Yeah, and speaking of robots, I saw, I should have pulled the story. It ran across my phone where Uber rolled out its first self-driving cars. I forget what city it's in. I'm assuming San Fran, since that's where Uber is headquartered. But they rolled out their first self-driving cars. So if your occupation is Uber, Lyft, them, you might want to start making other arrangements. I also told you all this about trucking. Matter of fact, a truck driver buddy of mine was the one that hit me years ago that they were testing self-driving trucks. So they are going to be introducing this stuff heavy over the next 3 years. They've been testing it all along. Trust and believe. They've been testing it for a good 6 years that I know of. They've been testing it. So,
and a part of that was not just testing it, they had to fucking figure out how to work that shit. Because, you know, we done already talked about how they just fucking reverse engineered this old tech.
Exactly.
And put it on a timeline of when to release it to the public.
Right. So I'm telling y'all now, if you are in those occupations, start looking for another profession. I don't know if you want to go back to school or whatever to learn how to be a mechanic on it, whatever the case may be. But it's about to be a lot of job losses, because with this robotics coming into play, I know here, I forget what restaurant, they rolled out the robotic waitress. So literally the little robot came to the little table and was serving the food and all that. I forget which restaurant. So the service industry, because they even doing the robotics to cook the food and all of that. So the service industry with the restaurants and all of that. We already talked about trucking, chauffeuring and all of that. Even down to you all, like some of the professional folks, like accounting. They're going to start automating that totally.
And surgeons too.
Yeah, I heard surgeons too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard surgeons too. So that is why when they had the presidential race, Andrew Yang, I think that's his name. Remember the presidential candidate Andrew Yang?
Yep.
Was talking about the universal basic income, which we've been talking about that for years over here with universal basic income, meaning that everybody across the board would get a basic income. And he literally said it's going to be because of the way the economy is going to shift. Okay. So we're at that point now. So you're seeing all of this high inflation, which I told y'all this was going to happen. So you're going to see the high inflation, and then you're going to, and already now there's some people are publicly starting to talk about the dollar has no value. Well, we've been knowing the dollar ain't had no value, but you're going to hear them publicly start acknowledging that the debt is so significant that they're going to have to, quote, quote, crash everything. And they're not going to say crash. What they're going to say is reset. And then that's when they're going to introduce that digital currency. So this event, this financial event, is going to be equivalent to the 1933 bankruptcy and coming up off of that gold standard. But it is to literally do a reset, and it is going to be to, not only financially to usher folks on to digital currency, but it's also to keep up and try to shift the energy, because since we are in a new age, that dollar currency was associated with a certain energy. Now that the energy has shifted, they're going to have to go to a new financial model. And it's only to keep up with, not only to keep up, but also control the new energy, or what we're calling the Aquarian age.
Gotta keep the currency current.
Exactly. You have to keep that
That's
current.
the spell of the language.
Exactly. You have to keep that current flowing. Okay. So just get prepared. They're just setting you all up, conditioning you. And this is why they're introducing the metaverse and introducing it to the babies. Get them all familiar with it. The reason why everybody's so mirrored to their technology, i.e. their phones. So the populace is already conditioned to using technology. The populace is already conditioned with not holding a paper fiat in their hands. So they have been conditioning us for quite some time to get prepared for this hard reset shift that they are about to do. Okay. So
oh my God.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just had like a little thing that happened to me that just expanded my mind about like other stuff because like, so I was talking to my internet service provider and doing something, and then I canceled. And then they was like, okay, we're going to refund you.
Mm-hmm.
They refunded me to a virtual debit card.
What? Did you ask for that?
I did not. And when I tell you the process to verify just to transfer that money, that little bit of money to my checking account was so like, first of all, the information was all off. I was like, is y'all scamming me? Y'all took that money off of this card so easily. And then when I asked for a refund, cancel, y'all give it to me. Y'all could at least put it on a debit card and mailed it to me. If something physical, y'all put it on a virtual debit card that I had to end up calling customer service to go through all this verification just to get the money out of this virtual bank, whatever the fuck it was.
Did they make you like verify your identity with different pieces of documents?
Personally identifiable information?
Yeah, besides that SSN, so did they make you like send photo IDs and all of that?
Nah.
Okay.
And that's why it was like, okay, y'all going virtual with this stuff, but it's also giving me scamming vibes because first of all, if I'm like an older person or someone who's not technically savvy, I would have gave up on trying to get this money back.
Get your
been like, what the
back.
fuck?
Right, it's not worth it.
So they want to take your money so easily off of that. First of all, wasn't that part of y'all digital part in the first place? Like, I gave you a digital debit card. I gave you the number. Put it back on that number.
Yeah. So they preparing to switch over to that system. So Alluring Fire asks, is this reset in any way related to NESARA GESARA? Well, that NESARA GESARA stuff has been going around at least 10 years.
Wow.
And some say more. So it's going to be different than what they are telling you.
Right.
It's going to be different. Yeah, but in that community's defense, they have, to be honest, they're the first ones that publicly came out with the term reset. But yeah, it's going to be different than what they are telling you.
Mm-hmm.
And so
they literally call the cosmological conjunction a reset.
Yes.
So they all know it's all lined up together.
Yeah, they know. They know. And even now, Biden, pay attention. He's even starting to say reset.
Biden's in there for that.
We've been saying it in the TV shows and movies. I'm like,
they've
damn.
been saying that. And I think there's still something on the table about erasing student loan debt.
Yeah.
So you are Alluring Fire. You are going to see certain things being erased out, but it's not going to be totally what NESARA and GESARA is talking about. So yes, it is a reset, but not totally the way NESARA and GESARA has been saying. Okay? Because to be honest, I'm telling y'all, go watch Westworld. HBO, if you have not seen it, go on and pay even if you want to get in a little 30 days free and binge watch. Because I think I'm only up to season 3. They plain as day tell you what those resets are about in there. They tell you. And the stuff we're going to get into tonight, child, I can't wait. Okay, but great question. Thank you for that, Alluring Fire. Great question. Okay, I know Brother Sean is here. Hey, Brother Sean. Happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday.
You need to drop that Cash App so we can put something in your little birthday festivities. Get you something for your nerves.
How many years is it? 70 years of
Don't be I ain't gonna finna don't tell that, Brother Sean. You ain't gotta tell that. You ain't got to disclose that info.
Show.
Right.
Yes. On the broadcast.
Everybody good though? Y'all good?
Yeah, we're good. You good?
Sir.
Oh yeah, most definitely. About to hit the road again.
Okay, good for you. Travel it up. Enjoy yourself for sure. So
Got to. They ain't gonna let us, so I gotta do it.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, so don't forget to put your Cashapp in there, so the fam can show you some love. Okay, so do we? Son Scotty, you and Nisi Pooh had an article to finish. So do you have an article or she had an article?
We both have the article.
Oh, okay.
It was what Brother Sean had actually sent us. So we had read the one last week about the commerce dealing with Indians, and this one is the American Indians and the Constitution.
Okay, so how do you want to do that? I saw Nisi Pooh earlier. Do you want to wait?
Yeah, I want to wait for her because she's really excited to get into this, and I think she done already skimmed through it and stuff, and got some stuff she want to put on it. So yeah, I would want to wait for her.
Okay, all right. So we'll wait for her. Sis Sandra, you had any go ahead on with the fuckery?
I was I don't know if anybody's having these problems, but I spoke to a couple of families, and I don't know. This is my theory since we did change positions in the fifth dimension or so. This is happening, but people are having entities that are in their home, and they're hearing footsteps and pictures are being moved, and what is it, deodorant or something that's being changed out, or lotion is being changed into another bottles and all kinds of stuff. My one of them was seeing orbs because their camera caught the orbs, and they can't print it because I guess it's not the same speed, and they can't print it, but they can see them on the cameras because they have cameras on the outside of their house. And I said, well, my theory is you got enough demons on this planet and in the business at the White House. So you're going to have just as many angels, if not more, to counteract that poison. So that's what my theory is. But I'm really at a loss unless they're there to protect them. Because one person was about to fall out the bed and how they were sleeping. And it's the children they're really after. And girls too, no less. And she was about to fall off the bed and she felt the push where they pushed her back in the bed. And they see them out the corner of their eyes, but they're gone.
Well, when you were talking about that, I know I'm being silly, but the song that popped in my head, I know Sis Sandra and Brother Sean, y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. Y'all remember the Isley Brothers? I keep seeing footsteps, baby, in the dark.
I know that too.
Hey, dear. Ain't that the motherfucking jam? Dear. But
Jimmy,
with that said, and youngins, if y'all ain't up on the Isleys, you need to get up on them. But I believe them, but here's my take on it. I don't want no entities in my home. You can't cross across my threshold without my permission.
That's what I told him.
Because you ain't paying no bills in this mofo. And I like to be in peace. I do not want to be chilling, minding my business and see something flying across out the corner of my motherfucking eye. I don't play that.
But you
and you know what else I believe is going on too? You know how we read that patent about where they take from the virtual world and bring to the real world, from the real world to the virtual world, and how we going into this AI stuff and how like motherfucking Elon done bought Twitter and all these virtual avatar type things. My thing is that I feel like we know there are other dimensions, and when time folds on itself, we have these anomalies that happen that I think is what is part of that pattern, and part of these entities that we're seeing are actually like these digital virtual worlds collapsing on our reality and coming
Very
through
well
like,
so.
so like techno, if you want to call them techno demons or something, like these things exist in their dimension, but because we're trying to merge these worlds and we living in this tech age and all this type of stuff, I believe that there's some type of like belief, like stranger things.
Yeah.
So beyond, just, the regular entities, I think that may be part of it, because when we was reading the Anunnaki stuff, it was technology they was all doing. So,
just wait till we get into tonight. I can't wait, y'all. Y'all gonna be like, ooh, yeah.
Also, I was thinking about the children. It's children they're messing with. And
because the babies haven't.
No, they're like 18 and 15. So when Brother Odell was speaking about the indigo children and the crystal children, and I think he said the indigo was in the 1990s.
And the indigos are the Gen Xers and the early part of the millennials.
Right.
Some of the millennials are right on the border of us Gen Xers.
Yeah. He said, yeah, his baby, and then this guy said to me, there was no way his wife could have had a baby. She had everything fixed, but she couldn't get pregnant.
And she did.
Yeah, and his cousin has twin cousins that are born the same way. They snipped.
So the crystal children coming through.
That's what I said. He said there was no way they could have got pregnant. No way.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Not one bit. But children naturally still see that higher dimension spirit realm until they're conditioned not to see it. I mean, we've all heard the stories.
Well, I have a granddaughter who could see spirits.
Yeah, I have a little niece. She a hot mess, be cutting up in that motherfucking school on the regular. And that's just because she's bored. She's so intelligent. She could sit down and have a conversation with you. She's an old soul.
Right.
And she told her grandmother, who's all up into the church in the Lord, was talking to her about dimensions and stuff. And I forgot what subject she was on. They were on. She heard her grandmother talking. She said, grandma, you have to open up a portal. And so, of course, her grandma, I'm the crazy one, right? Because I ain't into the Bible and all that, but she come running to me telling me that. I'm like, okay, and you heard what she said, right? So these babies, they're conditioned to shut that side of them down. They're conditioned. I mean, you've heard young children say, oh, yeah, such and so came and visited me. So some of the ancestors be coming to the babies, talking to them, all of that.
I've had that gift ever since I was, I don't know how long. I know the last time I had the last time as a child was when I was 14. Then I went into another phase of it. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but shit, that's tiring as hell.
Well, it's tiring when people say, don't talk to me, don't tell me nothing, they don't want to hear it. So they don't want to talk to you. There's other conversations about other than what these entities are telling me to tell you. You don't want to hear it, you don't want to hear it.
Yeah, well, and it's just tiring. It's tiring because you don't get any rest.
Yeah, you see a lot of junk.
You don't get any rest. So, everybody manages it differently, but I'll never forget, and this sis, she knows who she is. She can back me up on this. We sitting in a room full of people, and behind us, we saw this silver, like, shadow thing run past the entire room out the door. So I'm sitting there like that, nobody else seeing it. I'm sitting there like this. So later on, I said, okay, I'm going to ask you this because you the only one out of that group that I saw look a certain way when I saw. She said, you saw that silver person run? I'm like, oh my God, you saw it too. So, yeah, we have that ability. We just shut it down.
Well, you do, because it, you know, but it's good when it's working for you, but it's bad when it's working against you.
Well, that's why it only works against you when you don't make it clear. See, I'm not the one to be played with folks' foolishness. I set the terms of conditions. That's just the bottom line. If I don't want to be bothered, I'm not fencing to be bothered. That's just the bottom line.
Somebody just said something that they said they agree. Who was that, Lee or somebody? They said that things are going on in the homes.
Yeah, somebody else said that up there. But yeah, if y'all don't want nothing in your homes like that, you need to speak and say you don't want it in your homes. And then do that sage cleansing. Get your little sage out. Burn your sage. Now make sure you open up the windows and stuff, y'all. The windows and doors and let their ass out. I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
Let me just say something, because it all lines up, because this used to happen to me when I was a child. Like I saw spirits, like family members that had passed away and everything. And I would tell people and they would not believe me. And then like myself, like I was just like, okay, well, that's fine. I know I saw what I saw. And I just processed it that way. It wasn't until I was way older that I realized, I'm like, oh shit, that was like really real. And like, thankfully, like somebody was looking out for me enough to help me get through that. But why they go for the children is that the children don't have a way, they usually don't have a way to say no and don't consent to that, because they are so innocent and open that the guest usually takes advantage of that. Like a vampire, they like, oh, I don't need to get permission to come in because this child is actually going to invite me on its own, because it just has that connection to that other world, these other dimensions, these other portals. Naturally, they at that stage where they is very close to the source.
Right.
And so the entities is a pattern of them coming for the children because it's easier access and easier consent. Whereas with the adults, they might know sometimes, oh, shut that down. Like, what is that? What's going on? Or know how to, process it. But another thing too is that some of the adults don't know how to process it. So that's why they actually go for the kids, because it's like, well, at least they can actually see me and know that I'm,
exactly, because they know they can see them. Absolutely. They know that they can see them. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
If you think about it, though, the children are actually more powerful than
they are. True.
To the spiritual thing. So they really ain't trying to bother them too much. What they trying to do is, through them, get us to brainwash them and take them from off that level. That's when we get to saying stuff like, oh, you ain't talking to nobody. Oh, stop that. Oh, that ain't real. This, that, and the other. That's when we fuck shit up for them.
That's true.
Because if we were to keep them spiritually in tune from the beginning, I mean, think of how powerful they'd be once they reach our ages. Think how much fuckery wouldn't be going on.
That is so true.
Because they gonna be able to make shit happen.
They can tell you in advance what's going to go down, so you can prepare yourself and all kinds of stuff.
Now the thing is, they can stop shit from happening.
I totally agree.
That's what they're trying to prevent. They're not worried about us in a reactionary state, because it's still going to play out for that cycle.
Right.
The thing is for us not to enter those cycles or to stop them. As long as we go along with the cycle, they don't care that we slowly progress.
Right.
As long as you keep consenting and keeping their shit alive.
That's so true. That's so true. Yeah, because I know my niece, when she stayed with me as a little one, I would talk to her about her dreams when she would bring it to me. And I didn't dismiss what she was saying. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I would tell her exactly what to do. And, you know, if somebody was scaring her, I'm like, come and get me. And I didn't mean physically come in and get me. She knew exactly what I was talking about. She knew to come get me spiritually. And I fucked them all the way up. Pull it a motherfucking again. And taught her not to be fearful and what to do. But yeah, I never dismissed her. But most people do because, number one, they don't believe it. And number two, they're afraid of it.
Like, honestly, when that movie motherfucking came out, The Sixth Sense, I was like, oh my God, that's me, Lil Joe Osmond. I was like, I see the dead people.
And see, that's too... shit, I be tired as hell every time I turn in my fucking corner. I told y'all I saw my neighbor's nephew and stuff. I'm on the motherfucking porch.
Like that, actually.
Huh?
Like, it was never scary.
No,
like
it's
that.
not scary like that. But shit, I got things to do. I ain't got time to be sending no motherfucking messages. Even my family, my ancestors have to ask me permission. So I'm definitely ain't taking no requests from folks that I'm not blood connected to. Now I got shit to do.
That's the thing. Them spiritual boundaries.
Exactly.
People don't know about that. They take it for so granted that they just don't know they're giving consent on these other rounds to shit.
Right, with the fuckery. But you know, once you start really becoming aware of how powerful you are from a spiritual perspective, and you start being consciously aware when you're quote, quote, dreaming, you're going to have those experiences. You're going to be so excited that you are going to take all of that on. You're going to be playing with different stuff, fighting with different stuff. People be throwing down sexually, but that you get tired of that shit. Literally, you wake up like, I ain't had no sleep.
Exactly.
Especially when you in there fighting, like, motherfucker, I done told you. You be tired. So you just have to learn to set those boundaries. Because I'm going to tell you, your spiritual gangster will be tested. It will be tested. Folks will definitely try to punk you. It will be tested.
On that realm,
huh?
Shit on that realm don't end. You got to know how to cut that shit off, figure out what you need to figure out, and get gone. You got to learn how to shut off them voices, because once they know that you could see them, they gonna be fucking with you all the time. It's motherfuckers and they family that they trying to reach, and they can't see or hear them. And once they see that you can see and hear, then everybody wants you to do favors.
Shit, I ain't got it to
talk
give.
To my people, do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that.
Yeah, like Whoopi Goldberg and Ghost. Like,
right, exactly.
Yeah, hell no, I ain't got time.
And you gotta know that if you have those talents or gifts or whatever, you gotta put yourself through that alchemical process. And you gotta be able to transmute that energy for yourself. Because as you see, these entities will just take advantage of you being unaware that you have these gifts in the first place. That's the biggest part of it in the first place. People don't believe in themselves or believe in the value of their gifts and stuff, that they just consent to it being siphoned off in all these different ways. So you gotta be able to be the alchemist on your own self and know when to shut shit off and when to turn it on. You know, you know, like they say, read the room. You gotta know when the time and the place. all that
Right.
shit. Read the energy, read the entity, because we know it's so many entities. Because we know it's so many entities in this realm. Like, that's the thing. You gotta know how to read the fucking energy and the entity.
Yep. Just like, in the physical world, same with the spiritual world, people looking to cipher energy and shit, I ain't got it to give with that foolishness. But at the end of the day, you control it. You control that spiritual part, and most certainly you control in the physical, because if you learn how to navigate in that spiritual, you bring stuff forth in the physical. So absolutely. Totally agree. Okay, so who else is next? Nephew New, why you have
Tamika is on the line.
Yeah, I see Nisi Poo, and I'm gonna turn it over to YouTube in just a second. I'm trying to get through. Go ahead on with the fuckery. So, Nephew New, why you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery. You're unmuted.
I think he said
he had to step away.
To get a little baby a bath.
Oh, okay.
But I did want to
worries.
share the little Tesla.
Yes, go ahead.
Little thing real quick. It's just a quick little article. And
Okay.
It just taps on the technology and the job force.
Okay. You want to hold on? Let me give you. You want to share the article via screen share? Okay. Let me give you access.
While he getting access, I just want to say peace and love, y'all, and happy solar return, Uncle Sean.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you.
Peace and love, Nisi Poo. Okay, son, Scotty, I see you trying to bring it up. So, all right, hold on a sec. Let me get the fam. Let the fam turn that camera off. Where is it? There it is. All right. Where's his screen? Okay. Let me see. It should be kicking on YouTube in just a sec.
On my trip, I'm going to be out west. So at some point, I'm going to be in your backyard, Scotty.
Hey, the link up.
For sure, bro. For sure.
And it's so crazy because I just like Brother Sean, and I literally have a brother Sean. Like, my brother's name is Sean. It's like,
wait a minute.
And you both happen to be, we know the time is fake in the astrological clock, but they both Taurus. I was like, what? The synchronicities.
Yes,
just
sir.
Be happening.
All right, we ready, son Scotty. I forgot to turn
okay.
On that lady.
So y'all see it?
Yeah, I had to move the other screen out the way. Yep.
Okay, so it says Tesla accelerates hiring for Optimus robot project, develops overall humanoid software architecture. And this was April 11th this year. And so you see they got a little prototype of what it looks like. Tesla is ramping up hiring for its Optimus. And if anybody, I'm like, they love using these certain keywords. Optimus robot project, also known as Tesla Bot, as it starts using its AI expertise to develop its overall humanoid software architecture. And you notice where architecture too, like in the Matrix, and they talk about the architect and all that. As we've previously reported, it feels like the Tesla Bot project went from a side project for the company to a top priority in a very probably short period of time. When Tesla announced the Tesla Bot project at its AI Day last year, Elon Musk presented it as something the company could do by leveraging existing work and parts from the development of self-driving technology And if they don't do it, someone else will. At the time, it certainly didn't sound like a priority for Tesla, and many saw it mainly as a recruitment tool as the automaker is trying to boost its AI team to deliver its full self-driving system. So this is like the doorway in, because this is how it is at the different companies of his. Like, they use this same technology for the satellites, the automation, the gears and all this type of shit. So because, you know, America loves cars, so introduce it first through a car, and then you can, you know, go to the other markets with this, you know, AI technology.
Which this is where they want to go all along, but yes.
Mm-hmm. A few months later, the project's priority level went up quite a bit. Musk announced that Tesla is now prioritizing product development of TeslaBot, which he now calls Optimus, in 2022 over some of its upcoming vehicles. So it went from a side project to now like, oh, we prioritizing this above the cars. In comes, you know, why the need for a humanoid robot? At the time, the company had yet to even unveil a working prototype of the humanoid robot. And then so a little bit of technical details: how tall, 5'8", 125 pounds, lightweight material, human level hands. You see where the different parts that they use in the gears and
the battery is in the chest,
actuators.
it looks like.
Electromechanical actuators is what they call force feedback sensing. So, you know, it can take in data, you know, on a feeling level, sensing. Now, last week, Musk said that Tesla is aiming to start production of its Optimus humanoid robot in 2023, much faster than anyone anticipated. The company
Not true. I don't mean to cut you off. But they already got them, and yeah, it's already out.
That's usually the case. We know when they're announcing it, they already got a prototype ready. But
that's what I'm saying.
Nephew said when he was in Texas at that grand opening for the huge gigafactory in Texas, they already got them there, and their plans for them are to replace human functions that are you know how like you do this repetitive. They're using them right now. Yes, they're using them right now. So go ahead, keep going.
So again, huge job losses, but continue, son.
Yeah, because just like I said earlier, how these different companies of his, if it's Tesla, if it's SpaceX, if it's Boring Co., if it's all these other different ones, they all kind of work in conjunction together. And reporting out that these actuators, these electromagnetic actuators, are used in different companies for different things. And Tesla is the cars for this, it's the robots. For the satellites, for the Starlink, it's used in their satellite technology. And also, like Sis just said, nephew, know that, you know, it's already in production. The satellite internet that's provided will be used to upload to these AIs. And then also, you know, Twitter has it's just a huge feast for social media information gathering. So if you want to upload a personality, you got the internet and you got the, you know, social media data to upload into these humanoid bots. So, yes. Now, the company would be going from conception to production on what is arguably its most ambitious project yet in about 28 months. Tesla is going to have to significantly wrap up hiring for the project in order to make that happen. And it looks like that's exactly what it is doing. Over the last few weeks, Tesla has listed several more jobs related to the humanoid robot project. In the first few months of the project, Tesla listed several jobs, but they were related to developing actuators and the mechanics of the robot. Now, there are several really interesting positions related to the software behind the robot. So you got, the software, what's telling the robots what to do, and you got the actual hardware.
Right.
Now,
the
for
software
example,
represents the consciousness of the robot, and the hardware represents the physical body. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. For example, Tesla listed a job called motion planning and navigation, Tesla bot. The company wrote in the job description, Tesla is on a path to build humanoid bipedal. And you know that word bipedal, I don't know if anybody heard that before in any other realms of information, that bipedal word. Bipedal robots, like Charles Darwin, evolution, monkeys and shit.
Okay.
Tesla is on a path to build humanoid bipedal robots. And that's why, let me go up here, why the force field sensing and the 2-axis feet for balancing is in the feet, the bipedal,
Got you.
Because that's the thing that humans have so-called different from, and then monkeys, some primates share with us that we can walk upright, you know.
So you were like, you were on Tesla's on
bipedal. Okay, yes.
Bipedal.
Tesla's on the path to build humanoid bipedal robots at a scale to automate repetitive and boring tasks for manufacturing / logistics.
I keep telling y'all.
Well, he was just saying the other day that he's trying to close the gap between the AI technology and humans. And they're talking about placement of a chip in humans as well. So
Neuralink.
Yeah, that's that Neuralink. Yeah, Nisi Poo brought us that early on. We've been knowing about that for years.
Yeah, we've been knowing, and he's it's all in the script too, in the book they didn't put out called the Bible. So anyway, he was talking about it the other day, and somebody has, since he took over Twitter at $44 million, he offered him to have the police of Texas for a place to do his stuff. A place in Texas.
Yeah, they already got Texas, the star base out there. Like, it's like, looks like a star fort, the land that they got it on, so yeah. Now, core to the Tesla bot, the motion planning stack presents a unique opportunity to work on state-of-the-art algorithms for motion planning and navigation, culminating in their deployment to real-world production applications.
Real world.
So what does that mean to you, son, Scotty?
That means in the real world, these things will take place of what you actually doing.
Absolutely. That's what it means.
The algorithms they working on, they worked on the forward production line of it, and now they just trying to build the architecture. And the software is the architecture, and there are various ways they have harvested. You're going to need the people to build the algorithms, of course, but there's other ways of sourcing that information. The algorithm can only what you think of as a robot. Yeah, it can only do that way. But for it to become AI, you need that other source material. So that's the merging of that with the social media and, that whole harvesting of that information.
Right, because just so y'all know, what makes AI so unique, not just the fact that it's AI, that it's robots, but the fact that the software that they're building to run these robots, they're using a combination of algorithms, and we should know what that means now, because algorithms are based on what? They're supposed to be based on, let's use YouTube, for example. Supposed to be based on what YouTube shows you in your feed. It's supposed to be based on what you view, right? So whatever you view, they're going to start suggesting to you or putting on your feed similar type of information. Okay, now AI takes it a step beyond algorithms because what AI does, it's a term called machine learning. So the machine not only gets very well versed at the algorithms, it's going to take your likes, far as your behaviors on how you navigate on social media, and it's going to start predicting future events.
And it goes from being static to dynamic.
Exactly.
So before, when it just had this like very rote program and it just did this thing, now it can actually, from the repetition and also from other source material, it can start to kind of think on its own and make decisions.
Absolutely.
And do things outside of the algorithm given to it.
Exactly. That's what the whole Terminator thing was about, where the robots had pretty much started programming themselves. And they like, F you humans. We're going to take over. So exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Shout out to Sis Sophia Stewart.
Absolutely. Shout out to Sis Sophia Stewart.
Now, our motion planning software engineers develop and own this stack from inception to deployment. So shit is all in-house.
Yeah, they ain't finna let that out the door. No way.
Right. Tesla says that the role is going to participate in the development of an overall humanoid software architecture. Earlier this year, Musk said that Tesla could play a role in making artificial general intelligence, AGI, a reality through the humanoid robot project. The company has also listed several other interesting test bot jobs, including deep learning engineer / scientist, Tesla bot electrical engineer, Tesla bot, and controls engineer, Tesla bot.
And that deep learning engineer, that's what I was telling y'all. That's machine learning. So they just gonna rename it. That's machine learning.
Yeah, and I'm also interested in this because I'm like artificial general intelligence. You know, I never heard artificial general intelligence. I just heard artificial intelligence. Decentralized Tesla bot to avoid Terminator scenario. Oh my God, we were just talking about that.
See, they ain't y'all slicking me, baby. I know where they trying to go.
And this decentralizing is a huge thing with the cryptocurrency, because it's supposed to be a decentralized finance market,
right?
You know, and,
right?
You know, it autonomizes you and not the banks. It, you know, breaks up that centralized bank thing. But now I guess they trying to incorporate that into the AI, because look, that's exactly what, to avoid Terminator scenario. So it sounds like they like trying to avoid the AI from taking over. Like right. They like know that that's the possibility. So we need to start off decentralizing this from the jump. And if you can imagine people just having the software to just create AI on their own.
I was going to read the definition of artificial general intelligence.
Oh, please do.
Yes, come through.
It is the representation of generalized human cognitive abilities in software so that faced with unfamiliar tasks, the AI system could find a solution.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly what we just said. So they think outside of the algorithm given to them.
Absolutely.
And that's where the social media stuff comes in. Because if you give it enough of that data, they be like, oh, well, I pulled from this video and this TikTok dance and this show on this and that, and I put together some type of answer.
Exactly. So hopefully we should see now why social media was put out. So us conspiracy theorists, we were right all along when we told y'all that they were going to be using social media to kind of gather data. And they did a very good job at it.
You know, those media things, social media was financed by the FBI and the CIA. So now you know who's behind all that stuff.
Yeah. Deep H2O. Can somebody drop Deep H2O the link?
Yeah.
I
can stop.
Oh, okay. Are you? Yeah, that's the end of it, son. Scotty, let me.
Yeah.
Okay,
I suggest everybody. That was a wonderful article. I suggest everybody go research AGI because it's deep. It says understand belief systems, use different kinds of knowledge, understand symbols. Oh my gosh. Natural language understanding, possess a level of intuition.
That's y'all remember that movie? Matter of fact, it just came on over the weekend. With the I See Dead People little boy. He's not a little boy anymore.
Sixth Sense, Haley Joel Osment.
But okay, yeah, but he played in the AI. Remember, he was the little AI boy. And so tell me this ain't what we looking at.
I bet that movie was made out thinking of Elon as a child.
Absolutely. And it's actually a good movie, y'all. Y'all should check it out.
Remember, I saw this company that had lots of people there learning. And remember I told you this happened years ago. They had it on bulletin board for all these trainees, and it was for AI technology learning, and it said demonology on it.
Yeah, you did say that.
See?
Deep H2O, drop me, what's your name? What name are you coming in on? Drop it in the chat.
Yeah, so they were learning demonology. And of course, you know, AI was one of the people that was in the script that was a king. And he was an enemy of Israel. That's what it says in the Bible. So don't holler at me. But
yes. That's what I was saying. I knew there's because I can't remember what I read it in, but there was a connection between like the creation of the fiction of, you know, demons and like all of this, but really it's like entities from other realms and stuff, other realities.
I can't wait till we get into this tonight. I can't wait. So
hey.
They were talking at the training that they were trying to get AI back into the realm to be alive through people and through their robots and all that kind of stuff. Their technology they were developing.
Weird science.
Oh, you went real back. I know you weren't born when that came out.
No, but I watched a lot of stuff when I was younger. Like I was an old person.
On the DOS system back then.
Like, you know, that's why I was like, you know, I actually kind of was like a computer when I was a kid. I was just soaking up so much stuff that like, I'm like, wait, how did I know this? And it's just because like, you know, with my family and stuff, but also I was just naturally inquisitive and just watched a lot of data. And it didn't matter. Like, you know, some people can be like, oh, I'm programmed by the television, but I understood like, what the programming is, but also like, I'm gonna get my information.
So they was basically building them a sex robot back then.
Right.
Period.
Right. And because in that movie AI, child, I was fit to be tied when they had the robots of the night. I'm like, I'm just, you know, leave it to humans. Child, the robots ain't even safe. That's why the robots gonna rise up. They gonna be tired of tainted peen and tainted hoo-ha. These robots gonna be tired of y'all asses.
Well, it's already going down.
And then this one,
huh?
We got the mark. It's already going down in Japan. They've been having that for some years now.
Dolls and stuff.
Yeah, because I saw some article ran across my feed. This man up there talking about he got married to his robot and they not connecting. Mm-hmm. I didn't even click on that shit. I'm like, this foolery. I ain't lying. I didn't even click on that foolery. I said, I just can't. I just can't.
I didn't bother with it. I said, that's your problem.
Right, that's your fault. How many thousands of dollars? So you couldn't hack it with a real woman, and now the robot don't want to damn be bothered. I guess that's the robot's fault too, right?
Yeah.
And you can rent them.
You lying? That's a lady. That's the child. And you know people gonna do it too. They gonna have their robots on layaway and people returning robots.
And do you remember the one movie Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure where they was like going time traveling and they went in the phone booth and it was like electricity?
The phone booth was their time machine. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that because they was so goofy. I didn't watch that one.
You got to
all of them.
Keanu Reeves was in there though. He was young.
Yup, and then now he in the Matrix, which is like a similar, because in the beginning one, remember they had to use the phone. And then in the latest one, they don't need the phone. Like, you know, but yeah.
Okay, so Deep H2O, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. Peace and love, beloved. How are you?
Oh, peace and love to all of you guys. And I just wanted to give a big ups to you, Rhonda, Sister Sandra, Sean, Scotty Saturn. I love what you guys do. I've been a follower of your channel for a couple of years now. I kind of held back, not getting on. But
yeah, because you be in the cut.
Yeah,
dropping a fire.
Show, dude.
Yeah, I be laying in the grass like a, I'm laying in the weeds like a snake in the grass. But anyway, the thing that I just wanted to add to what you guys are talking about, and you guys are pretty much on the forefront of all this esoteric stuff that's going on. The only thing that I wanted to add to it, that being a brother from Oakland, California, I was fortunate enough to where I went to a very, I don't even want to call it an elite institution. It was just a college, as I say. However, I majored in applied mathematics with an application in physics.
Ooh.
So what I learned was that I was being channeled into the Lawrence Livermore lab. I don't know if you guys know about that. I was being channeled into everything that you guys are talking about, and it scared the hell out of me.
Really?
Because, the reason why it scared the hell out of me was because I knew that I could come up with stuff that was going to be used for something else that I really had nothing to do with. And in the science and the intellectual community, and I know Scotty can resonate on this, you can get involved in that stuff and you're not really knowing the stuff that you're coming up with is going to be used for nefarious activities. But all the while that you're doing it, you thinking you're on the forefront of something new. See, because I was into 0 point energy, which is manipulation of gravity. And when you guys talk about wormholes, stargates, and I know, Scotty, you in the Stargate, the whole program, that's 0 point energy. That's the manipulation of gravity, because when you can manipulate gravity, then you can basically manipulate what we call the real world. You can transform it. So with everything that you guys are talking about, it is so on point. And then when you get involved in it real deeply in regards to what you guys were talking about tonight, in the whole AI, AIG, I think that acronym was the General Artificial Intelligence.
That's the funny you said AIG, because it's AGI, but that made me think of AIG too.
There you
go. Insurance that's finance that insures the world.
There you go. There you go. And you see how funny that slipped off. I said AIG when I was thinking AGI. However, that's how we manipulate the language. Because Rhonda, you had Bowman on here, Seven. What's his name?
Yeah.
And he talks about the
my.
he talks about the manipulation of the English language and how that is the real code to everything that's being done. When you can control language, you control everything.
Right.
So if I told you the word is the exact same thing as the word world without the L, you create worlds with words. And doesn't the Bible tell us that?
Yeah.
What does the Bible tell us? The word is the sword.
Yep. Yep. Because
Word became flesh.
Right. Because isn't words? They break words and letters. Letters break down to what?
Sounds.
Numbers.
Yes.
Exactly. Numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Numbers. Which numbers break down to what?
Codes.
Exactly.
It's a code.
Exactly.
And also just the frequency. When you speak it, you got to add that part to it. When you speak it, it just becomes like a frequency, just a tone, a sound, music, whatever you want to call it.
Well, you know, that's what the Bible says about what God did. So what God did, he spoke. He didn't touch a darn thing. He spoke and it became.
Well, the Anunnaki.
Right.
I mean, let's be clear. The Anunnaki.
Because we know that the actual language and the words is terraforming too. We wasn't doing the whole speaking.
Oh, y'all finna like what I'm finna drop on y'all tonight. Just wait.
Of communicating, telepathic, telekinetic, bio stuff, like being able to talk with just your family. Only your family can speak your language because you just connected like that. It's like a whole bunch of other ways of communicating that we've been cut off from. And the Anunnaki, that's why they put it in that Bible, the word became flesh and we spoke the word in this, because they introduced the word in the language as part of the confines of colonization.
Right, because all language stems from the language that we know today, from cuneiform. I was just making this point Sunday. And if you look at cuneiform, it closely resembles Hebrew and Aramaic. And you can literally see those angles. Those angles represent different frequencies. It's code.
Exactly. And guess what the angles are? The angles are angels.
Angles of light.
Are angels.
Yeah.
They're angels. So what you're saying, Rhonda, let me splice this in. When you have Brother Odel on, and we're going through the whole what do they call that? The cosmology of
sorry. Dang, I got
yes.
Sorry about that.
And that goes back to Helena Blavatsky, who, if you guys don't know, man, a great read, and it's in 3 volumes, is Isis Unveiled and the Secret Doctrine.
Yep.
I don't know where she got this information from. And this goes back to the 1800s.
Yeah, she was, she was in a high order. She had to be given that info.
She broke down everything that you guys talk about, the root races, the Lemurians, all the way back to Atlantis, to the cuneiform, to the Anunnaki. She has that all down in Isis Unveiled. I think that's in 2 volumes. And then she has the Secret Doctrine, which is in 3 volumes.
Yeah.
It's in 3 volumes, but they only sell it in 2 volumes. So you got to do some extra work to get that 3rd one. You got to do some work to get that one. But she puts it all out there. And when I read that, I think I bought that like 15 years ago.
Okay.
And if you try to buy it now, when I bought it, it was like $80.
I can't
Try to
even
buy
imagine
that.
what it is.
Try to buy that now. It's over $300, $400
Wow.
to get that. But my point in bringing that up is that, like you guys are saying, all that information is out there. And what I love about what you guys are doing and having Brother Odel and bringing that astrological piece in, because what that astrological piece does, it ties the Bible and ancient history in.
Yep.
So now you get the whole panoramic view of how this was all constructed.
That's why
because
we did
it. Because we can look at all the readings and the writings, but when you can tie that together with the as above, so below, Rhonda, what we talk about?
Yep.
Because what did Jordan Maxwell say? He said, when you think about a clock, what do you look at? Your wrist, your watch, or do you look into up above? And what he said, what do you call up above? Oh, as above, so below. He said, what else do you call it? Somebody said, the heavens. What does the Bible tell us? What does the character, Jesus Christ, tell us? The kingdom of heaven is within you.
In you, right.
It's not, there are no pearly gates and land of milk and honey and the street paved with gold.
Right.
Figuratively speaking, that exists.
Right.
However, literally speaking, it's within you. And I love what you do, Rhonda and Sister Sandra and Sean and Scotty, when you guys, you put this information out, man, this you can't even put a price on this.
No, that's sweet.
You guys are giving, no, I'm being real. You guys are giving everybody the keys to the palace. Esoterically. Do you understand what I mean when I say keys to the palace?
Indeed.
You're giving, and everybody that's listening right now, and I'm going to fall back, you guys are getting the keys to the palace. Now, if you can't figure out how to open the door, that's on you. Yeah. I'm done with it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was so good hearing your voice. Please come back and put something on it. I don't want this to be the last time, Deep H2O, that you come up and join us, because you've been in the cut for a few little years now, putting a lot of something on it. So yes, we definitely appreciate you.
Well, I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm gonna go on mute because I need to take some notes.
Okay, yeah, because the child, baby, get ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready, Rhonda.
All right.
I'm ready.
So shout out to Sis Shan, Jor TV. Shout out to you, sis. It's great to see you here. It's really, really good to see you in the chat tonight, sis. Dang, somebody else has said something. Oh, Paul Sex. Child, what's your name? What's your screen name? I don't know if that's a cigarette or whatever. So I think it's Pulse X. Look, that's me. That ain't you. That's me being the dirty mind. That ain't you. That's me. It's Pulse X. See that? Oh, child, that's me. Pulse X broke down the code.
Pulse X next.
Yeah, broke down the code for how letters translate into numbers. So A equals 1, 2 equals B, 3 equals C. And then you keep going to the alphabet, and anytime a number doubles or triples, you have to add it up to reduce it down. And then
Pythagorean.
Exactly. Then you do the research, and yeah, I remember in college I had to take that, was it a statistic class that taught us how to calculate the binary code? when you string
No,
together.
you were in a more advanced class. That
Child, I
wasn't
thought I was
statistics.
gonna lose my mind, and a sister was teaching that class. I thought I was
Yeah.
gonna lose my mind. I was upset. I'm like, what the F I need to know this for? And then when I really started getting into the esoteric, I said, oh my God. I learned this.
That was Sis Rhonda. That was a numerical analysis class. That was the upper division class you were taking.
Child, because you
I hated that class.
I hated it, but now I appreciate it because you can literally take a string of numbers and you can break it down to binary code.
You can reduce it to a single digit.
That's right. 0 or 1.
Yes. You can
0 or 1.
Well, it goes from 0 to 9.
Yeah,
so
but
I can give you
that.
I can give you 144,000. Mm-hmm. You can reduce that
to 9.
One digit. There you go.
Right.
And
but
what does the number 9 represent?
That's beginning and end. But I'm just saying. But no, the other one I'm talking about. Let's say if I give you 578. You can break that down to a binary code. I have to go back and look up how to do it, and it only take me like that. But I about lost my mind in that class.
It reduces down to 2. 5, 7, 8. 5 plus 7 is 12, right? Plus 8 is 20. 2 plus 0 is 2. It's the number 2.
Right. But again, there is a formula where you can break it down to either 1 or 0. So
that's them aliens doing that.
Yeah, I know. That's their language. That's what I'm trying to say.
Binary.
That's their language.
Enforce that binary.
Exactly. That's how they create this realm. That's what I'm trying to say.
It.
That's what this whole this computer system that we're talking on now. That's what makes up that. And I was about to lose my mind. I'm like, why the hell am I learning this? And then when I got in the esoteric side, I said, oh, they think they're slick. But you're right, Deep H2O. The natural law is the 0 to 9. And even if you want to say 1 to 9. But the artificial world works only in true and false.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
1 and 0. That's the binary.
Yeah.
Well, in crop circles, that's how they translate them. They use messages in crop circles and then 0 and 1s. And then they
Cymatics.
Go ahead.
He messed it. All right.
Can I ask Scotty Saturn? I want to ask him a question because he likes to refer to movies in doing the analogy. Did you guys ever watch the movie Prometheus?
Oh,
yes, surely did.
Okay. In the movie Prometheus, when the brother, who's the English actor, I don't want to mispronounce his name. I'm funny like that. I'm kind of sorted that way. Idris Elba.
Yeah, that used to be my ex-husband until I found out what his real name meant. Then I divorced him. But go ahead.
All right. Anyway, with that being said, when the dude said, "Oh, land us down here," and he was asking Idris Elba, he was like, "Can you land us here?" And he said, and the white dude said, "Oh, this is a straight line. Man, God does not create anything in a straight line."
Dang, I didn't catch that in that movie. So what's that telling you?
That means that man has been there and is a false creation.
Exactly. It is.
Because when we have, and this goes back, Rhonda, this goes back to what I was saying before. When you have angles and you have angels, when you have straight lines, 90 degrees, 180 degrees, that's man-made.
Exactly.
Agreed.
The creator doesn't create anything in a straight line.
No.
And he said it in the movie.
Wow.
He said, God does not create anything in a straight line. He knew somebody human had been there. He knew.
That's deep. That was excellent. You caught that. And wasn't he? Didn't the humanoid say that, or am I mixing it up? Okay.
Nope.
So the same humanoid that Tesla and them working on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then will we go back to the whole Sumerian text, which you were alluding to before, which is the cuneiform, Enki, Enlil. We have to tie that into the Bible, which coded it. It didn't tell us that they were talking about those specific entities. However, they were alluding to those specific entities. And then in verse 1, chapter 1 in Genesis, and people need to understand the word Genesis is a code word for genes of Isis.
Exactly.
If you didn't know that.
Yes,
exactly.
I was just about to
It's the book of
say.
Genesis. Okay, with that being said, in verse 126, let us create man in our own time.
Yep.
Now, when I don't argue with them, but when I propose that to religious dignitaries, they're like, "Oh, well, Patrick, you're quoting it the wrong way," and I'm like,
but
"Well,
that's
wait
what
a
it
minute."
says. What you mean? I'm quoting it the wrong way?
No, but Rhonda, here's what I say. How do you say we and us, which is plural,
right,
according to your language?
Exactly.
But you're telling me that there's a God, singular, that's creating this person. And then when you go to chapter 2, in verse 6, God breathed his nostrils and created man from the dust. And I'm like, wait a minute, we have 2 creations. And they're telling me, oh, there's not 2 creations. And I'm like, wait a minute. In 126, he said, let us create man in our own image. And then in the next chapter, in verse 6, it says, oh, I breathed through my nostrils and man came out of the dust. And then all of a sudden, we created a woman out of a bone. And then somebody tried to tell me, oh, well, what you don't understand is this is about the Holy Trinity. And I was like, okay, break that down to me. All right, well, here's the Holy Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. And I'm like, can I ask a real simple question? How do you have a father and a son without a mother? Oh, wait a minute. The Holy Ghost. Is that the mother that y'all just killed off
you
and turned into a ghost? You turned her into a ghost.
Ghosted.
Right.
They make me feel like I don't know what I'm talking about, Rhonda.
Well,
I think I'm on to something. Because guess who that Holy Ghost is? Guess who that is? That's that feminine energy.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a father and a son without a woman unless we on some other type shit.
Right, and you still can't produce. 2 men can't produce a child.
Okay, but then what they trying to tell us when they say that? Oh, we on some other shit. Oh, so you niggas doing some fantastic shit with each other?
Somewhere with that, and not to mention what really burns me up. And as my aunt would say, may she rest in power, what frosts my tits on behalf of the feminine, even with their own story that it comes from the Sumerian text, who was the scientist?
Ooh.
It was a woman!
Yes.
So it don't matter how y'all slice it. Even the
Yeah.
Anunnaki had to go to a woman to do the creation for life.
Yeah. And Scotty, you'll appreciate this. Let's go back to the Matrix. Who did who's the brother that was in the movie? Lawrence Fishburne. And Neo, which anagram, the one, the mimic of Jesus Christ. Who did Neo go to?
Let me sip
Who
on
was
this
the Oracle?
water.
Who was the Oracle? Who was the Oracle?
He had to go to the divine feminine mother.
Oh, what did she look like? What she look like?
Big Mama.
Okay. What color was she?
Melanated.
Okay. Had a small piece in the movie, right?
Yeah.
Small piece. But guess what? She was the most important element in that movie. She was the most important element. And let me drop this on y'all. I'm from California, born and bred. Guess who California is named after?
A woman.
Khalifa.
Khalifa. Yep.
Guess who Khalifa is? A black goddess. A black goddess.
Yeah, and she has locks and everything, right?
Man, they're trying to tell you something.
Because
is
she
in you all's capital?
They tried to bring her down. She said, "Y'all niggas can't rule me." Literally showed her ass in court.
She trying to tell you something.
Do they still have her up in is it the state house or the courthouse?
Oh, they don't have her up in nothing.
Oh, I thought somebody had shown me a picture.
No,
of her
they
being
got
up
the
in
they got the bear up there, the bear, and then they got the pine tree. That's all they got, California.
They acknowledge her at Disney.
Oh, okay, Disney. That makes sense.
Oh, say that again, Sean. Say that again.
They
Sean?
acknowledge her at Disney.
See, them motherfuckers, they own some other shit. Disney.
Oh yeah, they very esoteric.
They own some deep shit.
Yeah, I had a coworker tell me a couple years ago, him and his wife were marathon runners.
Yes.
So they went to Florida for some marathon, and they stayed at a Disney resort. And so they walked up to the counter and checked in. And so the person that was checking them in said, "You know what? We're going to give you a treat. We're going to check you into a room that you all are going to have this big suite, and this floor is not even advertised to the public. Nobody even knows what this floor number exists." And so he's telling me this. And so he said, "Rhonda, guess what the floor number was?" I said, 13. He looked at me. "How'd you know that?" I said, "Because 13 means hidden." He said, "That's what they told me." "How'd you know that?" I wasn't going to go into all that with him. I'm like, because I know. So I'm just sharing that story because Disney is huge into the esoteric. Everything they do, you can point out esoteric. Everything they do.
Most definitely. And there's a long history with Disney. I don't even want to get into that.
Yeah, I know, because we can't even get into that side. Yeah.
Yeah, they got the 33 on the doorstep, and we know what that is.
All of them.
Yeah,
Disney
and
the
Scotty,
different map, terraforming. Right. Like he crossed a lot of like he be getting into some of the stuff with the maps that he had with the different things.
We're gonna go over that stuff tonight too. I can't wait to get into it, y'all. Y'all could be like, oh, but yeah, but they're deep esoteric.
You know, I want to say something about the ghost. Remember the story of Seth and his brother, where he killed him and cut him up in all those pieces?
You talking about in ancient Egypt?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He had sex with her husband, and he was dead. She put him back together.
Yeah.
And then the dove floated over her, which is the That's how they call the Holy Spirit floated over her, and she got conception from a, without having sex with a man, but so that's how.
Okay.
She still had sex with him, though, because if you had to piece them all back together, child, they can go on with that. So.
Oh, you talking about Sister
couldn't
Sandra?
find this
You talking about Sister Sandra? You talking about Osiris?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's how they come up with that ghost stuff, because it was a dove that floated over her or whatever. She got pregnant by him like that way. And
All right.
Okay. Like I've said before, that's what they want to sit up here and try to call it.
Yeah, well, that's how the presidents do their oath to Osiris and those things.
Everything is transubstantiation.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, Sandra, Scotty, Sean, and Rhonda. How did that whole story get incorporated into the obelisk? Because that's the imagery that we get from that, right?
Absolutely.
That's the patriarchy.
If I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's the patriarchy.
Dicks all around the Mother Earth realm. It's like literally raping her. It's like, let's put all these obelisks to represent we're conquering on this feminine realm with our projection of our penises.
Right, because remember when Brother Odel was showing like the Vatican and all of that, and poor nephew knew why. He was like, no, I'm telling you, that's a vagina. But I had to keep saying that. Yeah, same concept. So to me, that story represented either she was artificially insimulated. So if he was taken out and she went and got his little parts, she just took out his sperm and artificially inseminated herself.
I thought she had put the. I was going to say, I thought she attached his penis back, like he was.
That's how I was taught, and that's why I kept teasing Sis Sandra. I'm like, oh, that's what you call it, sus. When you mounting somebody, you call it a dove flying over you. Okay, girl.
Okay,
he was chopped up in 14 pieces, and she put them all back together. The last piece just happened to be the dick.
Right.
Yeah, that's the story. But really, it's like, oh, you gonna just how you get pregnant off a dead nigga? Yeah.
Right.
All right. With that being said,
maybe that was the
right, Ricardo. She sat on it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, she sat on that MF. So now she might have sliced his throat afterwards. But
maybe that was the first piece that was put on, and that's why you got the number one looking like that.
Child, she mounted that man and sliced him up afterwards. But keep going.
Okay, let me add this, because when we talk about binary numbers, the zero is the feminine energy. The one is the masculine energy.
Absolutely.
Now I'm going to draw a correlation here. When Prince made the song "When Doves Cry," think about everything you guys just talked about.
Wow.
Think about everything you guys just talked about. When doves cry. Is that an abomination on the actual creation of what we call humanity, or is it just a song?
Nah, Prince had esoteric stuff too.
See, and sis, this is the reason why I brought this shit up. Prince was deep in that shit. Michael Jackson was deep in that shit when Michael Jackson made that song. Just leave me alone. Did anybody understand what the fuck he was talking about? Remember the song?
I remember the video, to be honest, because he had everything in the video. Bubbles.
Go back and watch the video.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and watch the video. Yeah, because I remember bubbles and roller coasters.
Because what he was talking about was the entertainment industry, which is the cult of Dionysus, however you want to pronounce it.
Yeah, Pan.
Everybody, and see, I know Scotty gonna know this. He know this. You can go look it up. The
Mhm.
cult of Dionysus, which is the cult of entertainment, revelry, drunkenness, all that. It's
Wow.
alive and
Yes.
well today. That is Hollywood.
Can y'all hear me?
Wow. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Sorry. They was talking about my connection unstable.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Now we
and
still-
Dionysus,
Mhm.
Dionysus, aka his name is Pan. You know,
There you
there's
go.
also a god. You know, it's all about the. And then we have the pandemic. Peter Pan. It's like childlike revelry,
Right.
just debaucherous hedonism, energy.
Debauchery.
Oh, I'm now
everything.
y'all gonna make me go watch that video because he had so much
So
stuff in there.
we in a so-called pan demon. We in the energy of a pan demon. A pandemic is a pandemic.
Well, when we go into the stuff tonight,
It's gonna get deep, sis.
yeah, because
It's
I
gonna
just
get
can't wait.
deep.
I can't give it away because I had to get permission to go over the stuff, and it's only so much that I can go over, but I can give you all a good enough idea where you're gonna be like, oh my God. So it's really gonna tie in all that we've talked about, and it's gonna tie in vibes of cosmos stuff. I just can't wait. I just can't wait until we get into it.
Oh, it's going down.
Yes,
Yeah.
Going
exactly.
down.
Yeah.
Queen Ottawa. Yes, that was the first resurrection story.
Right.
Oh, with
And
What's the
that's
face?
what they do in these worlds. They just pass down the occult history and just put a different name on it, make it a different religion, make it a different this, but it's really just the same occult history being passed down.
Right, and
All
then
right,
people
now.
want to get upset with us when we say the Bible is not the oldest book on the planet. Everything stemmed from those Sumerian texts. And it's like people still don't want to get it.
They don't want it. They're secure where they are. They think.
And
But-
it even
but
goes deeper than that as we've been trying to
Yeah.
put this information out.
Yeah, Sister Rhonda, we can go to the Bhagavad Gita, which predates the Bible
Absolutely.
by about 3,000-4,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
We can go to that Indian culture.
Yep.
We can go to Kemet, and I
Yep.
tell people all the time, when you talk about Kemet, which is with a K, where do you think the word chemistry comes from?
That part.
CH?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Chemistry comes from Kemet.
Yep.
That
the melanin
is-
science.
Man, they killing us with this.
Yeah, and
This game is thick.
it is thick. And the part that just be really ticking me off
This game is
is
thick.
that, melanated people, especially the dead conscious community, thank goodness that crap is dying out, knew all of that Kemet stuff, and then they would turn around, they would fence sit. Then they would turn around and talk about Hebrewism. I'm like, wait a minute, ninja. You was just on Kemet and stuff a couple years ago. Now you on the Hebrew stuff? Pick a lane. Because if you was on the Kemet stuff, how you gonna go to something at a later date?
Right.
So
right.
people really, they've been on some bull crap. And that's why I'm convinced that there were gatekeepers putting out these different genres to keep people far from the truth. Because once you see it for what it really is, there's no going back. There's no
Right.
going back.
Well, Rhonda, let's talk about Hebrews, which isn't a real word. It's called Hyksos. If you want to do it,
And I was
historically.
mispronouncing all of that up in that last
No, you
podcast.
weren't.
But
No,
anyway.
no, you weren't. The Hyksos were the actual people that were removed from the Mediterranean, and the Hyksos were nomadic. So they just went from area to area
area
to
to
area,
area,
and basically raping and pillaging the land. They were
and bringing
nomadic.
their cultures and their belief system.
Right. And then what we got a transliteration. For those that don't understand, transliteration means that you take a word, you reconstruct the word, and then you give it new meaning based on a truer word. So you take Hebrew, you take Hyksos, and then you make it Hebrew, and then you make it seem like there are these people who are Hebrews. And if we go back to, let's go back to our Bible, let's reference that. Let's talk about Moses and the actual figure who historically we can reference is Akhenaten.
Yep.
Who has the same exact story as Moses.
Exactly.
There is no historical reference to Moses. However, we have Akhenaten. Now, the powers that be made a transliteration they call Akhenaten Moses. Now you got the 10 Commandments.
Yep.
And you got the story.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Now we don't know what we talking about. Okay. We
Rhonda,
can,
and sometimes,
prove what we're
Rhonda,
saying, but
I'm gonna be honest with you, Rhonda. Sometimes I feel like I'm crazy because when I talk about this stuff, people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
And it be so clear to you, and you be like, "But this is what the Egyptians say. This is what the Bible say. What are you talking about? What am I talking about?" And that's how I felt when I got up on the Sumerian text. I'm like, what do you mean? What am I talking about? This is what the Bible say. This is what the Sumerian text say. That's older. So what are you talking about? Yeah. But
Rhonda,
that's how deep the spell is.
Rhonda, I got 30 years in on this. I'm 61 years old. I've been doing this, and I wasn't doing it. This is pre-social media. I never did this because I just wanted to know more than other people. I did this purely out of curiosity.
Yep.
In my 20s, I started ordering books on Eastern philosophy. I started ordering books on New Age religion, all that shit. Yeah. I was like 21, 22. I didn't even know why I was doing it.
Yep, it was
something
was telling you.
Something was compelling me.
Yep,
something was compelling me.
Yep.
Here I am, 61 years old, and I tell motherfuckers every day. I said, "Be careful what you say you believe in, because I don't believe in shit.
That's right.
I'll tell you what I know, and I'll tell you what I don't know. Now, if you tell me something I don't know, I'm going to go figure it out."
Exactly. I believe in me. I'll put it that way.
There you go. There you go. I ain't believing in shit somebody says.
That part.
And what I want to employ to everybody that's listening, and I know that they already know this, it's not about believing. It's about knowing.
Knowing.
And I like to use the phrase knowledge, because I break it down for people. Know the ledge. Write the word knowledge down. Know the ledge. Know how far you can go with what you know.
Indeed.
And if you don't know what you know, like Biggie said,
now you know.
If you don't know, now you know. Now, why did that nigga say that in a rap song?
Exactly.
Come on. If you don't know, now you know. Know the ledge.
Exactly.
Come on, man. Let's get with it. We need to stop playing with this shit. Because this shit, Rhonda, you tell us this every show. This shit is fire. Stop playing with this.
Exactly.
We sitting here with each other and we talking about lineage and Pan-Africanism and all this. And I'm not quoting you. All I'm saying is you just be letting us know niggas, stop playing with this.
Exactly.
This is straight fire.
Yeah.
And I hear you every time. Nigga, get it together. You be telling people, come on, man, we got to get this work in.
Yeah.
We got to handle this. Now, I can't do it for you, just like you
Exactly.
can't do it for me,
That's
but
right.
we can do it together.
Yep.
Now, if we're not going to do this, well, then fuck it. I got to
Right.
leave you by the wayside. Fuck
Exactly.
it. I'm done.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, thank you so much. You can stay on the panel if you want to, Deep H2O.
Yes,
It is
I would
great.
love to.
It's great
I'm
having you
waiting.
on.
I'm waiting on Brother Odell because I want to get off.
Yeah,
into
and I'm not sure in his
extraterrestrial
defense.
stuff.
I'm not sure if he's going to come on tonight. I didn't even reach out to him because we was on another program Sunday, so I wanted him to get some rest.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
so if
right.
he shows up, he shows up. But trust, y'all finna be, once I get into what I get into, this some extra added stuff. So Brother Odell, I know once you see this, you're going to have 5-6 more shows to add on to this. So I want to get into the material.
On the frequency.
Right. But before we do that, Nisi Poo and Son Scotty, do you all want to go over your article? And
we can, but I'm waiting for the juicy stuff.
Okay, well, let's get to the juicy stuff then. But shout out, somebody put in the chat, thank you for reminding me of Sanskrit. Because yes, cuneiform, Sanskrit, I'm not sure if Hebrew came first or Aramaic.
Sanskrit came first.
Which one came after Sanskrit? Was it Aramaic or Hebrew?
No, that was the cuneiform. Then it was Aramaic.
Okay.
Then it was Aramaic.
Okay.
Yeah, but Hebrew ain't even some real shit. Like Hebrew is really Greek.
Yeah, that shit is fake. Hebrew is fake.
And again, you can still line all of that stuff up, and you can see where they were making many sigils. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
That part.
Sigil.
Don't be playing with me up in here. All right, so let me get to the stuff, child. Hopefully this battery didn't run out on this. Okay, because
drop the science, Auntie.
Okay, this finna be a trip, y'all. This book, y'all, is straight up in Spanish. So I got to do it from my tablet in order to get it translated. So I'm fencing to do it from my tablet and project it on the screen. Ciao, baby. I had to email them.
You bilingual technology up in this shit. Bilingual technology, history, research.
Yeah.
Like by any means necessary. You see the means we will go to get this information.
Right, because I was like, I had to I called I emailed the authors, and I'm like, please, can I use this on my show? Here's my channel, blah 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 blah. And they were so cool. They were like, yeah, just with our copyright agreement, you can only do what did they say? It was a certain amount of percentage that I could do, that I can air. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I won't break the agreement. I won't disrespect the agreement. So hold on a second, fam. All right, so I'm going to have to stop this. Let me pause. Pause. Because I'm projecting from my tablet. So wait a minute. Let me disconnect. All right. Okay, so...
And this is the skill within itself, within the workforce. They building all these bots and all this stuff, and we talking about the algorithm. There's still a human component to that. They ain't to the point where they got the robots making the robots and doing the code yet. It's still like the motherfuckers are like, you seeing live in action. This telecommunications right here. Like,
right.
It's not just like, let me just hold the mic up and like, I'm tapped in and let me read this. Like, this is a skill and, you can make that a career, so.
I think it already is. I think it already is. If they already telling us this, No, AI is already making AI. We have
I
been
agree.
the blueprint all along. If we in a hologram, then AI has been involved all along.
Okay,
What is
so
it they say about the devil? The biggest trick was to convince you he don't exist.
that he don't exist. Let me make sure y'all
That's what
see
You know
this.
AI
what?
did.
That's true.
Child, let
That's
me
what
get ready.
AI
True, brother Sean in the cut. Always fucking like, you know
You
what?
know, Brother Sean sit
Damn.
back in the cut when we all be like, yeah, blah, 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 et cetera, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. He be in the cut. All right, y'all, YouTube, I'm trying to see. Okay, go back, Rhonda. Hopefully, y'all see my screen. Dang. Hold on. I'm trying to see.
Your screen is on. It's on.
Okay, but I'm trying to. I'm looking at my other computer. Okay, but still,
Oh,
I still
okay.
don't have it where I need it. I got to take that off. So bear with me.
Man, she got a control station going on. She on some Star Trek stuff.
I had to figure
Star
it out.
Trek.
I'm like, I gotta show this to them.
Mission control in this bitch.
Right. I'm like, I gotta show this to them. Okay, hold on, y'all. We
You
almost
got
there.
it. Take your time. Take your time, Rhonda.
I'm
Take your
like, oh, I'm
time.
so excited. I gotta show them this.
Take your time.
I'm like, I gotta show it. All right, we almost there. Okay, so it's about to show my
Ain't
desktop.
nobody going nowhere. Ain't nobody going
I
nowhere.
know, I'm all excited.
Is it just on?
We kick the real science here. Go ahead, Sandra.
Exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sis Sandra.
I just want to know if it's just on YouTube, so I'd have to mute.
It's not going to be any talking. I'm displaying, literally what I'm doing is displaying from my tablet. I am displaying. Okay. I didn't come on now, tablet. I'm not for the foolishness, tablet. I'm displaying this book.
Okay.
All right. So this is in Spanish, y'all. So this is the reason I had to do it this way.
I love it.
Because I can only translate on my tablet. Okay? So what do we think we're looking at?
Terra Infinita.
So I'm trying to see.
Terra Infinita.
The creation of history?
Mundos.
That looked like rounds on rounds on rounds.
Exactly.
Like hidden worlds, extra lands.
Exactly. So I'm going to move it around for y'all. Because, baby,
This is what I can see.
Oh, yeah.
What I can see is saying it's the history of the land with the mother.
We're going to get into it. So, trying to see. So, y'all see these different lands.
Yep.
And
Rhonda,
the names.
is this before the Pangea? Rhonda?
This ain't no Pangea.
Probably hidden land.
Okay.
This is the hidden lands. Exactly.
Okay.
So y'all see, let me see when it catch up to y'all. There is the territory called, I'm getting to it because I see it before y'all.
Tierras de Marte, Aria, Eridania, Tierras de Custidios.
Oh, shoot.
Like, it's a lot of lands. It's a lot of lands.
Do y'all see the terrace
and
Anunnaki? See the terrace and Anunnaki?
Yep.
And you see the Eye of Horus?
Yep. See it.
Okay, so that's just one landmass.
It's on point.
And I see Tierras de Enkidu, Tierras de Gilgamesh.
You see Pleiades?
Pleiades. That's what that is.
Yep. So
the Greek derivation.
Exactly.
Pleiades.
So remember when Vibes of Cosmos was mapping out for us the stars and how he said that it was on the land, the constellation, it was on the land. This is what it really is, fam. Now, of course, this
Where the
is
fuck
theory.
did you get this? Where did you get this?
Let me tell you how my spiritual system set up. Came
Damn.
across my feed, baby.
How did you
In the
get
post. It came across my feed and I knew what it was instantly. I said, oh shit. And I went right away.
Even get this.
I went right away, got the book, and then started reading it. And I said, oh my God. So I reached out to the authors and I'm like, can I please display this information, share this information on my show? And they said, yeah, you can. Just, you can only share no more than 50% because of contractual agreements. So I said, I understand. And they were like, and let us know, send us a clip and we'll even promote it. So,
and I just want to point out too, that, beyond, we know that we live in the dome, the terraforming dome and firmament and stuff, but also outer space, like Cece said, so-called outer space, like they say, is also includes out and across.
Exactly.
Meaning that there's lands on the same realm, same dimension, that's out and across, not above.
Exactly. So that the translation of that is Terra Infinita Extraterrestrial, so extra terra worlds and their civilizations, story told by the woman who was born on Earth behind the ice wall.
Oh, this reminds me of that story I told you about the little boy that went over the.
Child, they just came out with this. This is new, baby.
There was a little boy. He came from over this part, and they got on a boat, and he ended up over somewhere else where they had no sun. And they spoke Spanish back over in there.
That's interesting because you see where this is in Spanish, right? Mm-hmm. So this is.
And this reminds me of Octavia Butler. Sorry to cut you off, just real quick. Octavia Butler, she's a Black woman, sci-fi writer, and she includes a lot of this esoteric history with like the different worlds and dimensions and so-called aliens and stuff, and how they like came and they needed the woman. You see it say from the women. It ain't no women. I mean, it wasn't no mention of men in the beginning of that, told by the women, right?
Right.
The mujeres. And so they needed the women in all parts of the terraforming. If it was the sexual terraforming, if it was the spiritual terraforming, if it was the terraforming of the land, it's all connected to because it's a feminine realm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't see all these little circles. Like, if you had to like break it down to the binary, it's just a whole bunch of wombs.
Exactly. So this is the complete realm. So it's realms, like Son Scotty said, realms upon realms upon realms. And so according to them, this Terra Infinita map has 178 worlds under the Great Dome.
There's Nibiru.
Where you see Nibiru? Yeah, there go Nibiru right there on the end. So you could just see the different world. Y'all see Jupiter? So these are the different worlds. You see Neptune. Okay. So, and you can literally take hours looking at this because it's got so much in here.
Wow.
You see Venus. You see Mercury. There's even Brahma right next to Mercury.
You see the lands of Draco?
Ciao, baby. Yes, sir.
Lands of Saturn.
Land of Saturn.
Yep.
Hydra.
Yep, there go Hydra. There's Uranus back there.
Titanites, the Titans.
Leonas.
Brahma.
Yep.
You know, the Brahma in the Sanskrit and the Hindu and all that.
Yep. So this lines up with that one guy's channel that starts with the G. I never could pronounce his name right when he was talking about Crater Earth.
Yeah, I just be calling him like Google Avant or something like that.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna say G, Brother G. This lines up with his Crater Earth, and it lines up with Vibes of Cosmos, how he mapped out the cosmology, and he told you that cosmology, what you see in the sky with the stars and stuff, the constellations, is really a reflection of the energy centers on Earth.
Yeah, he did. And the moon is too.
And there's a known world and the unknown world. And so what we see is just a small percentage.
Very small, a very, very small. I'm trying to find where. Oh, y'all, this would trip me out. There's Sirius A. Damn, I saw Sirius B. I need better for me to look up here. Where it's called Serial A. And then right next to it is Serial B. It's on the far left-hand side, almost towards the end of the greater ice wall next to nucleus 270. So there go that Sirius A, and then next to that is Sirius B. I didn't see Sirius C so far. I could be overlooking it. But I forgot where. I think we on the other
Andromeda.
side. Yeah, so we're
Nucleus.
on the other.
One literally called Nucleus.
Yeah, toxic land. Child, I can't even imagine what the hell that is. Okay, and then you notice.
I see the Temple of Zeus.
You see Zeus. Oh, y'all see celestial lands right there in the middle?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find.
And it's a terra incognita, celestial lands, the lands that's incognito.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so then they also have this one that I wanted y'all to see. Dag.
Crackle.
Because, child, they even have on here. There it is. Y'all see that big one? Second Earth. Lands of the Clones.
Wait a minute.
At the bottom part, move towards the bottom right-hand side. Right up under Lands of Uranus. And I don't have a pointer on here to show y'all. Doggone it. Y'all see it? It's real big.
Land of the...
Oh, now I see it.
I see it. I see it.
Yep.
Second Earth, land of the clones.
Yep.
You know what? My neighbor told me this guy is on YouTube, and he said that Earth is an experiment of creation.
Yeah, but that's not even Earth, though, what we're calling Earth.
I know.
Oh, and look how Anunnaki lands is next to the land of Mars. Because they always trying to pull that Mars energy, that warlike, in Mars in Greek mythology, Roman mythology is the god of war.
Right.
And so they right next to each other. So that's in their bloodline. They all is a warlike people.
Yeah, but peep this. So right next to Land of the Clones, which is Second Earth.
Chronos
America
represents
too.
What? Time. And then what's connected? They can just walk across to what?
Pan.
It's all here. I'm still trying
Go
to find
up. Did that say Second Earth or America 2 or something?
Yeah, it said in the middle. It says America 2.
Is that hell?
And you see Europa, Europe. That looked like a 3. No, that might be a 2. No, it looked like a 3.
Does that say hell? H-E-L?
Where? Next to
I was
America.
wondering what that said.
Pan.
next to Pan. Go back to Pan.
Yeah, go up from Pan to your.
My eyes is reading it like it say hell, but it's
right
not
here.
those letters,
No,
though.
it's male. It looks like male. I could be wrong. That's not hell though. It's not a H.
Can I add something here?
Yes, sir.
They told you all this. This is not new.
No.
They gave you all this. They gave you all this in the Bible.
They did.
They showed it to you. Now, can you decode
what they say?
Marduk.
Did you drop off?
Where was that?
Deep H2O. Where you see Marduk at?
No, I just Ricardo
okay.
D in the chat said, "Damn, they got Marduk," and I was like, "Wait, I missed that. I ain't see it."
Yeah, I ain't see Marduk.
At the bottom left.
Bottom left.
it's there. It's there.
Brother Odell. Okay, Brother Odell, if you up to it. Baby, you see where we going? Show is. Oh, Marduk is right in the middle of Nibiru.
Land of the custodians.
Clutch pearls.
Right.
Okay. Now that's just this. Doggone it. Let's get into
Lands of Draco.
Yeah. So we're gonna, cause there's only so much I can go over because I have to.
Federation.
Exactly. I have to respect their copyright. So this is part 1, other worlds, their histories and civilizations.
So this is
one thing I just want to point out too is that around the edge it says the Great Dome.
Exactly.
What does that tell you, Scotty Saturn? When it tells you the Great Dome, what does that tell you?
Even this is limited.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
I've been locked down.
Absolutely. And they're going to talk about it in here. Like I said, it's only so much I can share to be respectful of their copyright. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get into it in the first part. But all of those little worlds that you saw, some of them are domed and some of them are not domed.
Oh.
Yeah, some of them are domed, some of them are not domed. And baby, they get into who's the baddest on the block, who the ones got the technology, what type of technology they have. They go into the wars, which the wars line up to what we were talking about with the galactic wars. But it's deep, so I know at least at a minimum I can read snippets. So I want to at least read the introduction. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Why they have those military signs at the ice sheet? It's 300 feet up the ice sheet in the Antarctica, and it says beware, you can't go beyond this point. So, because if you cross over that ice sheet, then you go into other land.
Right. Well, you got to get through that dome first. You have to know how to get through that dome.
A lot of those people are still under the dome, but they're still right. You said there's some under the dome and there's some not. So
right. In the different worlds. Right.
Yeah. So, but in Antarctica, they have a 300 ice sheet. They have warning signs.
Mm-hmm.
Go over that.
Yeah, because they don't. Number one, they don't want you to run into that dome.
And then and other worlds as well.
Well, as you can see, if we go back to this picture, doggone it. Let me go back to the very picture.
Sandra, why? Sis, Rhonda, why you doing that? Getting back to the picture. Mm-hmm. Let me explain to Sandra why they do what they do.
Yes.
From a mathematical standpoint, and when you're dealing with
doggone it. Uh-oh. You still there, H2O? Deep H2O, you keep going in and out.
He's selling too much.
I know, because they've been messing with him.
I'm here.
Okay, we couldn't
What?
hear you. You was explaining, and you said, "Let me tell you
Okay.
how they go through that." And you said mathematical, and that's
Okay.
all we heard.
Okay. Rhonda, mathematically, and Sandra, this is how they do it. When they are able to open up the wormhole, meaning the Stargate.
Right.
I'm just saying that to appease Scotty Saturn. Anyway, when they open up those gates, what they have to do is they have to close them to the general public. So what happens is that when this information is being disseminated and calculated, it's only reserved for certain entities, not meaning certain individuals.
Exactly.
It just means that what you're working on at that time. So if I'm a physicist and I'm doing the calculations for all this shit, okay, the only...
Uh-oh. You went out again.
Oh, not the first time on the line. See, they be steady. Yes.
Don't they be on some mess? So, y'all, this is y'all see the lands of the forgotten humans, baby. All the way on the right-hand side, right to the edge. But what I was going to say, Sis Sandra, that dome, you see how, okay, so let's look at the lands of the forgotten human. Clearly that has the ice wall around it. So let's say I gets over the ice wall, and let's say this one don't have a dome on it. I'll have to get over that ice wall, and then you see the dark blue.
Right.
I'm going to assume that's land that I can walk across, you see, to the next realm. Or drive across, or whatever the hell the case may be.
So that's why they lie and said that it's round instead of flat. Because they know you can't get over.
Well, again, ours is domed in, so not all of these worlds are domed.
No, I know.
Yeah, I think the dark blue right there under the water is actually subterranean land. So that'll be like your tunnels and your stuff. So like that's like some subterranean underwater land that you can get to another land.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's what that looked like to me.
That makes sense.
So some people think they can only get through the dome by like physically on top of the land.
Right, which you can go under through sea, because we saw that under the dome. Didn't they show us how to get out of it and under the dome?
Right.
Oh,
they went in the water.
Wait.
All the subterranean, the catacombs.
Exactly.
Can you hear me, Sister
Yes,
Rhonda?
we can hear you now, brother.
All right. Beyond Thunderdome.
I didn't like that cartoon.
Oh, you don't have to like it. Think about the movie. Beyond Thunderdome.
Wow.
Under the Dome.
Under the Dome.
Beyond Thunderdome. Beyond the dome.
Beyond the dome.
How do you get beyond the dome?
Underneath.
What did Scotty just say?
Subterranean. Yep.
You go underneath.
Catacombs and stuff.
Okay, so that's that. Yes, sir.
What if those are those other waters that they was talking about? The waters beneath the waters that one guy's ship couldn't get through.
It could very well because it was rubbery, right? That's what you're talking about, Brother Sean, right? When they was trying to get through it and it just bounced off. Yeah. I believe that's it. Absolutely.
Because if you look at the different colors on different lands, some of them is gray, some of them is black, some of them is dark blue. So that's going to tell you something about the different variations of material that they got to go through to get to these other realms.
Exactly. The level of density, exactly, and elements. So, this is the one, y'all. Lands of the custodians. So y'all
and look at them lands. Even the land is black.
Yeah. So y'all see Saint Germain up in there.
Lands of Saturn.
Where you see Saturn up in there? Child, I got him.
Upper left.
Oh, and up in the right left.
That's the pattern corner up
with
there.
Cheyenne and Dion and Geppetto and Hyperion in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep. And even in this, you see it's land within land within land, right?
Fraternity, is it?
Yeah. They ain't stutter.
they
Wow.
German land.
Maya too over up there.
Yep. Like I said, y'all, I spent like an hour looking at this.
The land of the Z's. The Zeus, land of Zeus.
Yep.
Wow, Jupiter, land of Zeus.
All right. So that's that. Let's get back to this intro.
Wow, this is crazy.
I know. I'm telling y'all, y'all just don't understand. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Peace and love, family. This is Nua.
Of Ocean of the Death.
Oh, that's the power, bro.
What's up, fam?
Hey, nephew.
I just want to add on. We forget that these people already have subterranean catacombs. What we call it, deep underground bases. They're dumps. We forget that they have the technology to drill subterraneally. So who's to say that they haven't been visiting these worlds?
Exactly.
underground?
Exactly. Now don't that make sense why folks up there talking about it's underwater extraterrestrial beings and stuff? This makes sense.
And this is why they're still underground as opposed to being above level, because that's how they traverse themselves. They're more subterranean than they are above ground people.
So it's really
and even
both.
when they shoot them rockets and stuff, they only be in low Earth orbit. And where do they come down when they come down? In the ocean?
Water. Exactly. All right.
They'll even make more sense as they say those rockets as to where they're going and why we want them to be reusable and all that other shit, because you can send them back, then put them on a train them back here and reuse them essentially.
Right. Okay, so it says chapter 1, Helen, the earthborn woman behind the ice wall. All right.
That's a little boy went behind the ice wall too.
Helen, and a lot of them names on that map was Greek mythology, Roman mythology type name. And Helen, she launched all the fucking ships. Jason
launched 1,000 wars. Yeah. All that crap. Yes, sir.
What I find is interesting, I'm watching just the website. I'm looking, why is the girl's eye covered? I just found that to just be like creepy.
Because it's hidden.
I know. I just found out.
Yeah, this secret society hidden information.
In plain sight, right?
Yeah. So, AM marked the clock in this suffocating and sad gray room. My eyes barely open and trying to give me a panorama of where I really was. I must admit that it's more difficult for me every day to adapt to this world. My mind takes minutes to realize what I can find in the walled lands where my ancestors stepped on. I found a newspaper rolled up on the door that said June 22nd. As the days here count, each one faithful to his grid so pigeonholed, where it seems that nothing can leave the script, that worldly script, that they created for the forced partners of this abyss, dark and sinister, a humanity that seems to bleed day by day without realizing that it collides every day against the harsh reality that they left long ago. All this becomes something immovable, unchangeable. This cannot be called life. I thought to myself inside every time I visit the lands where my father was born, my grandparents, my ancestors, those who left their lives to see a free humanity. And I find this, it hurts my heart to imagine the bones of my brothers who must still be buried here in these lands, who left their lives to make everything different.
Church.
All right, so. Oh, shoot, hold on. All right. So I gotta highlight y'all and come on, thingy, cooperate. All righty.
So that's why they say when you go to Mars, you can't go back.
Yeah, and people like, sign me up. I'm like, y'all don't even know what's over there.
One-way trip.
Right. That's the whole thing, though. First, they all talking about, oh, we have to actually colonize and make sustainable life there first.
It was, and I had been already said they already got that up and standing. I don't know what the hell they talking about, and they ain't got to go up in no space and do it. And I said years ago, I bet you these other lands are like that book said, it's beyond the poles.
Beyond the poles.
And here we go tonight with this information. So, curious ways of living thought while turning on and off a small candle next to an old bed. Here there is undoubtedly a strange way to create a false need for objects. This humanity seems to be paying for the sin of its past, trying to be free. I understand, although it is very unfair and it is a thorn in the side that all of us who came from the other side, on the free side, beyond the ice walls, have. Pay for a place where they were born. This phrase went round and round in my head, so I knew well the faces of those adventurers who managed to find the other lands, the lands of the giants, or the lands where I was born so many kilometers from here, but I had to pay a very high price for. Very high price for that I returned. That's why my father died, leaving his legacy. We never forget the new humanity that was born in these lands, deprived of their freedom and their true history. Maybe it's time to start opening those walls of fear, as I like to call them, that terrify us for a past where a war was lost, but freedom was gained, that the dead have not been in vain or forgotten, as the custodians want. So we saw the custodians' little area. They buried a large part of human history and manipulated it. And the worst of it all is that they convinced them, and now many defend this history and the soil they inhabit. Okay, so how many times we got to swing on people, or they come swinging on us just on regular history? So can you imagine this stuff?
Auntie,
yes,
this
sir.
this is our history for what Odell would call the mental mudslide. Because
yes.
I'm thinking to myself, we're not the Indians that they call us to be. We are something else. You're only referring to us as that now. But who were we before we lost our tongue? We're speaking English now.
Exactly.
The English isn't our tongue. So as you brought this up, because I also got the same feed. My feed, I saw the same thing you saw on your feed. I saw it on mine. And it was interesting. So the fact that you brought this up and we're all looking at it, because it is answering the other, let's say, half of our mystery. What were we doing before? As the man said, we were on free land before it was domed.
Exactly.
So yeah, this is thank you. I'll say that. Thank you.
Yep. So this world is a very difficult place to survive. There are, in addition to a high toxicity in what is breathed, eaten, drunk, and also enough dangers that it make it an unfriendly place. And for those who manage to escape with little desire to return, but as I always say, in my heart, I have these lands so rooted. When I step on this floor, I reconnect with my past, with my dear father, William Morris, who swore to defend and rescue this new humanity from the parasitic hands of the custodians. In addition to the number of wars that were lived over the years, and are still being lived, is really detestable. As they manipulate even in such a basic way as putting different colors in imaginary limits or beliefs of all kinds to divide. With that, you can only generate that millions of people lose their lives, even many voluntarily, thinking that they do in a just cause. The only just cause is freedom. And that freedom can be achieved only by tearing down the curtains around these lands, lifting the veil that comes at a high price. But it is always worth knowing the truth, even if this is the last thing you can write.
Facts.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
I don't think it's so much of learning what we were. It's a matter of what we still are. Just because they said this, that, or the other, don't change who we are.
Exactly.
True. They're projecting.
We keep falling for those spells. That's all they can do is thought form.
Right.
All they can do is implement thoughts. We have to agree to everything,
Right.
Yeah.
or it don't exist. If we don't put our energy into it, it don't exist.
Facts.
Right. Hey,
I
so,
digress.
all righty. So, how many innocent people have left their lives for this cause? Who doesn't want to know the true history of our past? In this book, I will try to bring clarity as much as possible on the subject of the known lands and the other worlds behind the walls of ice. I will also try to leave details of everything we know about the civilizations of each of these, also called circle environments, and a brief history of which we came to know. Thanks to the book of Shikai, the human giant that gave my father the knowledge that no one knows in this new humanity, due to the great manipulation that exists and the strong conditioning that since childhood they exploit. All right.
And that's one thing I've learned too. It's necessary that they corrupt the youth, because if they have the older generation around, we could still hold that energy. So it's necessary for them to kill off the old, and then they re-educate the youth. It's their classic way of manipulating us, essentially.
Right. Or pretty much resetting, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Because the youths don't know any better, and now you teach them to reset.
Exactly.
Well, that's the same thing they claim happened in slavery. That's why we don't know. Remember, that was their excuse.
Well, that's the play. Yeah.
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 Mhm.
So, yep.
The youth.
So, and I'm going to do a drop on that whole conditioning. I'm going to do a drop on that. If I don't do it over the weekend, it'll be Monday. All right. So
and that needs to go in line with, that's what they try to say for us, but we really know that's for them, because we have documentation of they orphan trains and they little world fairs with the little fetus babies and the incubators and all this.
Mm-hmm.
So
that was the reset civilization. So yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit into that, but it'll make sense when I put it together, because I had an epiphany. I'm like, okay, I see what they did. Okay, so the important thing is that only one person I have found who was really interested in hearing my story, even though I had not revealed my real name or where I had come from, that we had also been studying this new humanity for a long time. We would not trust this long research and information if we did not know that it will be delivered with all the respect and in that way we want. In addition to that, it carries urgency. We are not here to scare anyone, nor to give dates of cataclysms or resets, parenthesis, or restarts. But we are aware and understand that the situation of recent years is increasingly delicate. We understand that this process can be accelerated, and we are aware of the resulting causes and effects. In case I did not show up yet, my name is Helen Morris, daughter of Navigator William, and born in the lands that you surely do not know, almost 8,000 kilometers behind the ice wall in the direction they know as south. So how many miles is 8,000 kilometers? I don't know how to calculate that.
Oh, we'll figure that out in a minute. I'll get back to you.
Okay. All right, let me know. Because us on the mainland, we deal in miles. So Before taking you down the path of Terra.
8,000 kilometers is 4,970 miles.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Before taking you down the path of Terra Infinita and its history, you must understand that much of these texts will not be in line with what you've learned in this circle environment. I will also explain where this term comes from. Much of the story told here is possible that you keep it for your interior and that this book can open this cause. Much of the story still lives with you because you were also part of some form, only that you have been put to sleep completely, given anesthesia to such an extent that living this life seems normal. It ain't seen normal. It ain't never seen normal to me.
Mental mudflood, yeah.
Right. A life that one seems to base merely on robotic, repetitive actions.
Yeah.
Very few are based on love and empathy. The division is getting easier every day, and for whatever reason, and the mainstream media takes advantage of any of these weaknesses that have been exploited for a long time. All right. Okay.
Hey, maybe that's why you have flashes of past lives.
Deja vu.
Yeah, because I also want to say beyond like the mud flood and all that, like reincarnation.
Absolutely.
Like,
yeah. Absolutely.
Well, the way I look at it, the situation must have been so traumatic that like certain beings, I feel like us, we got the ability to reincarnate to, how can I say, reestablish the frequency. Because I feel whatever happened wasn't just a normal situation. It was a very traumatic situation upon our plane.
Yeah, because just like they try to terraform, which is like just like, you know, fucking just like it's something that ain't supposed to be there, something foreign, something artificial.
Right.
Like but it's a connection to it, but we have a natural connection to the realm. So that's why like we tap in when the realm is like, oh shit, these motherfuckers is trying to take over. Like, yeah, the ones who connected to the realm gonna get activated too.
Right.
Right. So do y'all now understand when I was talking about that the whole entire dome itself is terraforming and that astrological clock, all of that stuff is terraforming? I hope that the connections are starting to be made.
Well, Helen even says it. There was a freedom outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely.
Her father had to fight. Her father was fighting for that freedom.
Yep.
And there's custodians. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's not just a figure of speech anymore. No, it's real talk now.
Exactly.
It's colonization.
That's what I call it, cosmic colonization.
Well, that's where it came from. Remember, they don't know anything new.
Exactly. And she clearly said in here script. I've been saying it's the same script. So it is important that you can contrast this information. You should not believe anything about us, but you should question everything.
Every motherfucking thing.
Right. That part. What you have learned so far and what they will want to make you learn by force. Always try to surround yourself with people who not only deliver a message of empathy and love, but really carry it forward and do not generate any division. So don't be surprised if any of this is familiar to you, lady. Yeah, it surely is to us. We done broke it down. It's familiar to you. Embrace the ideas you like best. Embrace them tightly and always trust what you feel. What comes from your heart, your mind will try to manipulate and confuse you. My father left these lands in times of war, and when I returned, I found it almost in the same situation. As you will see, the security that one seeks in times of war is the same that generates them. In other words, there there is no such security on the part of any country, nor government, nor political party, nor any leaders of any, I'm sure she's going to say nations. So in other words, you're not getting no security from those systems.
Yeah, we're not going to. We're not supposed to.
Exactly. Nature is only you humans against whom they pull the strings from the darkness today, called custodians, the watchers.
Yeah.
Watchers, caretakers, the corrupt brotherhood, the protectors of the tree, the Kujas, the absorbs energies, and I think I have heard many other terms, but we will stay with the first of them. Although I usually call them the parasitic race, it fits them perfectly. Yeah. They are here since almost the beginning of humanity, and whether we like it or not, they manage and have control of these lands today. Can anything be done against them? The answer is simply yes. But for what we have to go into many points and be able to find many of their weaknesses as well as their strengths, knowing the enemy is the best way to be able to free yourself from their control or end up defeating them. All right, so now I have to be careful because I got to get into, I don't want to break the contractual agreement. So I'm
just going to say the Brotherhood will be your secret society. Sorry,
absolutely. Nope, you're good.
It's just that when I see that right there, just know any of those, like when we see Marcus Garvey in his robes and all those people with their brothers.
Yeah. They're the gatekeepers.
Gatekeepers. They're the human physical gatekeepers for us.
Absolutely.
Archons.
Yeah.
Archons. And we saw on that little map they had the land of fraternity. So the Brotherhood, the fraternity, all these motherfuckers,
all that.
Yeah. So do y'all understand why when I be up here screaming like a banshee with my scarf on and I'm telling y'all you're aligning yourself with these titles, you're aligning yourself with these organizations, you're aligning yourself with these religions, you better understand and know what you're doing.
Because they're just taking numbers and they're custodians for the realm. That's all
this stuff is deep.
The Moors tell you that. The Moors tell you.
Okay. Sure. Yes, sir.
But they're all melanated.
That too.
People can't get around that part of it.
Yeah, the original ones are, the oldest ones are, absolutely.
Also,
they stuck on the proxies, the one that took their spot to be the scapegoat for them. Because people just can't get over the skin folk. That is, you hear the title all the time, but nah, you will still believe that the colonizers is only the white man. You don't even go to the Asians or the Latinos or anybody that's setting up shop in your neighborhood. You will extend it to them. But nah, not even the niggas that's killing you and fucking up your families and being degenerates. No.
Yeah, you're going to look all past that. Exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sis Sandra. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was looking at the fact that anesthetized you to get here. And they say, and then Dennis Belt came, and they anesthetize you when you die, when you go through the lights. So they wipe out your brain. But what I'm saying, anesthesia wears off. So therefore, there's the food, the water, the air, is what they give you all the time to keep
you under anesthesia. Exactly. And remember when they
inoculation.
Yeah, because remember when we talked about reincarnation, and one of those lands that I showed you, that was just the land of water. It was pure water, and it was called celestial. And I'm thinking that's where the souls are being recycled through there. And once it comes up through there, then you get assigned to one of these other lands.
depending on your frequency.
Or depending on where they want to put you.
Like, because there's a place called hell. No, you said it was Mel. Never mind. You said it was Mel.
Yeah, that was Mel. Yeah. Or it was something else. I got to get my readers out for that one.
But you know, with language, the way they will spell stuff will be in a symbol. So a lot of people will see the symbol and it can clearly not spell out what you actually is seeing. So I actually saw hell too, like Sis Sandra said, but when you look at the letters, it didn't spell out hell. But like that's part of sometimes with symbols and sigils. Like they is meant to be, they have the science of reverse engineering in them too. So they can be what they actually not seeming to be.
Yeah, but even, let's say if it was hell, that was awfully small.
All the souls are good.
That was awfully small. So now this is just my theory. That celestial water world, because it was literally a water world, I think that's what's being used for reincarnation. So the souls come through there, and then the only catch is you could be either coming back to where you were before or going somewhere else.
You know the birth.
And then do you remember in the Under the Dome show, they used the amniotic fluid that they came
as the anesthesia, right?
To erase the memory, but also it made them super horny and wanted to recreate and have sex. So not only do you forget, you immediately want to just indulge into your base human nature.
Exactly.
Well,
but you got to procreate and keep the program going.
Exactly.
They also use the birth certificate of being born through the water to continue keep you the sesquiu vi. Keep that.
Yes, Brother Odell.
Oh,
the baptism.
Yeah.
The ecclesiastical spell.
Brother Odell broke it down for us. Absolutely. Now, yes, sir.
When they was talking about them being parasitic, we keep on thinking about beings our size, even though to an extent they are parasitic. We're not looking at it from a microscopic point of view. If you look at majority of the parasites that are in the body, that's what all the aliens in the alien movies are.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah. Even Rona.
Ant-Man.
That's a great point.
Insectoids.
And those are the things that destroy the body. They're either parasites that attack the mind and affect the way you think.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah.
We're looking outside ourselves for these aliens. And if we're in proper alignment and proper frequency with Mama, they can't exist inside of us.
Agreed.
We provide the fertile ground for them to be able to exist.
Right.
Now, if those other beings from those other lands were able to physically be here all the time, they wouldn't have had to put no hybrid children here.
Right.
That or the other, go back home to heal or die, whatever it is they do. But obviously, we're the ones with all the power.
Yeah.
Because all of them that fucked up all of their shit.
Yep.
With all the worlds they have, they still come here.
Yeah, they funky asses.
And like I say, from my recent memories, I remember everything being melanated as far as the ownership all throughout my neighborhood, because it wasn't a hood back then.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We just recently lost.
Correct.
But all we lost was battles.
Right.
We haven't lost the war. Or you got to look at is the way that they ramping shit up. But it's all a script, just like they said.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're talking about Republicans, the Patriots, any of them some bitches.
Right.
They all are part of the system.
Right.
And that's what they trying to usher you into, a new system.
Yeah.
Which AI is already in control of.
Cryptocurrency.
Nanobots, all that type of shit. They work in conjunction with the parasite. How many of those parasites could possibly be AI? Some are self-regenerating, don't die, all type of things. And that's called a hydra.
Yeah.
And it's a land.
Hydra.
Yep.
They had a land called Hydra.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was looking at that one because it had the land in the middle, and then it had like a ice wall that was like a cyclone, like it was like going in a circle. Like parts of it was ice and parts of it wasn't. So to get out of that land, to get to some other shit, you gotta do some shit to get up out of there.
Right, you got to do a lot.
Just on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, and they get energy to do that by having ignorant people sit up and give them energy.
Agreed.
Claiming to be them, praying to them, doing rituals for them. Everything. They keeping that shit open.
Agreed.
Did you know on that vaccine, they said that they could see an entity inside the vaccine like the Hydra?
Yeah.
And
oh yeah, I remember you saying that, Sis Sand. So
Oh,
I think you sent me something on it. They
No,
showed
I
a little
told you about
picture.
that.
Okay, that was you. Okay, all right, Brother Sean. Yeah, because it showed a little picture and everything, if I remember correctly.
inside, the doctors were saying it, and there's more than one doctor. When they did it on the microscope, they saw this entity looking like the Hydra.
Y'all making me scratch. Y'all know how I feel about roaches and bugs and goddamn it. Y'all know how I feel about that. All right, so before I forget, this is to the mud flood people. This is just Rhonda's theory. I don't know this. This is just my theory. When I talked about the water world land, which is called celestials on this map, I believe that's what they're using for reincarnation. And once you go through that process, you are assigned one of these other lands to go to reincarnate and be reborn to. I believe when they're doing hard resets, that they're wiping out civilizations and they're taking people from these other lands, moving them around.
Hybrids. Yeah.
Now, shout out to Westworld. Y'all know that's my shit. That's what they were showing you in Westworld. They were showing you how they had the different fake civilizations. They had the Western world. I think it was like a Asian world. I can't think of all of the different little territories. Okay?
That's crazy.
And all they did was reset. They reset their programming. And then they either played the same script again, or when the custodians or the controllers in Westworld got bored, they're like, oh, we sick of this scenery. We want something new. So they started moving them to the new sets. So that would be equivalent to moving folks to these different lands. But then the robots in Westworld started getting smart. And one or two of them had broke out and was able to get to them other lands. And they were blown away. They're like, wait a minute, is something beyond this Western land? And they started running into other beings within them other lands. I really believe that's what Westworld was showing you. So I'm telling y'all, go. If y'all have not checked out Westworld, it's worth the little HBO subscription, even if you have to do trial and watch that first and second season at a minimum. You're going to be blown away. They got it all in there, from the church clocks, bing, ringing that bell, resetting. It is all there. Okay? I think this, what we're talking about tonight, I think that's what Westworld was showing us. All right, so let's go over the Great Dome. I do want to go over this, and then the rest, I'm going to have to just show y'all at highlights the players. I read this book. I read 75% of this book within an hour. I was like, shing, shing, shing. Oh my God, shing, shing, shing. Very, very good stuff. Okay, so before delving into each of the worlds, because they finna break down in this book each one of those worlds, it is necessary to make a caveat and clarify what the Great Dome means and what we mean when we mentioned it. The Great Dome, or also called the end of the known, is that which covers and encloses in some way all the other known worlds. Very few were able to see this end and even touch it. Can it really be touched? Okay, so y'all understand what she's talking about with the Great Dome, right?
The outside one.
That's the dome over everything, over all the worlds. So you got domes within a dome. So remember when I was telling y'all that I was seeing that second sun and everybody recording them two suns clear as day? And I'm like, the only other possible way I can think of is that it's those other dimensions or worlds, that's their particular sun that's coming through. So to me, this is proving that. Okay, and sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
No, I agree with you, because if you're up in, was it Canada or something, or France or something, or Germany, all those places, they show two suns. So it depends on where you are.
Yeah, I know over the past 10 years, we were able to see it in Georgia, and we were able to see it in Texas. We were able to see it in Florida. Since I've been up here, I've seen it once. But I used to catch it all the time when I was in Georgia. And I remember my ex was like, what the hell you talking about? You crazy. And then one day he come busting in the house. Babe, I saw them two suns. It's like, really? Like, explain it to me. And he explained it to me. You were right. I said, I told you. So, yeah. All right. So, moreover, it is said that some experiments were made to cross it. So, we're talking about the dome. But that it was not possible. It is the terror of several colonizing civilizations that do not sleep peacefully, since any race from outside could take away from one day to the next the power they maintain in that hierarchical pyramid that they themselves armed during history. Another world that generates terror are the celestial lands, but we will have time to detail this mysterious place that has a great relationship with the human beings. And I haven't even got to that celestial lands yet. So I'll update y'all later on that. I'm giving my theory. So I'm going to see what they got to say on it. But
basically,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Basically what they're saying, that the people who are really in control of colonizing is not human. They're outside of the human family.
Facts.
And they're the watchers, the keepers. And so they have somebody like presidents, and queens, and
Vatican. The Vatican.
The Vatican, that they control to control. And it's not like a melanated person like we would know that's actually running the show.
Yeah, it is. Those beings are still melanated.
Well, I didn't say
Remember the pastor in the church, the silverback hair guy?
I know the pastors in the church. I mean the people that's outside of them.
They are still melanated.
I know they're melanated. I understand that, but they're really like humans.
Who did I mean, in the Bible, you know the Bible very well. Who were the watchers in the Bible?
They didn't say their names. I don't believe they did.
What did they say about the watchers in the Bible?
We call them watchers.
What was their function?
To watch.
To watch what?
Humans and their civilizations and to watch the celestials and all that kind of stuff. If I can remember what they're supposed to do in the Bible, because I didn't pay much attention to the word watchers, but I know that preachers talked about the watchers who in Enoch, they're in Enoch, and they were teaching man crafts and knowledge and all that kind of stuff, stuff like that.
And who does Enoch's bloodline tie back to?
Supposedly Noah? I don't know.
Yeah, they're all related, but who does their bloodline?
Well, you know the Anunnaki.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're Anunnakis.
Yeah.
That's the Anunnaki bloodline. So when people talk about being from Noah and them bloodline and Enoch, Anunnaki, same difference. So when they speak on that, they're speaking on a specific bloodline.
Well, then that means they're not of the human form. They're outside of that. Like, you know, they have a different DNA, like Brother Odel says, they have another DNA strand than at 48.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
that's the same as being of a different bloodline.
Outside of the human experience, they're on a different planet, a world, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
We saw their form in that being the young man brought his name up. It's not Anunnaki, the Egyptian king that left out of Egypt.
Akhenaten.
Yeah, that's Anunnaki bloodline.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. You see the form right there.
Yeah.
That's the hybridization of the two forms.
With his big old cone head he had.
With his big old cone head.
Yeah.
Now it's how to reduce the cone head now to make it look human. That's where the hybridization comes in. Make him look normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just like Pelosi, she got those deep set eyes of the underground people.
Who knows what that is?
Yeah. Okay, so let's get through this.
The panda eyes.
Right. Okay.
No.
So it says the Great Dome, 178 worlds or circle environments are known, which in turn can have one or several domes that are also enclosed them with different climates and civilizations. I was like, thank you, lady, because I said that. I'm like, that's the only logical explanation that I could see.
Right. Regulate.
It's the only one. So you have in our particular realm, I'm talking about the entire thing. There's one giant dome. So if you want to call it Mama Terra. So the entire Mama Terra was colonized with this giant dome. And then within her separate environments, i.e. worlds, the craters, some of them also have domes on them as well.
So some are climatized to Mama, and some are no, they're all in the dome. Shit.
Yeah, they're all under the dome. So the entire thing is terraformed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is Brother Odell or Deep H2O trying to get in the live or in the Zoom?
I can't. Y'all gonna have to
Oh, because you on the
Yeah.
iPad.
No, there's no. Okay.
Y'all can't let them in?
There's no one on the live side. I don't see anyone on my side. No, you're the only one that can do that, Auntie.
But do y'all see anybody trying to get in?
No, we're good.
Oh, I don't even know if I have those functions to see that.
Auntie, push through. You're good.
Okay. Okay. Well, when they're ready to come on, they just have to let us know. Okay. So, and that's great though. 100. Okay. So, which in turn can have one or several domes that are enclosed them with their different climates and civilizations.
Yeah.
Penetrating these domes of each circle is not an easy task. As time went by, the technique was perfected. All right. So I wanted to get through this dome chapter, and then we're gonna have to respect the copyright. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Where can we find this information? Because I want to get some for the little man as well. Because this is what we need to start, as we say, resetting our youths ourselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna before we end again, I will go back to the beginning so you all can see the book. Right. You can buy it on Amazon. You can order the physical book. I ordered the electronic book because it's in Spanish.
Physical book?
Oh, the physical is in Spanish too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in Spanish. Although I think I'm gonna go back and order the physical just to have it, child, in case something happens to this digital stuff. But yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so, and now there is a lot of technology to be able to carry it out. But this was developed exclusively by colonizing races. Many other races explored surrounding these worlds or simply the independent lands devoid of domes. These domes are almost impossible to cross via air. And almost always another way is sought by land. But see, we be on our shit over here. Over here, we be on our shit. We be knowing what we talking about. So, domes are almost impossible to cross via air, and almost always another way is sought by land. But the most common is that it can be done by means of water, which is where the way to open passages that can connect the outer worlds are most easily found. Almost like two membranes in a cell.
Yeah.
Functioning as a barrier, being able to allow at a certain moment the passage. When you have greater control to be able to penetrate some specific domes, it can be done via air without major inconvenience, although it can be quite dangerous for reasons that we will see later. So, y'all, we were right on the money when we said, wait a minute. You can get through easiest by doing it by water and doing it subterranean.
Yeah.
We on our stuff over here. But we told y'all that when we had y'all watch Under the Dome. And we're like, wait a minute, they're telling you under the dome how to get out from under the dome. You got to go underwater to do it. Okay, so a long time later, many portals were found in several circle environments that connected even several of the worlds. So if y'all remember back to that beginning map, you saw, like Son Scotty pointed out, either the subterranean levels, and then you saw the land connecting the other worlds. All right. So the circle environment that connected even several of the worlds, the manipulation of these portals was so great that many problems were caused, and some became unstable, causing some beings to have disappeared without knowing where they really went, or if this caused their matter to have disintegrated. Today, it is common to find beings in full development of portals that can connect certain areas within the Great Dome without ever having been able to penetrate it. When we talk about the 178 worlds, we are not referring to the independent lands that exist between the worlds. These are the lands that exist and that were used by several races when they were able to go outside. In fact, it is said that these lands exist to avoid great distances that connect the worlds. And it is a way to be able to settle there, to be able to then leave for another destination. It is believed to be fervent. I don't know if that's fervent. Fervently, that the worlds were made to investigate them, and that all in one way or another, we will go outside to seek our freedom, meet other races, and be able to enter one day in what can be found in both the celestial lands and behind the Great Dome. So in other words, it made me think back to when we were reading the Terra Papers. And when we were talking about how the Anunnaki them and the Greys and the Ajiji, how they were like going to Mars, and Mars was like a way station for them to, like a holdover place, and they were going to Jupiter to work on metals and all of that. So she's just basically saying that some of these other worlds are just used for, just think of it as used as military bases. Look at it in that way. Huh?
Ports. I said commerce and military, yeah. Ports.
I agree.
Ports.
Oh, and I think I think they have been already trying to get back to the Zoom.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm finna stop it in a second because I don't want to violate the folks' copyrights. So I'm just going to show you just a little bit. So she's going to go into the lands of the custodians. All right. So this is showing in detail the lands of the custodians. So you can see the different areas. But y'all see who in the middle? What's that entity's name?
They got to catch up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, there it is. Y'all seeing it now.
Las Tierras de los Custodios.
Okay, so who's in the very center of this world, of the custodians world?
Baal. The lands of Baal.
So now you guys know who they really worship, because it's the center of their.
Is this starting to connect with you all?
And we still, this where we see fraternity, German.
Saint Germain. That's Saint Germain. You know how folks be talking about how Saint Germain gonna save stuff. Saint Germain is ushering in the reset. And Brother Sean and I was like, bullshit, that's another program. Y'all better stop worshiping this stuff.
And how red is so sacred to them as well. Their whole realm is circled by red.
Yeah. And y'all see Pan?
We had Zeus too.
Zeus on here?
Well, not that particular place. Zeus was on there too.
Oh, yeah, on another world. Okay, yeah, we on the custodial's world right now. So now,
resurrection. So look, you get resurrected. You can go to the land of resurrection if you make it past this ice wall, past this black, whatever the black plasma type shit is. You can get to the little island of resurrection.
Right there off on the cut.
And look, on the other side, you got the ocean of the dead.
Child, they got something for your ass. You understand me?
And Auntie, if you look in the middle of Baal, to me, it looks like a 4-leaf clover. And it's in green. I almost want to say this is where your whole
lands.
Yeah, I know it's lands, but in terms of if you look at the lands, how it's shaped in the leaf of a clover, in a sense, 4 different land masses surrounded by green.
And it's the only green land right there.
It really is.
In a black land area. That's hilarious.
Yep. So that's the custodial stuff. I'm not going to read that because I don't want to violate I want to be
And just-
respectful of their copyright.
And Auntie, just to even bring Brother Odell back into this, we saw that the Vatican worships Baal. That's his
Absolutely.
Lord. Now you know where he's
Absolutely. Absolutely.
worshiping. Account to his custodial individuals.
Absolutely. So this the Anunnaki. So I am going to read this since, we've been on them. So this they stinking behinds. So let me see. Let me let it catch up for you all. Do la da 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 da. Let it catch up for you. YouTube. Come on, you YouTubey. Catch up. Let me see. Is this my screen? Okay, this finally caught up for y'all. Okay, so this is Terra's Anunnaki. So y'all know all that Eye of Horus talk? What's the Anunnakis? Isn't this D Horus?
Anunnaki. It's still Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anunnaki, and that links it up to the Egyptian stuff.
Yeah.
The Egyptian is Anunnaki.
Exactly. That's what I've been done said.
Period.
So y'all see how their land is shaped like an eyeball?
Yeah.
The Eye of Horus. Now you look to the left, ain't that Seth's little situation? Look to the left of it.
Sumer,
Babylonia.
Yeah, you see let me blow it up. You see Babylon.
Terrace of Set.
You see Sumer. You see Nimrod.
Assyria, yeah.
It's all
And
there.
It looks real familiar to that area over there, the Mediterranean, North Africa. Like it looks like the same. Like
Because that's
their
their people.
Terraformed it.
That's their people. So that's why I'm like, what you not fencing to do is link me with them, with the Egyptians and them.
Right.
You ain't finna do that.
It's just in the Bible.
They had to terraform the land to make it like that.
But that's their creation story. There were multiple creations. So that Bible is explaining to you a specific bloodline. I don't know how many times me and Brother Sean got to sit up and say that.
Hold on, why it say that Asa? That Asa at the top. It say that Asa.
I don't even see that. Where is it at?
At the top of the eyeball, it say urethra, that Asa. It don't literally say that Asa.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, United States is considered Babylon.
But it wasn't the original Babylon, though. What was the original Babylon?
It was in no, it was in Nebuchadnezzar.
We know it's Egypt.
So that's their people. Where they went and set up their creation over there. But it was already, when they came to the land to terraform that our entire realm, I knew what I was talking about. So that's why you're not finna sit up here and link my bloodline with this foolishness. I know what I'm talking about. All right?
Where you're seeing is them infusing their bloodline into our bloodline.
Absolutely. They went across our entire realm and colonized not only the physical realm, because that's what the Bible done took and told y'all.
Yeah.
When they were explaining the creation story in the Bible of the earth, they were explaining the terraforming process. I told you all that. They were explaining the process of putting over the dome.
Took them 7 days to do it.
Seth is Adam's son. After Cain killed Abel, then they had Adam and Eve had a child by the name of Seth.
Well, you see where they're getting the names from.
Yeah.
This is their people. You see, Inky Doo. You see Inky Doo? He got a little island.
I saw that island somewhere.
It's right. Look at the upper right-hand corner. It's in the water. It's in the water.
That's what he was.
Yeah. And his stuff is plush. He got a lot of greenery around him.
He had that fish stuff on when he was thing, so he came out of the water.
That's why I think their terraforming process started in the age of Pisces, what they're calling the age of Pisces.
So they're gonna all have to be eliminated in the Aquarius age, right? Or we're gonna have another capture.
We're in a capture now.
Right.
In the Aquarian age.
So do you all understand why when I talk about that the dome itself is terraforming?
Yeah.
When you're following their astrological clock, that is a form of terraforming. Is it starting to sink in now?
The Bible story is the terraforming story.
Mm-hmm.
I literally, because Sis Shan just said, search Tierra de Custodios, and a lot of images come up. And the first image I see is a family crest of Custodios.
Okay, once I finish this, we're going to bring it up then. I do want to read the Anunnaki since we studied them a lot. And then for copyright reasons, I'm just going to show you all the rest of the players in the game. And then you can go purchase the book. It's worth it. But remember, if you get the book, it's going to be in all Spanish. So I recommend, unless you're fluent in Spanish, to get the electronic version so you can translate. But as you can see, it's an easy read. Now, child, let me take this sip of this water. Because Inky, Binky, Linky, them sis, you know who you are. We nicknamed them Inky, Binky, Linky, them. Child, here we go. The famous Anunnaki, another of the colonizing and parasitic races. So everybody that swung on me about they sky daddy, I said what I said and I meant what I meant. Because I knew it in my soul who they were. All right. So the famous Anunnaki, another race of the colonizing and parasitic races that is sickening the other worlds, manipulating and controlling the children of the children for years and years. Another of our enemies, a hostile and power-hungry race. They are the creators of the pyramids. They are the creators of the pyramids. I took and told y'all that too. But y'all want to come
black people
swinging on me. No, you know, that's a part of our culture. That's a part of, bruh, I don't care what you say. That's mixed with that aboriginal crap.
Kings and queens.
I don't care what you say. That's part of the galactic colonization stuff.
It's the reset.
They tell you they built them in that Terraforming. What was that?
You built them. We didn't build them. You built them.
They are the creators of the pyramids and built these structures in all the worlds they visit.
That's their trademark.
Exactly. So I'm so glad we've been going over this stuff for years because thank you, lady. They are, in our opinion, the strongest race within this great dome, even above the custodians.
Really?
Now, this was going to blow y'all back, but we talked about this.
You seem like a punk, all right.
The technology. The technology.
They are punks.
they use for attacking other worlds is incredibly advanced. The weapons of destruction and the ease they have to enter passing between the domes.
That's what it is.
is also something notorious and that characterizes them and frightens any race. The use of portals for transfer led this breed to be one step ahead of others. In fact, the story is known that they have defeated the custodians when there was a great conflict between them during the opportunity we had in the known lands to be able to free ourselves. And they were also the cause of us being defeated in the last known pact between the custodians and the Anunnaki. This race is confused in several of the stories that are told in the known lands, casually and often intentionally, but we find in several stories and books of the lands known to the Anunnaki as reptiles or reptoids or reptilian beings. But the reality is that they are beings of very high stature, being able to reach 5 meters. I don't know what 5 meters is. Somebody gonna have to break that down in feet. They lived in an arid area of little vegetation, and although the waters of Horus seem to be
5 meters is 16.4 feet. So 16 feet.
All right.
You real tall, you. Oh, wow.
So, and although the waters of Horus seem to be from afar, paradistical beaches, the reality is they are deep waters, and in them live ooh, child, yeah, I remember this part now. Animals to snakes that can measure up to 55 meters long, and that do not make them any grace the visits of other beings from outside. Child, they making me scratch. Their skin color is yellow-green, although their leaders may have a totally different shade, but all of them have a very dry, scaly skin, and their eyes are distinguished by being yellow, red, or black, and have a particular iris, which other beings also share, that is characterized by a cleft, depression, or gap, and can be both uni or bilateral, generally dark in color. During the many civilizations in the known lands, both Anunnaki and the custodians, usually the former, have been depicted in many forms with humanoid bodies and with different heads of types of animals, reptiles, birds, and countless of them.
Egypt.
Yep, that part. Thus, confusing the true history of the human being and the conditioning the human mind throughout his life by these parasitic beings. They are beings who lack all empathy and are based solely on oppression of other beings and conquest, thirst for power and control. In this, they are similar to the custodians, and that is why they have preferred to share that position than to take each other out. Although tensions is always expected between these two races, which could be convenient. Okay, so I can't read no more, but I'm just going to, from this point, show y'all the different players.
That matches that paper that we had, I gave you. Remember the one I gave you about the people who came to the planet? The different seedings on the planet.
Yep.
At what time they came, and so on and so forth. And it also matches that book the lady said about the Anunnaki, and all of this is in line with it.
It all lines up.
Mm-hmm.
So they walk through the lands of Venus. So on Venus, you see Ruth. So y'all should know where these names originate from. Ruth, Metner, Gregory, Kuntz, and Isabella. Okay, so that's Venus. Oops. I forgot where, so I'm just gonna zoom past that. Just want to show y'all the different thingies. This the Dracos, y'all.
Dracos are lizard people.
So this their little territory. Okay.
This is Bella of Spain and Ruth of Persia.
All right.
Yeah. Like, it's just so interesting that a lot of these names are not so unfamiliar. It's like, oh, I never heard or seen this word.
Yeah, it ain't like not one thing. Child. So here go the land of Mars.
Every name you got something to tie it to.
Yeah.
And it always be some fuck shit. Like, oh, to the Bible.
Always some exactly. Always some associated fuckery. Always. So
I wonder what the red ring is over their land. Like, it's another predominantly red ring.
I'll have to see. Let's see once we get to it, once we show it, if it tells us.
I bet that's why they created that whole like devil type thing, or I mean not devil, but hell. They probably live around a ring of fire, symbolically.
Their pit.
It was the green area. So the lizards, they adapt to their environment and they're green, right? The Dracos are green. The lizard people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably why they got the Garden of Eden, because they only got that one little garden island of green in they little shit. And they trying to bring that whole story over here. Like, no, our whole shit was a Garden of Eden.
Right.
Fuck up out of here.
Right. So, and shout out to Sis Shan. She said, Guardians of the Galaxy. Baby, don't that put a different light on this? You absolutely right. So now this is Mars, y'all. So what y'all see on Mars? I see Elysium. As Brother Sean say, I see Theo.
It's in Mars, yo.
So what Mars was already built up. So they trying to get people to sign agreements to go over to Mars.
Well, where are these red rocks? They show us Mars to be some red rocks.
I knew they was full of crap.
I don't see no red rocks.
Yeah. But you know what? You do see the Seth area. Now I can see them maybe, because that Seth area looked deserty to me.
I can see that being hell though, like in terms of, I can see that being a hellish area. But no, they're selling Mars right now as being this red ass planet.
Right.
But they don't show them.
Yeah, because that's part of their propaganda. They got to get us to have a solid image of what this shit is. So, okay, we know it's a ball in space and it's red and dusty. So keep pushing that image out. Meanwhile, this should be some plush ass land somewhere where they just kicking it and planning war.
But I want y'all to peep though. Don't y'all see, number one, Elysium. So y'all go back and watch that movie Elysium. Okay? So right under area, what is that? I'ma blow it up. The colony of Humana Custodial.
And then also, if you
that's where they gonna move people. I'm telling you.
That's where we are in Mars.
that's I'm telling you. That's where they're gonna move people. That's all. Sign me up. Mars. Yeah, snap the fingers, pop, pop, pop.
They're taking custodial responsibility.
They're gonna put them there. They're gonna put them there, and they're not gonna let them go to them other lands.
No, that's Mars. That's Mars to them.
Yeah.
And you also see Samaria, and sometimes people get the titles messed up because they sound very similar. But Sumerian is different from the Cimmerians, but they was also nomadic. You know, them Indo-European people, warlike in South East, Southwest Asia, and all that type of stuff. So, like, you know, the Scythians and the Mongols, like, what was the other one? Canaanites, like, you know, so a lot of that biblical and them bloodlines is like, the bloodlines actually is the water lines. So we're going through all these water portals, whether it's ice or plasma or, you know, the water as we know it, different types of water that we haven't seen before. Like, you got to go through these different fucking water portals to get to these fucking layers and lands.
Exactly.
They got a canal leads to that, and they also have the Poseidon Ocean above, just above this area here. They got a Poseidon.
So even in these realms, I am guessing when people are being reincarnated, they still have to come through the birth waters of a woman, because this is a woman realm.
Well, in all
Elysium means heaven.
Yeah.
Back to the point earlier where these entities are messing with the girls.
Okay, don't go into that, because I don't feel like getting shut down.
No, I'm just saying they need the women.
Absolutely. Again, even with these lands, they need the women's wombs to put them in these different worlds.
Auntie?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at them. We're in Mars right now, okay? And I'm looking at there's there's circles that are going around. There's a yellow circle. I can't even say the word. Now, is that meaning that they have a sun within all these domes?
Yeah.
I think so.
Concentric. Thank you. That's the word I was trying to say. Because
I think so.
Like it looks the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, and in the middle is considered the equator. The yellow line, I would say, is the equator.
Right, and in the very middle, is that Argyri?
Yeah, Argyri.
I think that's where the equivalent to their what we're calling the pole. Right.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
What I'm saying,
so where the black sun, that's where the black sun operates this realm, which projects the sun on their dome. Now I can't remember if we read into Mars, if Mars have a dome. I would have to read.
But it seems like they each have their own individual sun, though. Because if you go to the next one over, like to your upper right,
and I can see it.
There's still lines. So it's almost as if each dome is its own world in itself. Like they built these areas. So let's say that even though the black sun is over the entire dome, the Great Dome. Individually, though, they have these, as they call these craters, and within these craters is what they did in the 7 days. Remember, he put up a light for the light.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. So I'm not even saying that there is a sun on the Great Dome. It doesn't have to be a sun on the Great Dome. It's individual.
Individual, but there's the coil though. I'm saying goes over the Great Dome, but they set up individual suns for their individual craters.
No, what I'm saying is we're saying a little slightly different.
All right.
So it's just the Great Dome is just the Great Dome over all 178, right?
Right.
So within these 178, because remember she said not all of them have domes. And the ones that don't have domes, she called free land, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the individual ones that have domes like us, those are the ones, each one of those have a black sun.
Okay, I got what you're saying now.
Yeah, they have a black sun. So that's why when I said the black sun and that dome was terraforming, I knew what I was talking about.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's like their blueprint. So like, you see all of them little wombs around, and you can tell where they drop down and terraform because they do the same thing.
It's the
drop
same
the black
thing.
sun,
Exactly.
drop the dome, create a sun, create a moon, create a whatever, put them on a timeline.
And put that ice wall around there. Either put the ice wall around there or put some mountains around there.
And then you gotta give them a map. So the people in this realm, only some of them probably know that there's more beyond this. They probably only think they land is Area and Iridonia.
Exactly.
They don't even know.
They don't even know. Like we don't know. So for example, I really believe y'all they gonna put people that wanna volunteer for Mars. They gonna put their ass on this colony. That's where they motherfucking ass is going. Excuse me, authors of this book, for my potty mouth. I apologize up in advance. But
they should have known what channel it was.
I did give them the channel, so they know. That's where they're gonna put people, and that's why I'm saying they gonna think that's all of Mars, and they're never gonna know these other lands. Just like today, even in our little space, we don't know all the other lands within our particular realm.
No, so only upper echelons will be given special rights and those.
Exactly. All right, y'all. So that's Mars. All right. So I'm not going to read for copywriting purposes. So I'm just giving y'all the titles. So y'all going to have to go pick up this book. So this is Neptune.
So, Auntie, look how naive they have us when they're like, oh, the first Black person to accomplish this. Oh, look how great you are. Congratulations. And yet, so they're keeping all of this information from you.
Yeah. So this is Neptune. So y'all see with Neptune, Poseidon, Triton, Nerida, and then you see Inky's little territory. He got his little island out to the side, and then you see Gilgamesh stuff above his. But as you can see, they got an ice wall around that. Okay? But you see, Inky don't have no ice wall around him, and neither do Gilgamesh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They chilling and kicking it.
They're free.
They're free. They're free. Exactly.
That's why they was able to come over to other rounds and with they fuck shit. Because they felt entitled. Like, oh yeah, I'm already free. And like, I don't know about, I've never grown up under terraforming, but let me go terraform
somebody else. Let me go enslave somebody else. Exactly.
And we know these are not geniuses. Like, from reading their stories, these are some degenerates. They slow. Their parents don't even like them.
No.
They be over here beefing with their brothers, sisters, cousins, and
exactly.
them, like stealing from each other.
Side pieces. I mean,
the Bible,
penises off.
One God getting mad. No, it's these multiple family members getting mad because the people is worshiping their cousin instead of worshiping them. Worshiping their daddy and their uncle instead of worshiping them.
Exactly. So they for the streets. Ain't that what y'all say? They for the streets.
For the fuck shit.
All right. So this is the land of Uranus. Okay. So, dang, y'all, that's where the Titans are from. Titania. Wow. Yep. So that's them. So they right next to the other land. I'm trying to see what's down there, but so I don't want to. Okay, so this Jupiter. Yep, the lands of Jupiter.
I just remembered something.
Child, Jupiter looked depressing as hell to me. I don't see no vegetation. Baby, my nerves is bad looking at Jupiter. But I want y'all to peep the names. Because you see Zeus up in the middle. You see Europa. Isn't Europe named after Europa?
I was talking about them super soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
You know that they call it remote viewing, but one of the super soldiers said she went to Mars and she had 6 months or 6 years on Mars, and they put something in her brain So they were talking about their different duty stations they had to go to. So this is support everything they said.
Yeah. And it also supports, and some of them same people, didn't they say that they went underground, if I'm remembering some of their accounts correctly? And they got on this elevator, went underground, and then went in this tunnel thing, and that it moved really, really fast. That would support a subterranean.
Yeah, they have a tunnel, a train that goes almost at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what they said.
Yeah, so Jupiter looks depressing to me. All right. So
they're really doing this now. Going to these different earth places, these different spheres.
Yeah, I mean, they pick and choose who they want to go, but everybody don't get to go every place. Okay, so Pegasus. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
The military.
Yeah, but you got to have a very high clearance. And they showed that in Son Scotty's jump. Didn't they show that to you in Stargate? What's a face?
Yes, I was literally about to say that.
Because I know that's your junk. So they showed you that in SG1.
Yeah, because it's literally like a secret military sect of the government. Like, so like they up in the Cheyenne Hills and mountains in Seattle, Washington, where they got their base and everything. So it's literally part of the military. And so that's what a lot of stuff be like, okay, it all goes up to the military, Department of Defense, all this type of stuff like sis Tamika was talking about. And yeah, they be knowing about this shit, and it takes a lot of clearance. Like a lot of clearance.
Yeah, you just can't go like, bleep, bleep, bleep. Yeah, you
gotta go through the rituals, Gotta go through the rituals.
I think they turn up.
All right, so that's Pegasus.
I heard it.
So do y'all understand what you see on the sky? We already explained to you how the sun is a reflection, how the moon is a reflection. And so now when you're looking at what they're calling the moon and you see them different craters, now you should understand that those craters, and Brother Sean had been saying this also, that those are the different lands, what we're looking at. And when you look at the stars above and they're explaining the constellations, these constellations are we told you they're energy centers. So these are the energy centers that are being displayed from these different realms.
Yeah, so it's actually like, so if you think of it this way, so like the refraction is the energy coming out from the black sun and it hit the dome and come back. So when it hit the dome, that's called refraction, and it comes back and it creates the plasma event that is the sun and the moon. So you're going to see refraction inside of each dome representing itself as the sun and the moon. But you'll see reflection as the different etheric realms, like when we see in Vibes of Cosmos, where it's like layers on layers, and they talk about the rings of Saturn, when it's really just the different reflections of the etheric realms consolidated on itself.
Exactly. Very well said. Yeah, you picked that one up very well, Son Scotty. Exactly. Okay, so this is Aldebaran. All right, so that's that. Y'all see Terra D Angels. And within that is Terra D Uriel. Ain't Uriel one of the angels up in that Bible?
Uriel, yeah. You know, and they also said they had different beings working on them, like a praying mantis kind. And
Brother Odel was kind of showing us that.
Wow.
Yeah, so y'all see even in this Aldebaran that it has the A and the B. So this stuff is so deep, y'all, even with this A and B that they're showing you. Now, I'm willing to bet that B don't know about A and A don't know about B. And even within B, you see that circle in the middle, they don't know about them islands on the outskirts. So each civilization is being separated within these realms, which is the circles, which represents the ethereal realms.
Auntie.
Yes, sir.
I think this is where they get the term part compartmentalization, where the government likes to put people in boxes within
Absolutely.
boxes.
Absolutely. It's the same mentality.
It's part of their setup, basically.
Yeah.
Set up for everyone.
Yeah. And so you see the people that's kicking it free, the Terras del Sendero and Del Silencio, they kicking it. I'm assuming they are. They ain't enclosed in nothing. All right, so let's just see what this is. Oh, this the land of Saturn, baby. Okay, y'all see Saturn?
This is quadrant 9. So
Saturn with all the rings on it. So again, I have to respect their copyright, so I can't read what's actually going on with it. You can go to Amazon and get the book, right? But you see Saturn with the different rings around it. Okay. All right. Let me see. Here go Orion. I'm telling you, they went through everything in here.
Somebody said Elon Musk.
What about him?
They said Elon Musk is probably a robot.
I agree with that.
Probably so.
Probably a robot himself.
Probably so. It would.
Probably
I
has
wouldn't
come
be
from
shocked.
Like a data.
Yeah,
And
I
to
wouldn't be
do-
shocked. Shoot. All right, y'all. So this is the lands of Orion.
Yeah, not Geppetto, but you know that also sounds like it's a linguistic similarity to the sons of Noah, Japheth, Japheth, Shem, and Ham.
Right.
Scotty, just look at it from the fact that they're infusing their worldly names into our stories, into our lives.
Yeah.
Just Geppetto, like where would they get that name? Could you pick another name like Jasper, like anything? No, Geppetto.
Yeah.
Right, Pinocchio. Yeah, that was the motherfucking nigga in Pinocchio, which is they weird Disney shit. I'm like, okay, that was some weird,
just random.
That word
Right.
that with the kids.
Right. All right. So we're in Osiris. So it looks like, according to this, Osiris got a lot of ice land. So some probably done jumped off over there.
Yeah.
But y'all see, don't that say Osiris and Isis to the right?
Yeah.
Yeah, showing to the right for y'all too. And don't you see Amen?
Amen. Amen.
And you see the Isles of Anubis?
And I see Betelgeuse and Rigel. That's them stars that's red and blue where they supposed to get, how we got all them flags that's red and blue, red, white, and blue.
Yeah, so as y'all can see, Osiris and Amen, Isis and Amen, they free.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said he was our first king.
Anubis.
Right.
Josephus, the historian. Mm-hmm.
This stuff is a mess, y'all. Okay, we know that's Pallades. I don't have to translate that. So Pallades actually... Oh, okay, Pallades. Okay, so let's just... What Pallades is next to. So Pallades is next to the Anunnakis and them funky behinds. So it's between the Anunnakis, Neptune... And what's this on this side? I can't see what's on the left of it. I can't see that. All right, so this is Pleiades right here.
They're domed up. Or they're at least in
Yeah, we don't know for sure. I have to read which ones are domed. But you have Atlas.
They're not open though.
Electrica or Electra. Damn it. So that's them. I want to know what's next to them. I can't tell. I see Lemuria. Child, they better stop playing with me. You understand me? Is that America next to it? I mean, is that us next to it? I can't tell. Because, child, I see Lemuria. I think that's us next to it. I see Lemuria. I see Atlantis. And then I see Asgard. And I can't get to the middle of that. Hopefully we can run across that. Well, we know if we see Asgard, we know. Okay, because I think that's us, but I could be off. All right, so that's Pleiades, y'all. Okay, so this the clones, baby, the land of the clones. The clones land, the clone lands. Child. So y'all see, woo, baby, that's right. I forgot about this. I'm telling you, y'all.
And the Anunnakis bring those clones?
I just can't do it. I forgot, y'all. I'll have to come back next week and tell y'all, because I don't want to read it on the air and disrespect their copyright. So I'll have to come back next week and tell y'all what's up with the clones. But for now, I want y'all to pay attention. Y'all see they have America too.
They've been practicing.
That would explain the multiple creations. And they have Europa too. So shout out to Brother Odel, because he said that some of them creations happened off world. And then they have off to the side Terra de los Organos.
Experimentals.
And then you see on the other side experimental. Baby, they ain't finna mess with me now. This is a lab. This is a world that's really a lab.
Los Organos.
So, child, if they don't stop playing, child, I gotta pat my scarf. They making me itch up underneath this scarf. So,
is that deserters right there?
Surely, child, surely is. I believe they're pulling reset populations from here, y'all.
That's where the kids come from.
Yep. Child. Author lady.
They're seeding the Southern Sea.
Yeah, I think this is where they pulled the repopulation for America and Europe from here.
Orphans. That's what I was looking for. The orphans.
The orphans.
Where did they come from? We all ask, where did all these orphans come from? Like, what the?
And then they got the organic people, so the original bloodline off to the little side. Child, I can't with this. I can't. So I'll come back next week and summarize that for you all, but I don't want to disrespect the copyright and read it on the air. Child.
Nema, wasn't Nema one of them Anunnaki? Nema.
Yeah.
Nema was the lady who made the humans.
Yeah, she was the geneticist.
Geneticist. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why biblical people be ticking me off, because no matter what the way you cut it, it was still a woman that even did the geneticist.
They still use a womb, an artificial womb.
Because it has to come through the woman. This is a woman's world. Yeah. All right. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sis Sandra.
Well, you are the reptilians. Brother Odell said the reptiles were trying to go into the woman themselves, which was very painful to have them birth their babies.
Yeah. Yes, Deep H2O, I'm gonna let you back on. I just want to run through these real quick so y'all can see the players, and I'm gonna let you back on. And if Brother Odell is still in the house, hopefully he getting some rest. I'm gonna let him in also. So yes. All right, so this is just the reptilians' land. So again, I'm just gonna show you their land.
They just take the women, they say. That's what a Brother Odell
Oh, there go they little island, and they stank behinds is free.
Oh, really? Well, they're the ones who do the dirt.
So,
and that was what I was going to say earlier, because I know we know certain ones to be certain shades of melanation and stuff, and we tend to think all of the Anunnaki are black and all of the reptilians are white. But I think they trying to set like, nah, just like it's different shades and melanation for us, whatever they want to call us, human beings, whatever the fuck. Like some of these ones is like, yeah, the majority of them might be of this melanation, but they also of other shades too.
Right,
and
green, yellow.
Because we be like, I done seen some reptilian like niggas. I'm sorry.
I have too, Nat. I done seen some roach like so. But the point being, these different worlds, because they are terraforming and they're doing geneticism, you're going to be conducive to your environment of your skin tone. Because remember when I said we don't even know if this melanated skin tone is original because we've been terraformed under a dome with the sun.
Yeah.
So we don't even know if this is our original skin tone.
Because remember, the tone is only to protect us from the UV rays of the sun.
Exactly.
If the rays wasn't there, would we still be this melanated tone?
Exactly. We don't know. We could be one of the colors from the crystals. Hell, we could be just like in Avatar, purple.
I was thinking
before they came and put the dome on. Right?
Exactly. After
like the chameleon, you probably could change up to your environment and shit.
Like the reptile.
Yeah.
One of these iguanas. Yeah.
So y'all see, that's the reptiles' little land, and they don't have much territory.
Lost reptile.
Okay, so.
But they're free though. Just remember, they're free.
Right. So now y'all should understand the term prison planet. Okay, this is the one I was saying that I was thinking that they do a lot of reincarnation. So this is the celestial land and other lands in other extraterrestrial worlds. Oh, sorry, y'all. So, that's as far as I can go. Dang on it. Well, y'all can see it up there. It's just a water world. Okay, so I'll come back and summarize that for you all next week, because you see that's where I left off. I had to stop. I'm like, oh my God, my head is spinning. So I'll finish it up over this weekend, and I'll just pick out a few, and I'm just going to summarize it myself in my own words to not disrespect their copyright. The navigator's daughter born. Okay, so now she finna go into where she was born and all of that. So I stopped at a good place then. Okay, so I think we're good. Yeah, so we good. Okay, so she done went through the major players. All right, honey bunny. So, child.
Yes, woo. That was a good fucking find. Amazing.
When I saw it, I immediately said, oh my God. Oh my God. And I immediately went and bought it. And then I immediately emailed them. Please, can I preview this on my show? Pretty please. And they were like, okay, blah, 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 blah. So let me let in Brother Odell.
This is crazy.
They respond to you in Spanish?
No, they responded in English.
I was joking.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm bringing in Brother Patrick, Brother Odell. Brother Sean, you still on? I figured he had dropped off. Okay, I don't see Brother Sean. Was he sending me email? Brother Odell having problems getting on. Let me unmute Brother H2O. Oh, I apologize. You right, baby. You right, Donald. How I'm gonna sit up and not give y'all the book? I apologize, child. I'm so crunked. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. And I can't share my screen for that. I can go to my regular what's a face. Are you on, Brother Deep H2O? Or are they messing with y'all? I think they're like, okay,
yes,
okay,
I'm here.
Okay, good.
I'm here.
I'm like, they probably like, broad, I am sick of you and your scars. Okay, good. You here. Oh, I apologize. You right, baby. Okay, somebody mute their YouTube.
Mine is up.
Okay, mute your YouTube for me. Okay, I'm gonna bring back up for you, fam, the book.
Your TV?
Can somebody mute their screen? Mute your YouTube in the back, please.
I did that. I did that. That was me. I'm sorry.
Right, no worries.
Okay, Your TV says an elder sister told me the original Cherokees came from the North Pole behind the ice wall, migrated to the Iroquois people first, then to the Carolinas.
So we will have to see, and I'm going to have to go back over this map, y'all. So on my screen, this is the book. You can get it on Amazon. So this is the book, fam.
Yeah, I copied it already.
So pause it right here on the video if you're listening to the playback. This is the book. Now remember, it is in Spanish. So if you get the physical book, you better be fluent in Spanish. Otherwise, you have to get it digitally so you can translate it like I had to translate it for you all tonight. Okay?
So why is chlorophyll good for us? Somebody wrote that.
Chlorophyll.
Can I drop something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
When you were talking about Waterworld, didn't they make a movie about that?
They sure did. It sucked, but they did. They did.
No. Here's the reason why they did that. Because in Hollywood, which is from the holly tree in Europe, which is where Disney gets the magic wand, the magic wand, the Hollywood tree, Hollywood, that's where the real stories are being told. And the reason why they can do these stories and they take on a life of themselves is because they're introduced as fiction, because it's very easy to digest when we're given the impression that it's not real. However, the real story that they give us is actually fictitious. It's fake. Now, when they give us the Hollywood story, they're actually telling you the truth. So if we go back and we talk about, like you were saying, Sister Rhonda, we talk about Waterworld. Let's forget about how bad the movie was.
Right.
What was the story about?
They was trying to escape it, if I remember right.
Right. And how does that relate to what you were just saying in regards to Waterworld?
Yep.
Out of the water.
And how does that relate to right? And how does that relate to the divine feminine, which you guys were so eloquently talking about, but not really zeroing in on in terms of what Sean always talks about, Mother Earth.
Yep.
There's a reason why We call it Mother Nature, Mother Earth. There's a reason why Russians call it Mother Russia. Now, we're talking about different language, different ethnicities, but they're all referring to the same thing in the same way in different parts of the world, in different cultures.
Exactly.
That lets you know it's a plan.
Yep.
And what's really going on with everything that you guys are talking about is that this whole thing is orchestrated.
Absolutely.
When we talk about terraforming, and like Scotty was saying with Stargate, and we start talking about time, and time being a loop, a circle, 360 degrees, it encapsulates humanity. It creates a boundary, which we are all bound by. Now, what Brother Odell was talking about was how you get out of the realm of time.
Exactly.
You escape it. And you escape it, what the Bible tells you, this is all correlation. What the Bible tells you is, as above, so below. Look up to the heavens.
Yep.
Because that's where your clock is at. And if you understand that clock in the heavens, that clock down here don't mean nothing.
Absolutely.
You gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
You gotta figure it out. And you say it, Sister Sandra says it, Nuwa says it, Scotty says it, Sean says it. We got the blueprint.
Right, we do.
The problem is we are dealing with a mechanical device that is so pervasive, as the character Jesus Christ told us, your struggle is against municipalities and governments, because what that's alluding to esoterically is those beings that are in control. Now, here's the last thing I'm gonna drop before I get off. Think about this for a moment, and I tell melanated people this all the time. Think about this. What if, hypothetically speaking, what if the real entities that are in control are the melanated people who are subjugating the inherent melanated people in the physical form to the atrocities that we talk about? And you guys have talked about this, because what you guys have already said is it's the melanated people who are in control. The white folks, these pale faces that we talk about, they're a front.
Yeah, they're just the front
for the system. They're a front for the system. They are not the controllers.
Nope.
They are the figureheads, just like the government that they give us. You know, they give us the president.
Right.
They give us senators. They give us congressmen. They're all figureheads.
Yep.
However, when we go back in history, what you guys do so well, and we go way back in history, what is the most constant figure that props up in all the historical analysis we do? It's melanated people.
Yep.
Whether it's the Moors, which if you look at I'm into topography, studying maps, look at Spain and look how close Spain is to Africa.
Exactly.
And the only thing that separates Spain from Africa is the Rock of Gibraltar. That's why they call it the Rock of Gibraltar. That's where your Moors came from. Okay.
Yep, it's all there.
And I yield the balance of my time.
All right.
Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time
I'm so glad you came up, Deep H2O. Please come back and join us. But, you stay on the panel, of course. So, Brother Odell, I done muted you. So, come on in if you going to come in. I don't know if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, thank God. I told you to get some rest.
This is who I wanted to hear.
I know. I told him, don't be looking for him. I didn't harass him this week because I wanted him to get some rest. But
yeah, you did. That's what I had a feeling you weren't going to let me on, and she wants me to get some rest. I thought, it's just leave. I'll just say this: when I'm back next week, I'm going to show you an image of this. This relates back to something that, again. I'm going to speak to. I'm going to try and I definitely have to speak to you this weekend. Me and Rhonda have had a private chat about going to these realms, and that's as far as I'm going in the public.
Yeah,
I'm not going any further than that. Right, we already know this stuff. Right, I had a great chat with Rhonda. Antoine spoke to me last week. Rhonda spoke to me a couple of weeks ago. Listen, this is what me and Rhonda have been talking about.
When I ran across this Brother Odel, I said, "Hot damn! I can't wait to show this." And I'm like, "Oh!" And when Brother Odel see this, we're gonna have about 5 more episodes added on to what he already got to show us.
You got the sister. Where'd you find this sister?
Literally, it was the universe saying, "Lady, keep it going." I was scrolling through Facebook, because y'all know I don't be on Twitter and all that other stuff. My nerves is too bad. So I'm on Facebook just with my little fam. That's how I keep up with the family, through Facebook. And one of the groups, one of the outside groups that I follow, it just came across plainly. And it was only about 10 of us that commented on it and liked it. And as soon as I saw it, I said, oh. And I immediately went and got the book, looked at it, and then I reached out to them. I emailed them, and they got right back to me. That's how I found it. Oh. It was meant for me to find it.
Yeah, I mean, when I was, you can't really talk about this to the public because it's like, it's not really for public consumption. It's really not. It's not at all. But I'm with you on this one, like I said, because I'm gonna have to speak to you about. I mean, I had a chat with Twan about a week and a half ago, when he was asking me for some of this stuff, and I mean, when people look up at the stars, they need to look at it as worlds like this. Some worlds free, some worlds not. But it's that been their sons. What we're seeing as above, so below. That it's like that. What it's like there, it's like here. So I mean, I'll say this in the public, but I'm not going to show it in the public. I've got images of somebody sent me. This is a few years ago, maybe about 2017. I've got images that somebody sent me of Mars with water on it, and I'll show you the images, but I'm not putting it in the public.
I mean, exactly. But don't that stand out to what they're showing in the book? It's already set up. So what are they talking about? They need to colonize it.
Yeah, it's already there, fam. I've got that info. I'll just not put it in the public. I'll share it with you privately, though.
I know. We can't make this up. We didn't make it up. We just knew esoterically what to tap in to get the information. This is just confirmation.
Yeah.
They're just confirming what we've been saying for years.
Yeah, exactly. That, like you've been saying, like I said, those that really knew, but like I said,
we were dead spot on, and it ain't like I went to nobody else's channel to get the stuff about the dome, all of this being terraforming, about how when you see the two suns, that's because you're looking at other worlds, their suns. Ain't nobody told me that.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody said that to you. And like I said, and this is where with when the Sea West spirits came to visit me not long ago, and they were showing me some of the more ancient galactic maps.
The sun are not portals, IKEA. They're not portals.
Yeah. What I'm gonna say. Yeah. Basically, when they came to visit me, and I've seen all these these different senses of civilization. You've got multiple cosmoses. You've not even got, I mean, we've got 170 worlds in this our part of the galaxy, but you've got multiple cosmoses, right back to that great omniversals. But you've got so many different anillions of life that I was seeing, right? Different forms of life. Some carbon based, silica based. Some were light based. I mean, it was just infinity amounts of different forms of
Exactly.
creation.
And
You know what I mean?
exactly.
They try to limit us about down here on the 3D
And
space.
do we even understand how limited we are? And no, rainbows
Oh,
are
the
not.
fraction is tiny that we're seeing through these
I
lines.
mean,
It's the
it's
fraction is
like
tiny.
a grain of sand at this point. And no, the rainbows are not portals either. I'm going to bring up Vibes of Cosmos stuff so you all can understand this.
Yeah. The sun and the moon are refraction.
Right. It's refracted.
Reflection of the different etheric realms.
Exactly.
It's a refraction of light.
Yeah, it's a refraction of light. Exactly. Of electromagnetism.
And the light is limited.
And the light is limited.
Limited that we're using because we're not seeing the full spectrum.
No.
This is what I know about this. I agree with you. We're not seeing the full spectrum. The full spectrum is not being used.
Exactly.
To that degree. And this is why when you look at these other beings, when you see like, and I showed images of it when I was here, when we did this previous talk, when I showed that the not just the Anunnaki and the Draco, those roaches, not those roaches who come here and mess things up, and they come from Elton, in which I've already exposed. I like on that map where it shows Elton, and I said that's where they come from, and this is what people don't realize. When you're looking up at this, or you're looking up at these constellations, you need to look at it as though you remember their world is like this world. If you see it like that, and that's when you showed that image, I was like, I knew that's how I see it. So yeah, they came from there, but they came here via, and this is the one thing I will put in the public because you can easily find out, and I don't know why people don't research this. The everything, the original stuff that I showed on when I showed the original Stargate technology that comes from that's part of our Eka, what they've done is they've used the wormhole. So the Stargate technology that comes with that's part of our our creation is natural to our realm. That comes on. That's it through the wombs that you come with the women here. That's natural. What they've done is they've reversed it using the 55 helmet, using the Metatronics. They've reversed that. They've reversed it and create the wormhole technology. That's the difference between the two, from what I've learned. And that's what they're using, the reverse technology, the wormhole stuff. That's what they're using to get, the Draco are using to get from their world to this world. The beings from Orion come from Aldebaran. This is what Aldo Schugel Group and you went during the Second World War, and he was a Jesuit alumni trained. These beings that came from Orion to meet him, then they showed him. The beings came from Orion to meet him. The Jesuits knew all about all this stuff. We've had multiple, and I've got some books on this Russian thing that talks about the different beings that have been. You've got multiple beings that have visited here that have come from obviously Aldebaran, Draco, Orion.
Yeah.
Multiple beings that come here. Different beings.
Sirius.
Sirius that come here. Yes, Sirius all come here. Because we're one of the Earth's one of the it's part of it, as we're part of the custodian, but the beings here are form the original part of the our line back, that lineage back to the part of the divine cosmos. So it's like one of the main areas to come through to get to this part of the realm. That's why everybody's so obsessed with keeping the beings down here on a lockdown. That's why they're so obsessed with it, because we're linked back to that original Eka to begin with. Whereas a lot of these beings who came here and have been taken from us don't have that. That's why they're obsessed with treating us like guinea pigs on the Isle of Dr. Monroe. They've got this obsession with putting them to put the pork in us, doing this, that, and the other. This is what all this racism, all this nonsense has been put in. All the beings off-world, the Draco and so that hierarchical stuff with Carlos Neo, so he's a Jesuit. All that racism stuff, they instituted all that. They've instituted all that again to divide and rule, which is I've done previously when we've been speaking about all this stuff. That's been done deliberately because they're isolating us, specifically as the beings from Zeta Reticula, the Zeta Reticans I was covering. That's done because they want to isolate our genetics, because we're tied back. The melanated sisters are tied back to that original room. That's why they're obsessed with that, and that's what those people was explaining that I did a few weeks ago. That's what they were talking about with the frequencies, because they know that the only way they can get the keys to this realm, which is what I show with the Vatican, because the Vatican know about this as well, the keys to the realm. Then they also know this, that it comes through the sisters being here, the original beings that are here. So they know the only way they can control this realm is to control what?
The sisters,
women.
Right. That's why it's such heavy suppression of women. Exactly.
Yes, that's what the patriarchal stuff's all about. The Draco set all that stuff in. And that's what the divide and rules being all about now, because the sisters originally billions of years ago, we originally came here through the original stargates and set up the realm. So I keep talking about, and then the birth through the males. And we had this chat the other day on that other show that didn't like that.
Because they're coming up through the roots of the patriarch, which is tied back to their Bible, which is the patriarch. But just real quick for Sister Soul Main Radio and Vixen 99, I recommend you go to Vibes of Cosmo if you want to talk to me what the sun really is. When you want to talk to me about what the rainbow really is, we know what we're talking about. So I'm literally just playing in the background for you. It's going through the actual technology, the actual science of what this realm is made up of. It's going to show you how that sun is generated, how what you're looking at as the moon is generated, what they're showing you, because I got a delay, what they're getting ready to show you is going to be an electromagnetic coil, i.e. the black sun. The electromagnetic coil, i.e. the black sun, that spews the electromagnetic energy that hits the dome and creates refracted light, i.e. the sun.
There you go.
And the moon. I know what I am talking about.
Yes.
Which sits on top of the original Akka when we got invaded by these beings, the Draco, the Wisedax, the Wistex, the Anunnaki, and they came in and they set up that clock, the wheel. We've been dealing with all of this stuff. They set that all up to lock down the souls here, because the souls originally tied back to that Akka in the original part of the realm. And the only way you can control this realm is to do it the way they've done it. That's exactly why they set that in place.
It's terraforming. So they're showing you, it's about to come up and it's about to show you what the sun and the moon is, what it really is. Now, that's not saying that you can't take a picture of the sun and you don't see beings around the sun. That's no surprise to me, but that does not mean it is a portal.
Like I said, the Garden of Eden mentioned in the Heliotech, and they lived on the Garden of Eden. Eden used to be, during the second seeding, I've shown the maps for this, during the second seeding, Eden, again, Saturn and Eden, because again, and I've talked about this in the stuff that we've already covered, that Saturn used to be the ancient sun, and so was Eden. We've covered some of this stuff during the different seedings because of all again, during the electric wars, it's been covered because of the wars that have been, the battles that have been fought here for the this part of the cosmos.
Okay.
Been covered. Covered that.
Hey, Sis Rhonda and Brother Odell. I just have one request. When you guys get back on the stellar studies that we've been doing, if you can touch on, Brother Odell, if you could touch on when you were talking about the constellation and the 12 signs and there being a 13th sign.
Yeah,
I would like to
Ophisis.
Right. I would like to see you tie that in with the biblical story of the 12 disciples and Jesus Christ, which is the
13th, right?
He's the 13th.
The hidden, right?
I want you to. I just want to put that out there because I know you already got that.
Yeah, because we talked about it briefly.
We have talked about it. We have
but we didn't do.
I know you already got that.
Yeah, he's probably going to do a show on that.
I just want to wait and Sis Rhonda, just put it out there because I got you on my reminder. I'm a subscriber.
Yeah,
so just make sure.
And just remind us, H2O. Yeah, you know how to do it. Now you come up on the panel with us. Yeah, just be reminding us because we got so much stuff lined up.
Because I know Brother Odell, he gonna break that down with the 13th, the 12 signs, the 13th hidden sign, and then he gonna draw that correlation with the Bible and the 12 disciples in that 13th figure, which is
absolutely
I can't wait to hear that one.
And the ages, because we already told you all the ages. So yes, absolutely. Yeah. So okay, Vixen,
I can't wait for that.
99. Yes, beloved, check it out. I'm telling you, you'll never be the same. So, sister, Soul Main Radio, that's on you. If you want to believe that the sun is a portal where beings are coming through, that's on you. If you don't want to take the time to look at the science, no, you cannot come up on my panel. Until you can go and look at this and think on it, then you could come up on my panel. Because, see, I done already been what you trying to show me. You're not going to be able to show me nothing new. I don't need to see the pictures. I done already seen them before. I need you to go look at this.
Well, they just have
You're not coming up here teaching me anything.
We've just covered it. The wormhole technology is all the planets. Again, this is what we've shown. I've shown graphics of this already when I showed the images of how they've crushed the Earth to get these stupid Metatronics in. The sun and all the planets are interlinked to the wormhole technology. The original Stargate technology, it sits. The black sun sits on top of all the original stuff.
All the original ley lines.
Exactly. It sits on it. So the sun's not a portal. It just sits. It's sat on the technology. The technology is already there. So it's not a portal. It's the technology is already there. It's interlinked. It's not a portal itself.
Exactly.
Because the wormhole technology functions on reversed harmonics, which is what I call the fake version of it. The original Stargate technology, all the realm is linked to it because it's sat because of what they did here. It's sat on that, so it can't be just the sun. You can all the realm is sat on it. So all of us have access to that. That's why all the souls come through the rooms to get here. So women have access to that because when you transfigure your DNA and you get back to who you really are, transfigure your DNA or your 12 strands and transfigure all of it. You go back into that light state of being, which means you can be part of that original go back to that Stargate and use all that technology, the original stuff that the creator gave us. So it's all interlinked anyway. It's not just the sun, it's linked to the whole realm. So rather than saying just the sun is a part, it's the whole realm is because because that's how you transfer between each one. It's just the wormhole technology is limited because it functions on the 55 harmonic and it's reverse engineered. So that can only go so far. If you look at the stuff that I've shown you before, sister, the wormhole technology can only go so far because you could see that the hijack that they're putting, that's limited. Whereas you can see the other stuff that's back to the Echo, that all functions on the natural Stargate technology rather than the wormhole stuff. So the wormhole stuff is limited.
Right. And so all we're saying, sis soldier, sis soul, I don't need you to show me any pictures because I've seen those pictures before. And it may not be yours personally. I've seen that. What I'm asking you to do before you show me something that I've already similarly seen, and whether or not you're trying to teach me, okay, I'll take that. You're saying you're not trying to teach me, but I'm telling you I don't need to see that because I've seen those before. We're showing you the science. Hold on, Sis Sandra. We're showing you the science behind the terraforming. We're telling you that sun is a form of terraforming. We're showing you the origins of the sun and how all of that is a creation off of the original natural organic ley lines. So this total environment that you are looking at, from the blue in the sky to the sun and the moon, which is a reflection, and the sun is a reflection also, it's not even the natural organic realm. It's nothing natural about it. It's all artificial. So you don't have to look at my video because I didn't come up with this stuff. This man, Vibes of Cosmo, this is his YouTube channel. This is his work. Vibes of Cosmo. This particular video is called Black Sun and Cosmic Energy Refraction. Okay? So you can go and look at his work, and I guarantee you'll never look at it the same. Plus, his work is separate from the stuff that we just went over. And it lines up. Okay? So, the other thing I wanted to go over just real quick. See how they gonna put that on his video. They a hot mess.
And I just want to say that be the thing right there. And that's what we try to explain to people and show them. It's not that we trying to get you to understand or believe what we believe or think what we think. We're just showing you different sources that vary drastically and how they all line up and kind of saying similar things that fill in the blank. So it's like, we just showing you this. And if like multiple people who ain't got shit to do with each other is talking about similar things that line up to each other, it's just like, up for you to just like, if you
make your own interpretation, but we done already been down that path. Now, if it was something new you were gonna bring to me, I would have totally said, because that's how we roll over here. I would have said, okay, sis, yeah, send it to me, but that's not nothing new to us. So that's all I was saying.
Well, you know, Gina.
Yeah, I know. So again, I'm not gonna go through that because it's not nothing new to me. It's not new to me.
She's shown stuff before, and what she did recently. No, it's not. We've been having that on here already. Just recently, she released some more of ships coming through the so-called sun, and that's probably what she's talking about here. So
I don't even care at this point, Sis Sandra, okay? I don't care. I don't care. And I'm being strong with you like that because I want to move on to this next information. I already know that. So it's no disrespect to her, even if she snapped the picture herself. I'm not going to see anything new. Now, she can take this information. She don't have to look at it if she don't want to. I respect that. But I don't want to look at what she got to show me. So I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Miss Rhonda, I think that, and I'm just speculating because I've been on your show for over 2 years. I think that she's kind of trying to learn all of the stuff that's going on.
I totally understand that, but I'm not going to stop my show to go back over stuff
I feel you.
That I keep telling her I already, because she may be new. But if I tell you, you're not going to show, I know that concept, you're not going to show me anything new. So the answer is no.
Yeah.
And I've wasted how many times telling y'all the answer is no.
Probably about 15.
So let's not talk about it anymore.
Okay.
So she can make her own decision and do what she want to do. And that's no disrespect to you, sis. It's no disrespect to you. Let's move on. Okay. So, based on the book that we just showed, this is just another video from Vibes of Cosmo. And I have another guy that I wanted to bring up. So he's showing you the craters and the stars. So I'm not going to run through this whole thing. Okay? So this is supposedly the so-called moon. So those of you that are familiar with vibes, y'all already know how this roll. So based on what we just saw in that book, these different craters are representing those other different lands. And all he just did was map out the particular stars, matched them up to these different craters. Okay, and the crater material we just went over was showing you the specific. Yeah, that gotta be that other one that I saw. That had to be next to Earth. I'll summarize that for y'all next week. Okay, so that's all he's showing you here. I'm not gonna go into all of that. But just to show you how it correlates to what we went over in that book. So this is another video by Vibes of Cosmos. It's called VOC Documentary Episode 5. showing the mapping out the ocean, craters and stars. All right. So let me go to the other one. Moon. Oh, I thought I pulled our guy, G. I guess I didn't pull him. Let me just make sure it's this last one. Oh, this is our last one. So this last one, this is a different source. This is another good channel. Where is it at? Doggone it. They keep doing, they be on some bull mess. Okay, so this is the other channel. See, I can never pronounce his name right, so I'm just calling him Brother G. So this is his channel, and his concept is called a crater Earth. So similar concept, but his concept is still telling you that the moon is a reflection of the Earth. But he also is going to discuss, this is the same concept. Boom. So just the information that we went over, he's showing you that this is just our little section that we know. So like a grain of sand in this great territory. So when in that material, when they were telling you a dome over a dome, so we are domed over. And let me back it up.
Great dome.
So we have a dome over us.
Yeah.
And then when he come on. So I'm just showing y'all different sources. So he's plotting on this, and this is going to be this is where we are.
Wait, is it showing? Because I see the picture of the.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm seeing two different things. That your
third eye.
Auntie.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, y'all. Doggone it. I apologize. Let me redo that. I apologize. I forgot to take the third eye lady off. So let me go back. All right, let's go back. All right.
I love that picture, though.
Yeah. All right. So this is us, right? With the ice wall around it. This is domed over. Okay. So, bam. He's getting ready to show you. Okay. He's getting ready to show you. I'm waiting on YouTube, y'all, to get caught up because it's a delay.
That's
Yes. Woman is a reflection of Mother Earth with a cycle synced to the moon. Right. And really, if we know the moon is a reflection of Earth, that's why the woman's menstrual cycle, I know men, y'all don't want to hear this la 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 la, just la 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 on this part. The women's menstrual cycle is synced to that black sun.
But when
that's what I always try to point out that people don't realize as much as like the people is just as terraformed. They just think about the land and the realm and all that type of stuff. If the little womb cycle is attached to that, like the woman's cycle, then how much other stuff is just functioning on a program, the terraforming program.
Absolutely, because remember when they set that black sun on top of the natural ley lines, that means they're ciphering off energy on the natural ley lines, but the energy that they're ciphering, they're programming that energy to keep control of this realm. And therefore, if our menstrual cycle is synced to what they're calling the moon, which it's synced to that black sun.
Right. And basically what they're doing is they're superimposing the feminine energy
Absolutely
onto a fabricated male energy.
Absolutely.
Not that the male energy is not real.
Exactly.
They're just subjugating the male energy and using the female energy. And you have all of these men talking about it's male energy when those men who are in the know that it's the divine feminine.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm sorry if you're offended, what's her face, but you don't get to tell me what to do on my platform. I respectfully told you several times no. Just like I told my panel no.
Auntie.
Yes.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Good.
All right. So
look at it like how they're detuning the realm in a sense, because when they because I look at it more like frequency and how they change the frequency from your 423 to your 44. It's like it sounds similar, but when it hits your ear, it's detuned. It's no longer a positive sound, negative detracting sound, like a major chord or minor chord.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Okay.
It's called harmonic conversion.
I just want to point out something that everybody is terraformed to, which involves the sun and the moon, is like literally going to sleep and waking up. Like we literally been trained to, the sun goes down, we got to go to sleep. It's dark outside. This is the time to lay down and regenerate. And it's because we attach to the sun and it's supposed to give us energy and life and all of that. And then nighttime, that's when we're supposed to go down and lay down and regenerate.
For work. They treat us to be good workers.
Right.
That part.
Okay, so back to the topic. Do you all now correlate what we went over to what this particular guy, I call him Brother G because I don't want to keep botching the man's name up, what that book was showing you?
Yes.
We are just this.
Spec.
A spec.
I got it.
Okay. So I think that's all.
And then you superimpose the map we just saw onto the rest of the so-called moon.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to basically show you the same thing. He's going to talk about refracted light. He's going to talk about the black sun. So, again, these are two different people. We're showing you two different people. So this is his YouTube channel. So you could check out his work, and his work is going to be centered around Crater Earth. Okay, because he was the first one that I ever heard talk about Crater Earth. But both of these gentlemen's concepts, Vibes of Cosmo, and I call him Brother G, they were both accurate.
And if they go back, that was the black sun they just saw there.
Yeah.
That was a picture of the black sun.
And so those of you that are in the Bible, when Enoch talked about the different gates, now if you hear anybody else talk about that, you heard it here first.
Ooh.
I'm starting to now hear other content creators. You know who you are. It took you two years to catch up what the fuck I was saying.
Come on now.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, okay.
I told
Sean,
you, huh?
Brother Sean said he in the back. I think he's trying to get back in.
Okay, hold on. Let me pause then and bring him back
right there,
in.
right there. Leave it right there.
Damn, Rhonda, you be hitting so hard. I need a bulletproof vest.
Because you know what? Sometimes I have to go there because people want to sit up here and play crazy.
Ooh.
And then come on here, and I don't mind.
You don't be playing, man.
Because I'm fair. That's what be pissing me off. When have y'all ever known me something new that somebody's trying to tell me saying I don't want to hear that? I'm actually the opposite.
Never.
So when I tell you I know something, I know something. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, you on point with yours, man. Man, please.
So, okay, Brother Sean, are you in?
Yes.
Mic check, mic check.
Okay. All right. So, let me go back. So again, I'm going to go to this again because now I'm starting to hear other content creators take the words up out of my mouth from 2 years ago. You know who you are. Talking about this black sun and talking about equating it to the book of Enoch, because in Enoch, he talked about the different gates and he mapped out the time frames between the gates. Now, I wasn't the first one. I didn't need to be the first one to say that he was giving you the precession of the sun cycle and the precession of the moon cycle. But I was the one to first tell you, no, he was talking about this black sun. Because the sun and the moon is derived from this black sun, which is an electromagnetic coil. This is why they show you, this is why they depict it with this electric symbol.
And it's sitting on top of one of Mama's ley lines.
It's sitting on top of the natural ley lines of the earth. So this black sun is the terraforming.
That's where you get the Nazi SS symbol.
Yeah, from. This is what the Nazi SS is.
They were tapping into natural nature. And they were actually fighting against the Illuminati that were controlling the realm.
No, they weren't fighting against the Illuminati that were controlling the world.
Realm, I said.
The realm. No, they were not. They were a part, and they are a part.
They were the proxy. Yeah, they was the proxies on the land that was just becoming. They was probably from the land of custodian. They was the custodian.
Exactly. They could have been the custodians people. They could have been the Anunnaki people.
They were part of that family line.
That SS, they're telling you who their people are. They are a part of the group of people that terraformed. So when you see around the planet this ancient system, because the Nazis were not the only ones that used this symbol, it represents this black sun.
Yeah, it was used in India thousands of years prior. It was used in India, and it was a sign of peace. Swastika.
Exactly. Exactly. So this is the main controlling of the realm. So if we know that the sun and the moon, and it's specifically the sun, with its timing lines up with that astrological clock.
Yeah.
It's all terraforming.
Yeah, and Sis Rhonda, the religion. Didn't we talk earlier about who was the proxy for all this shit that's going on? Mm-hmm. As opposed to the face that's presented.
Exactly.
What's going on? We get to see, and what did the Indians tell us? Oh, pale face speaketh with forked tongue.
Exactly.
That's the person. That's the person that ain't real.
Exactly.
That's
it's an illusion.
Yeah, he's the joke. Pale-face.
It's an illusion, and we talk about the different secret societies with the circle within the circle within the circle. So you even see this with the black sun. And again, this is just a depiction. But if we go back to Vibes of Cosmo video, you saw where he showed the electromagnetic as a coil. That's still a circle within a circle within a circle. And that's the same thing depicted here. And as you see, when we go back to that book, what did you see? One giant Mother Earth or Terra, circle. And what did you see? Circles, different worlds, different circular worlds within her. So her different energy centers within her. And then within each energy center What did you see? Circle within a circle within a circle within a circle.
Just wanted to add to that with the religion and how in all these different religions they have the black, the mother and the black son, the Madonna and the son, the Jesus and the Mary, this and that and that and that. And that's actually like the blueprint for the terraforming. So you got the realms that we saw was the different circles everywhere. And then the ones that had the dome had the black sun. So you got the mother and the son everywhere. So I'm pretty sure if you go to some of them other ones, they probably got some similar little religion or something like, yeah, we're giving you this religion because this is the terraformed realm that we're putting you under. So you need to worship the mother and the son. This fucking corrupt son that you done terraformed
that's
off of
why,
the mother.
Right. So why people don't understand all of the sun worshiping. And that's why, you know, they got the world worshiping sun. But what do the secret society esoterics, what do they worship?
Man, you dropping the science.
They worship the black sun. Now. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
You dropping the knowledge now, boy.
That's why they worship the black sun.
Y'all better listen to her.
That's the energy battery that controls the realm. I know what I'm talking about.
You don't look at it as you as your physical skin.
She's giving you the blueprint. She's giving you the blueprint.
And I'm telling you that's terraforming.
Yeah.
So if you're sitting up there worshiping the sun, you're worshiping your imprisonment.
Ooh.
So I'm going to hold up. Hush. This is important. Hush.
Stockholm syndrome.
When you are worshiping that sun, you are worshiping your imprisonment. I know what I'm talking about.
That's real. That's real. Ooh, can we get a bomb explosion on that one, please? Can you drop a bomb on that, Sister Rhonda?
Yeah.
Drop the bomb on that one right there. We need an explosion.
So you can't come up in here talking to me about no Bible, about no ancient Egypt, about no Kemet. You can't talk to me about none of that.
Wow.
Because it's not above the natural order. It's not natural.
That is the
real.
First.
That's real.
That's why you can't free yourself. Because you can't think outside of being up under the sun.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're literally worshiping your imprisonment. Now, if that's what you want to do, that's on you. But you have others. We want to be free. We don't want to live up under no dome. We don't want to be on a prison planet.
We want Mama back online.
This ain't living.
Damn, Rhonda. Ooh-wee. I'm going to be up all night.
So,
child,
ain't nobody got time to be wasting with folks. They want to keep spinning in the same doctrine, and I understand it takes time. It took me years to get to this point.
I ain't going to get no sleep tonight.
It took me years to get to this point. I didn't wake up overnight.
It's graduate school.
And I'm still learning. But if I didn't have my consciousness open to different ideas, I would still be spinning in a circle like they want you to keep doing. Spinning in a circle with the same doctrine, repackaged different ways. No.
360 degrees.
Exactly.
33rd degree Mason.
No, I'm not doing that. When I said I turned over the board and I'm getting off the board, that's what I meant.
Damn, Rhonda.
So the choice is yours. I'm not trying to sit up here and tell anybody what to do. Do you? But just at a minimum, you can't say I didn't tell you.
You told us.
It's there.
Damn. You dug in the crates. digging in the crates.
Okay.
You put it out there.
So y'all can keep all this sun worshiping you want to.
Going to church on Sunday, and they don't even realize what Sunday is.
Yeah, because literally, no matter how you slice it, it's sun worship.
Sunday.
Right.
And then they don't even have you worshiping the sun with the real power, which is the black sun.
Yeah, because it's Saturn's day on the Sabbath. You know, that's the Saturn's
they
day.
don't even have you worshiping the real thing.
Nope, they keep that from you.
Here comes Brother Odell lobbing
It's the the ancient sun.
Blowing up the territory.
This is the problem where we talk about Eden, because they didn't talk. Like, they're trying to keep this issue of the hijack. This is why I keep it to the hijack thing, because the higher realms that are not hijacked. We've shown images of this. It's only this realm that's hijacked. You get me? And we've shown how they've done it. Their 55 harmonic. It's been shown. We've already shown that sister's been saying. So there's no excuse. It's been covered. I don't know why everybody's even arguing with Rhonda at this point.
Yeah, and in the lady's defense, I don't think she was arguing. She just wanted to prove her point. And again, I don't need you to prove something that I already know. It's not like none of us on this panel not heard about the concept of the sun being a portal and ships coming through. So that's all I'm saying, and I preview what I want to preview. That's to be real honest. If we want to keep it real, I do what I want to do on my stuff.
Yeah. So it's like you said, we already know there's not some being a portal. The technology is either stargates or it's wormhole in this cosmos. And I think I've said this. I know Mars Donaldson speaks on this as well. In this particular part of this cosmos and where we are right now, the planet spin, or in this case, the realm spins on female sexual energy. Hence why everybody comes through the womb to get here through natural, and I said this on Sunday when we're on the Tolerance Fire, natural procreation. And if you're not on that,
we shut that show down Sunday. And child, when Brother Odell said that, I literally looked to the side and sipped my water. And we all had to back up to our corners. We had to, and then the other brother was like, "Oh, you playing chess? I see you lining me up in the corner." I'm like, "What? I ain't do nothing. I ain't do what you talking about." But it was a very good show. We had a great time. Everybody was respectful. But Brother Odell told him, no, the woman did not come from a man's rib. No.
Yeah. They're on that.
I went in on that. I said, that's
it was, and he was like, "Okay, when y'all come back, put me back in here. Put me back in the ring when they come back." So, all right, brother, you know you're going to have to brush off your stuff and come with it. Because we on some different stuff.
They provide for them, and they still can't give credit to the woman that they actually
they never will.
Yeah. Like, I never seen a man yet still bring a woman into existence yet, but I've seen.
I'm waiting.
Man.
Well, that's false doctrine, is what it is. It's false doctrine.
Yeah, but it's just like
the evidence is there, and Sis Rhonda been talking about that all night. Brother Odell talks about that in terms of the different realms. We've been talking about that in terms of this electromagnetic encasing that we are trapped in with this idea of time and this constraint that we have. So we know that the feminine energy is beyond that.
Absolutely.
Oh,
completely.
Go back to the whole. Shana speaks about this, the whole, and back to where originally came from, the whole, and that's all knowing. At the moment, we're in this duality of time or emit light. You've got the black sun, obviously you've got the black and white, which is using, but they sit mainly on the dark side in terms of the dark magic that they're using to control the realm with. But they know that you just put both energies together, or you put it together, and it's you put yourself back to the whole. They already know this. This is what with this having a request. We're at a loop now. Not a loop, but we're at a point now where there's a natural cycle that happens in this part of the cosmos. I alluded to it when we was on here. not so long ago that's here. They know this. This is why they're trying to reinstitute this
absolutely
this clock. They're trying to
they're trying to reintroduce the clock. I mean, if you think about all the things that women go through, not only from a social construct perspective, and who gets it the worst is the melanated woman on this planet.
Absolutely.
And that's why I dig into melanated men that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. I dig into their asses when I'm supposed to dig into their asses. Because the melanated woman is the least protected and the most disrespected, and that should not be, but she's the first and oldest being on this realm.
Yes.
It's part of
it's the fundamentals, that set up this realm, the Stargate, the technology,
absolutely,
is on the female sexual energy,
exactly.
The birth of the males. And they fundamentally, that's how this particular realm. So Delbert Blair used to speak about this as well.
Yeah, Delbert Blair was the first that opened my eyes. I'm like, you know what? He sure is right. Even down to, physically what we have to go through as women. There's no way in hell that I would set up reproduction to flow the way they have it flowing. To be that painful, no way I would set up for menstrual cycles and all of that. That's how I know this crap is terraforming.
Yeah, they're probably.
Yeah, even the way they've traumatized the children when they're birthing in the hospital as well, Rhonda. Even that's not done naturally. You get me? Even
it's all just straight hell upon hell upon hell.
Well, last week we talked about the C-sections, how they're not even letting you birth.
They don't even want you to pass through the natural walls.
Yeah, be showered in your natural waters.
Yeah. So it is what it is. It's not gonna stop anything, but women, y'all have a long way to go because I can't put it all on the men because you have to stand up and take your rightful place. Now, I'm definitely not talking about ruling over anyone because as the divine feminine, I don't have to rule anything, baby. I am what I am.
Yeah. You just do your own thing. That's the thing about this ruling. That concept, that's come from them, like this ruling.
Yeah,
that's their shit. That's nothing to do with us.
Conquering colonization.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with ruling over anybody. It has everything to do with women setting the precedence of the vibration of this realm.
Taking lead.
It's not even about taking lead. It's about women. You're not supposed to be living under oppression and suppression. You're not supposed to be with the mindset and consciousness that you are subservient to a man.
Facts.
How can you be subservient to somebody that came out of your hoo-ha?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to be bowing down to someone that they can only be in this realm by passing through your womb?
And they're only in that position because you don't take your power and assert it. You're not assertive with your power.
And it's not even about power. You're supposed to know who you are.
Period. Exactly.
You're not supposed to be bowing down to anyone. Are you kidding me?
No power.
Exactly.
Confidence.
So you all gotta shake yourself, women. You have to shake yourself out of this colonizing patriarch.
Yeah, that's a good put words right out of my mouth.
It doesn't work. It's showing you that it doesn't work, and it's so failed to the point that it can't even take care of you. So what are you benefiting out of it?
You're redefining the woman. What is a woman now?
And they reset it, and due to what's happening in there, they reset it because, like we've been saying, with the change of the era, the divine feminine coming in, you ain't gonna have a choice. You cannot fence it no more anyway. And those who think they're gonna fence it, during this question is divine feminine. You ain't gonna be able to fence it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You ain't gonna be able to fence it. You're gonna have to make a choice, and fundamentally that means this nonsense that we're dealing with, out these wars and government and all this
it's gotta go.
It's all going from.
Exactly. Now, if y'all want to take that off world somewhere,
there's plenty of places.
And that's if greater.
Listen, this whole realm might even get shut down.
Yeah, because I
this whole realm might even get
they're gonna have to jump somewhere else because she's cleaning up all of that.
Yeah, the whole thing's gonna go.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go somewhere else. She's cleaning it up all, but women, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You could keep being in love with the patriarch if you want to. Y'all could. I done told y'all people to come get you. You could go right with the patriarch with them, but I want no parts of it. I don't give a damn who don't like it, but no man is above me.
No.
And ain't no way you gonna convince me I have the power to birth you out of my hoo-ha.
You're on my pedestal. Yeah.
And I have to bow down to you? No, I'm gonna cut your throat. That's what's gonna happen.
Those concepts are going. Those concepts are going. Even to bring that is nonsense. Even to bring that is just ridiculous. That whole notion is
it's demeaning.
Yeah. It's not what we're about. Fundamentally, it's fun. If you're going back to the whole that mindset, that mindset in itself, that means you ain't ready to go back to the no hole. So you're done out here. Period.
Yeah,
that mindset's done.
Ikea, that's the real fight. Even the other masculine beings fight hard. That is the real. Well, the first fight, Ikea, I said the first fight was man against woman, but then I had to go back and correct it. I said no, it was woman against woman because it was women here first, and we fought each other over this whole principle of split duality. We fought each other over that. And it was some of us that said, no, don't do it because they're going to turn on us. Don't do it.
Sis Rhonda, is that where the story of the Amazon comes from?
Exactly.
That fight?
And like that show, The Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
The Wheel of Time. Men couldn't have that power, and some women was like, no, none of these niggas can have it, and if they get it, kill them immediately.
Exactly. And that's really the story. We were like, no, kill them. It's like, no, but give him a chance. So we like, okay, well, bitch, I'm finna whoop your ass. So we got the scrapping over it. And we were right because the oracles foresaw the ushering in of the patriarch.
The weak women let them in.
Exactly. So that's why when I get up here and tell you mule women that like muling for men, that like getting your ass kicked for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and feel you came from a man's rib and that you're only put on this planet to birth his children.
Ouch.
That he don't even want to take care of, let alone take care of you and cook and clean.
Ouch.
On welfare.
Bitch, that's your business. But I'm more than that.
Fucking right.
And I'd be damned if I have the power to birth nations in wombs and I have to bow down to a man. It'll never happen.
Here we go.
It's supposed to be on a pedestal.
I don't give a damn who don't like it. So women, we have let this shit get out of control.
Real talk. Real talk.
So you sitting up there supporting these weak ass men, you're part of the problem. And then you're such a mule, you get pissed with the women that say, he talking to who? I know he ain't talking to me.
Because you're making her man feel bad. What are you talking about?
You get pissed with us because we don't want to go along with the muling program. No, that's not my plight in life.
Niggas like that, they hive mentality. So when motherfuckers is out of the hive, like, yeah, bitch, I got a mind of my own. Yeah.
I dare you. Who the hell you think you are? You a man hater. Bitch, I'll be anything you want me to be, but I won't be bowing down to your roach.
No, you shouldn't be bowing for nothing.
How about that? So just go on and be prepared since you love your man. Since you love your man so much, pack your motherfucking bags.
I wonder how Queen Bee freaking treats her hive.
So, because at the end of the day, this is going to come down to woman to woman. And I'm telling you who already done won. So go on and pack you and your old man's bags.
I think it was the color purple when that. I think he's
until you do right by me.
That's what pops into my. As soon as you said
nothing will work for you. Nothing will work for you.
And the messed up part about it is men that constantly have problems with women, because not all men have problems with women. Men that get it, that ain't trying to control somebody, they live a peaceful life.
Very peaceful. Very simple, guys. Very
but
simple.
The men that's trying to dominate, oh, you submit to me. Them motherfuckers stay upset, stay mad, stay can't be in a relationship. Men that just run through women after woman after woman after woman. So I'm telling you, youngins, you think you could keep running through women after woman after woman after woman because you think you kicking it and having fun? I already done told you the blueprint. Now, these motherfucking old heads may not tell you. Those the ones that's trying to fuck up your youth relationships now because they don't have nobody. Don't nobody want they crunchy ass. That's called karma. Because at the end of the day, this is a woman's realm. And when you fuck over women, nothing ever good will come to you.
Nope.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. So melanated men, what Caucasians do, that's their business. I'm on melanated men. Y'all want to know why your shit's so fucked up?
Are y'all shit stacked?
Look at the conditions of your women and your children. Look at your mentality of women, what you feel women should be. And y'all so fucked up with it, you talking about submit, and you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. Nah, I ain't that, bruh, I'm not that type of woman. I ain't built like that. I ain't raised like that, and I will cut your motherfucking throat. As it's concerning me or any of these other young girls and babies. You ain't grooming a motherfucking thing over here, nor are you pimping anything.
Yeah. And they go back and forth too, because if it ain't the woman that's gonna take care of them, then they probably got their mama still taking care of them.
Just a fucking leech.
Another woman.
So, like I said, what's your purpose on this planet? All you gotta do is take. I told you I don't fuck with roaches like that. You're out of here.
Where the rate at?
But women, you are allowing. You have allowed this roach infestation to take place. But I'm telling you now, it's gonna be cleaned up. And just how it started, woman on woman, is how it's gonna end.
Red letter. You need to be no.
I see what this type of ideology is going for men and women. I see where this type of ideology is going, men for men and woman for woman, everyone back into your own gender corners. I see. Well, that's on you. I really don't give a damn what you see.
No, it's falling in line with
or how you interpret it. That's on you.
Well, they don't understand what.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with that if that's what they see. And
because it's not everybody. It's you. We're not talking about you.
I don't give disclosures anymore, Sis Sandra. Now you're free to do them, but don't feel you have to do them on my behalf because I don't give a fuck.
Are you on code or not?
That's how it is. The hit dog gonna holler.
Exactly.
If you ain't one of them niggas, you probably would be just like, yeah, okay, all right. Even if you do feel some type of way because you just happen to be a black male or something, you would still be like, yeah, let her speak her shit. But if you one of them motherfuckers, you might get the gumption and be like, well, what is this about? Yeah,
and I don't care about none of that. I said what I said, and I mean what I say. So people could take it however they want to take it. I'm not giving no disclosures on a damn thing.
You don't walk in them shoes. They shouldn't even think about it.
Like the meme of Samuel L. Jackson said, if shoe fits, lace that motherfucker up and wear it. So now I'm not. I don't give disclosures. I'm not doing that. So, all right. So with all of that said, let's get into last words. So, Brother Odell, I'm gonna let you go first because you got to go get some rest. We could chop it up next week if you're up to it. So you still there, brother? All right, I'll let him do his thing. Where is Deep H2O? You still here? Yeah. You still here. You got any last words? All right, maybe everybody got cut off.
Are they muted?
No, they not muted. They've been messing with both of their lines, though. Okay. Okay. Nephew, knew why you have any last words?
I personally just want to thank you for following through on the thought, because Spirit also touched me with that same drop, but I just took a screenshot and said I'll get back to it. I saw.
Where did you see it at, nephew?
Same place.
Oh,
same
did
place.
you? And it was only a few of us that caught it.
Right. That's what I mean. Because
I was like,
I took a picture, I saved it, but there was too much stuff going on in my world. I'm like, I'll get back to it. Maybe you'll pass through.
Child, so we picked that up together then.
Yeah. Run with it though. That's what I want to thank you today about.
So you saw it the same place I saw it, and it was not too many of us that knew exactly what we were looking at.
Exactly what we're looking at. And I only saw the YouTube link on as they were passing through the whole camera, which was like a 10-minute clip or a 10-second clip. But like again, I knew what I was looking at. I'm like, hold on, that's the map.
Yep. You knew automatic. Oh, I'm so happy you saw it. That makes me feel so good you saw it.
Yeah, it was a few of us, as I said. And it's not even just seeing it, it's knowing what you're looking at to know it's something of value. Because someone will just see it, just some random pictures on the screen. No. We know what we're looking at.
Yeah, we know exactly what we're looking at. So yeah, fam, please go pick up the book and shout out.
I wish they made it in English.
I wish so too. Maybe I'm gonna email them when because I'm gonna give them a snippet of this video of the part we did with them. I'm gonna ask them if they can do it in English,
or ask them if they'll allow you to do it in English.
Child, they probably gonna get back to me. Listen, lady, you a hot mess. But I'm only gonna give them the parts that we went over. But thank you so much to them. So remember, when you get the book. If you get the physical book, it's going to be in Spanish. So we're recommending you get the digital book so you can do the translation.
For real. And you have it for forever, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, but that basically ties us into our to everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Because it shows us how we're not just talking out of our ass about there being a past, there being something before the Bible. Basically, everyone says that the world started at the Bible. We should all look at the world from that perspective. And we're like, no, that's the tool that they're using to colonize us. And like, no. And now we can show them step by step. And now we have the map, not just, hey, look at our little realm and say this is all the landmass that there is. No, look at the entire vast place that we're calling Earth. And the whole perception of this being a ball spinning in the world that's going through space. It's like, no, that's not true at all. And again, we can show that not just through us talking, the physical proof.
Exactly.
So again, thanks for tapping into, as you said, the divine feminine and following through what you should be following through, because it brought us back the things that we should be focusing on. And that's what's important, keeping us on track on the real truth of the matter, because that's what I find that we're not doing for our kids. We're not resetting them back into our knowledge. Like a lot of people are saying that they're eating this and that, but they're still sending their kids to school, and our kids are still learning the colonial train of thought.
Exactly.
When are they going to start taking them out and teaching them this level of information to correct the mindset? Because a lot of these kids are what we call indigos, or they're coming from, they're getting resetted into this realm now. They're fresh. So if we were to teach them this information off the bat, they would be able to tap in with stuff that we wouldn't know, but they can identify with a lot easier.
I think we're doing our children a disadvantage by having them go through what the typical school system, only to have to hopefully reteach them this information.
Right.
So if and out to the generation coming up, the generation whatever alpha, whatever's going on, if you guys can be teaching the youths this now, so they can not have to wait for our age to have to learn this 20,
Absolutely.
30 their journey. So
Absolutely.
just with that, thanks to the panel, the young men that came up, brother, well, appreciate the love coming up to be able to say to yourself, to take the risk, or not the risk, the courage to step up to talk to the panel. Thanks for doing the spiritual work on your side to be able to do that with us.
Okay, thank you, nephew. Okay, brother Deep H2O, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I just wanted to, can you hear me?
Yep, we can
Rhonda?
hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to you, Sis Rhonda, Brother Sean, Scotty Saturn, Nua, and as you stated earlier that I shared with you, I've been laying in the cut for a couple of years, so I picked and chose my moment to kind of come on.
And I'm so happy you came up. You just couldn't hold it no longer.
And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak on your platform. And I just want you to know that I share everything that you guys do on this platform. I don't tell them the platform because I know they're not ready for it.
I understand.
Because
I know.
You from the same cloth I'm from. You can speak very eloquently, and then you can get off into some
MF and SB,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah. And
so
then
which side
they're
you
not
want?
ready for that. They're not ready for that.
Right.
But at the same time, I just want you to know that you've been a divining rod in my life. You've been very important in the things that I go through, and it's like I can't figure stuff out. And then when I come in on Thursday, it's like everything makes sense.
Wow.
Because I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. This is the stuff I've been reading about for 30 years. Now here's somebody that's talking about it. And I'm so happy for that. And I just feel grateful to you. I think that it's imperative that I say that you're affecting lives in a way that you may be aware of, you may not be aware of, but you are definitely a divining rod in what you do, and you're extremely important to me. I hope you're as important to everybody else that frequents the show. I just want you to know that I love you, everybody on your show, and you guys keep me going. Y'all keep me going.
Oh, thank you.
Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know I'm not crazy.
Oh, thank you, Deep H2O. We love you too, brother. Let me give you your hand clap. Please don't let this be the last time.
Oh, it won't.
Okay, yeah. So when you feeling it, just come on up. So, you have an invitation to come on up. Now, I know your screen name, so you could come on up, and because you can hang with the PhDs up here. You can hang with us.
I got my own. I ain't gonna say I'm on that level.
You can hang with us.
I could throw a little salt.
A little something. You could throw a little something together in the kitchen.
Yeah, I could throw a little seasoning in there.
Right. You know how to season your food.
Yeah. That's it.
I hear you.
Thank you very much.
It's certainly a pleasant to have you on the panel.
All
so
right.
you have an open invitation for sure. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I just feel like, we talk about these entities and the terraforming and all this other stuff, and I just be like, what about the ones that's like full of abundance and like peace and love, and then I'm like, maybe we are these entities, that's like trying to bring that energy into the realm. Because so much of this stuff, I know whether you're new to it or you've been into it, it can still be overwhelming all the time, because then you like, what is real? What should I be focused on?
It's a lot.
You know, who am I? Like, what am I? Like, and all of those questions are valid, and you should let go of the fear that, you know,
ego
can come along with this. Because that's what I feel like holds a lot of people back and gets them caught up. And is why it's hard to let go of doctrines and programs, is the fear of not knowing what's next or what is really real.
Right.
And that's when you gotta, you know that what's real is what you make to be real. Because what we talk about is that these entities and beings need our consent to form a reality where they exist. And we actually are a part of that formula. Like, our energy make their existence in this realm, helps keep them here.
It helps keep them here. That is
correct.
correct.
Give them the energy. And so, like, you know, if you can do both at the same time, that's what I talked about earlier about alchemy and transmutation, is that we all is living in an age, this digital reset, this, you know, information age, and it's going to be overwhelming on all parts, maybe if you not even know it. Because that's another thing. People can be so inundated with information and media and just all this type of stuff that they don't know that they're being overwhelmed. They living in a constant state of shock and fear and blind consent. And so, you know, while you're doing the research and, you know, letting go of all of this bullshit and not consenting, you know, at the same time, you need to focus on what else could be. And that's what you determine. So that abundance and that peace and that love isn't a creation of your own. And so that energy within itself can help, you know, the realm and help get these motherfuckers up out of here. Because, you know, when you watching the news and the Ukraine this and the Boule this and the fraternity this and the terraforming and the Anunnaki and the Moors and the this, is all these motherfuckers distracting us and siphoning off our energy, our community, our just everything. And, you know, yes, we need to be aware of it, but also we need to let these motherfuckers go, forget them, and create some shit of our own, so that we is not just like consenting to just living in a constant state of talking about the motherfucking colonizer.
Exactly.
So
very well said.
I love you all, and I love this show tonight, and it's just like, it's so amazing. I'm so like, it's so surreal every time I think that, you know, I've been connected to these people through, you know, technology. And so that's another point I want to make. Yes, we know that this technology can be used in these like very evil and dark and nefarious ways and all this weird shit that's like, no, we're not consenting to that bullshit. But then we also know on another level that our energy, when it's directed in the right way, can actually bring people together and like open people up and inspire and like help raise the vibration collectively.
Absolutely.
And you don't even got to be in the same room to do that. And that's the magic of
it. And that's the power. The power is within you and the natural ley line of Mother Earth, her natural power. Yeah. Absolutely. So the change starts here. I constantly say that. That's anything you want to do in life. On any plane, it starts here in your consciousness. So yes, thank you, son Scotty. Very, very good points. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yes. Well, you know what? You have to be willing to learn. And I find that learning what you learn, you have to be willing to unlearn it.
Yeah.
Because what they taught you is what they wanted to control you with. I know that I was in church when I was 5 years old. So, and I went to theology seminary, and I got a degree in it. But the thing is, tonight, those stories that I know and those regions that you showed makes total sense. And there are errors that those people were brought up in the Bible, because King James wrote that Bible.
King James Stewart. Yeah, he commissioned for it to be written. Mm-hmm.
66 authors to do that. 66.
Mm-hmm.
66 books. So he commissioned that book. And he knows every story that's connected to it. Interesting, isn't it? So those regions, like Ruth was next to the earth, second earth. And so she's a part of the Bible. And then this person.
Yeah, I knew you would peep that, Sis Sandra, because when I was looking over that map, and I'll post, fam, on the community wall. I'm gonna take a snapshot of that map, and I'll post it on the community wall tomorrow. Well, it's really today right now. I'll post it there so you all can blow it up and go over it. But I knew you was gonna pick up those biblical names, and I was like,
oh, I said, ooh.
Yeah.
I was like, But then there's this son they're arguing about.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you something. In the New Testament, they call it the S-U-N. And in the Old Testament, they call it the S-O-N.
The Son of God.
No, they call it S-U-N in the Old Testament, and S-O-N in the New Testament.
But it's still one and the same.
It's still one and the same.
It's still sun worship.
It is S-U-N. It's on Sunday.
Right. It's sun worship, and you are worshiping your enslavement and colonization.
Exactly.
And they just went from the occult pagan religion and just transmutated that into a state religion.
Yeah, it just went to a state religion so they can harvest all your souls, because people believe in it so much. I cried for weeks when I found out all this stuff was fake. I cried and I cried and I cried and I cried. And I remember all the people I tried to convince about Jesus and all this kind of stuff.
You could never convince them. It's because it's a spiritual journey. I found out about it.
No, to convince them to accept it.
Right.
I had to repent. I really had to repent, because I told them, this is the way the Bible says it. This is the way the Bible says it. This is what, I was one of them people. Believe it or not.
Angelus.
Yeah. For all of you that came and, want to holler about it, I was one of them people too. But if you listen.
If you go back to some of them, we was like this, like a kickboxing class. Go in the corner, come back out next week, da-da-da. Sis has come a long way, baby. We done duped it on out up in here.
Yeah, we have.
But I respect her though, because she like, this lady crazy as hell, but she came back every week. Yeah. And I got mad respect for that. Because it was something in her, like, I don't agree with this lady. She full of mess, whatever the case may be. But she still came back.
Because I was willing to learn. And if you're not willing to learn, then you don't need to hear. Because the word, your Bible says, you have to hear. You have to hear. And if you close your mind to the propaganda that they taught you, and you said, no, my mama did this, my mama said this, my mama said, your mama didn't know, because she didn't. Right. Now is the time when the books are unsealed and the learning and the knowledge is going forward.
Yeah.
So don't shut yourself off from understanding because you can't hear yet. You just have to keep hearing it and start putting it together in your mind until you get the understanding, because understanding comes with hearing. It's important to your mortal soul.
Absolutely.
That you get it right. You're not trying to please the preacher. You're not trying to please your teacher. You're trying to please your soul and your soul salvation from the matrix that they have created. And that's what they're trying to tell you. You can't come with a closed mind trying to learn. You got to open your mind.
Indeed.
You got to see what they're really saying. And King James came over here. And that's history. He came over here and interviewed what was going on over here and went back over to the Europe and wrote that script for this country only. So why is that?
Because they had already instituted their script over there. Yeah.
It's
that part.
Story over here than it is over there.
Right. That's why that's still the blueprint today with that missionary work. We know what we're talking about.
Those missionaries came over here to give us the story.
Exactly.
The story that was in the
the indoctrination.
Indoctrination to give us the story to lay down our weapons.
Right.
Absolutely.
So when the army
lay down the weapons, pick up their Bible.
And that's it.
You better believe it.
All along the coast of California missions.
And so they wind up with the land, your consciousness, which is more important.
And your soul.
And your soul. You better preach it now.
So they're black preachers. Remember that. They're black too. Don't forget.
Right. And that part. And that wasn't no white man. That white man didn't bring you that Bible.
No white devil.
Right. So you can't blame the white man for that.
Your own brother freaking sold you out of your soul.
Absolutely.
He was so disabled they had to carry him around, but the mission was so important to get you to lay down your weapons.
Yeah.
And get your land. That's how important it was.
Absolutely.
That his heirs turned around and commissioned your land as their own.
Sure did.
That's what they came for. And if you're going to keep the mindset of the colonizers, because they gave you that book, it was in Greek and in Hebrew, the Hebrew that it don't exist. But anyway, so we have to start learning to get our spiritual eyes on and look instead of fussing and arguing about what you're
Come
learning.
on now, tell it now, Sis Sandra. Go on now, tell it, baby. Go on, continue.
Not what they taught you, or what you were trying to teach you is what you know may not be what you really want to know. But you got to learn by listening. And I admire people who come on the show. They really on the panel. I love your comments and stuff. But the thing is, we're not coming with information. This is that. Brother Odell, thank God for his little self coming on here and telling us, waking them up in the middle of the night.
I know. Yeah, that man literally, it's what probably 5 o'clock in the morning for that man. And he's doing that out of the love to get the message out.
A young brother.
So to be on my panel, it has to be special because these people sitting on my panel, they've put in work. Brother Odell has put in decades of work. And Sis Sandra and Brother Sean been with me for years.
Yeah. I've been about 7 years, 6 years, something like that.
Yeah, so no, you just don't get to come on my panel because you want to come on my panel to tell me what you want to tell me when I told you I already know. I know what I'm doing up here. I told y'all this is graduate school. We're literally graduate school. Nobody else is doing what we are doing. Nobody.
I didn't know where else. Not what we're.
Oh, I thought you was asleep. I told you go to bed.
No, I'm here. No, 601. No, you're right, sister. We're on point here. And nobody else doing that. Nobody else bringing the information that's been brought here. You get me?
You have any last words for the fam? Thank you, Sis Sandra. Love you. I'm so proud of you. You was bringing it.
I just want to say one thing. This 99, you're right. They came over here and demonized our culture.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what they did.
Absolutely.
So they gave you their God, who is Zeus.
Absolutely. Okay, Brother Odell, you have any last words for the family?
My last words are know yourself, know thyself, know yourself. And other than that, we just gotta let this thing play itself out, you get me? Because regardless, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but we still have to be on point doing what we're doing.
That is right.
And then just exactly. And let's leave the last words with the sisters. So you have the last words, sisters, this time right. We'll finish off with that bit of feminine to do it all. Finish it off with.
Thank you, Brother Odell. We appreciate you. So go ahead on and get some rest, and we'll catch up later whenever your schedule permits. We'll catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a fantastic week. I enjoyed what we did on Sunday. That was
did
a good
too.
laugh.
They're gonna be calling us back sometime in May. I'm hoping they'll spread it out, give us a couple of weeks like they did last time. So yeah, they're gonna bring us back. So we gonna be ready for you. We gonna be ready, brother. So you better brush off your stuff. But no, we all really enjoyed it. And that was a perfect example. We had different ideology, but it was a level of respect.
Yes.
And that's what I'm about. And shout out to Brother Lex Will. We do not, and Brother Lex likes everything else that we do, but when it comes to that Bible, him and I do not see eye to eye, but that don't stop me from respecting him as a person. Because we're adults around here. He believe what he believe. I know what I know. Notice I didn't say I believe. I know what I know. No slight against Brother Lex Will, but I respect that man for that. Because we're not children. Okay? All right. So thank you, Brother Odell.
Yeah, we'll touch base, man. I'll probably email you. We'll touch base. But yeah, I'm looking forward to going back on there. But yeah, we've got to do what we've got to be doing, man. But I'm optimistic that you found out what you found this week. That was good. That was a nice drop. And yeah, we'll be back and we'll finish off what we're doing at some point. But I think it's very evident that we're at a point where people can't really sit down and they can't really argue what's being said. You get me? It is what it is, and they've got to take responsibility. And if they don't do that, they're going to get caught up again. So we're at a point where we're going to exit the stage, and if people don't exit the stage, then they're going to get caught up in it all.
Right.
You get me? They can listen to the truth and make a choice for themselves, or they can just roll around the clock again. But
right, and that's their right. And we're not even trying to down you. We're not judging you. Any of that, we just saying we don't want no parts of it, and we're not gonna be involved. That's all we're saying. We're just putting the information out there and keeping it moving. That's basically it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll be honest with you, sister. I see a battle coming. Of that chance of the war. I see a battle coming. There's something going to come that's going to be it's going to be obvious that we're going to have to make a decision. That's one thing I was mentioning earlier. That it's going to be too obvious that. Everybody's going to be presented with that decision, and that's coming shortly.
I think very, very shortly.
Yeah, very shortly.
Within the next couple years, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I've said 2025, around that time.
Yep.
Based on the 7 years of revelation, I've looked at. I'm using their book, using that clock.
Exactly. Using their astrology, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what we've been covering. That's what we've been doing. It's exposing them to that extent. Where the choice is going to have to be made, and it's going to become so obvious that it's going to become clear. You get me?
Exactly. So just remember, because they're queuing you up for it now. But we'll be here to point it out, but that's gonna be your decision, because you have the ultimate decision, because that's your soul.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah. So thank you, Brother Odell.
Thank you, sister, and we'll keep in touch.
Okay. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, bro.
I be loving when he come on with that. I be looking forward to that. Well,
healing is so necessary.
Come on, tell it now.
You're not going to achieve nothing without healing. And that healing begins with yourself and your bloodline. Why do you keep trying to spread your sickness onto everybody else? You can't help nobody while you vibrating as low as you are.
Yep.
Period. Who are you? I see and know your greatness. When do you accept being great? Why do you keep accepting being less, a slave, a victim?
Right.
You accept fuckery all day, every day. And it's everybody else's fault.
Right.
But yours.
No responsibility.
You won't take the time to heal. If you take the time to heal, you don't have time to bitch and complain. Wonder what we doing.
Tell it now.
We're saying.
Tell it.
If you're healing, you get the message.
Right.
Judge.
You don't get caught up in the messenger.
Nope.
You learn to leave bullshit alone. That's why it come out your ass. You don't take it and stick it back up in your ass.
Ooh, child.
What you need is you. Everything you need is within you. These documents and information is just their blueprint that they keep reprinting.
Yeah.
It should tell you how to get out of this shit because they told you what they've done to you. And at the same time, they told you that everything you need is within you, and you keep volunteering to go outside of yourself.
Fact.
You with you all day, every motherfucking day. But don't pay yourself no goddamn attention. You're too busy worried about what somebody else doing or what somebody else done said.
Right.
And what y'all catching is just a minute quality of shit that we share on here. In real life, we doing real shit in this realm and on the other motherfucking
Come on,
realm.
tell it now.
It ain't just about this. Work is being put in. Whether you see it or not, that depends on the frequency that you vibrate in. Get your shit together.
Right.
That's all it takes.
That part.
If you get your shit together, everything all right.
Just do your part.
Be you.
Right.
Consider it not. So many people need consent. They need to be told what to do. I give you consent to be you. In fact, I command you to be you. That's the only commandment you need. You'll figure out the rest when you realize who you are.
You are.
Wholeness and power. Love y'all.
Indeed. Love you too, Brother Sean. Unc be in the cut, just as quiet, and then he come in and just do these. He just gonna come in and Just drop that explosion. Nisi Poo, do you want to do some last words? Because you kept muting yourself, so let me know if you want some last words.
Yes, she do.
Okay. Now, what you got to say?
Y'all said every damn thing I could have said. Damn. That was perfect.
I thought you was cooking or something. Okay.
I can't come after Uncle Sean. You supposed to call on me first.
And see, I thought you was gone, to be honest, because I would have called on you because you went on, since you was on mute. I'm like, oh, she must have got tied up. So,
you know, I'm always multitasking.
Yeah.
But my last words, you know, I always share the channel. Anytime I hop on somebody's platform and I bring something to it, I always say where I got my information from. And I don't know how long I've been on this channel rocking with y'all. If you don't know who Brother Wendell is, then you ain't been here long enough.
Yep. That's you go back far then. You go back far.
It gets to a point, you know, and then I'm also the type of person, I don't really like regurgitating information. Like whatever I learn, I like to keep it within. And then if the opportunity presents itself and I can share something, I share it. But I'm just not the one to get out here and share everything that I've learned and everything that I know and debate this person and like it.
You know, my nerves is too bad, but
mine is too. And ain't nobody offered me a dime to do that shit either. So
I know that's right.
Be like, I ain't finna sit here. I'll help you if you got a question, but
right.
You know, it gets to that point, you know, when you get to a certain level of research and of knowing yourself.
Exactly.
And that's the most important part, is knowing yourself. Being an empath and being able to control being an empath. That's and right. Knowing, you know, when to just say, fuck it, I'm going to do what the hell I want to do and enjoy your life and laugh and not take things so seriously, you know, because it's all a construct. And yeah, do what you want to do. Create your own lifestyle. Like, you don't have to be in a construct that you think that people are going to accept you. Mm-hmm. That's one thing that I've never really been that way. I guess that's why I don't really have a whole bunch of friends because I never gave a fuck about you don't what need people a thought about bunch. Me. I've always marched to the beat of my own drum.
That's right.
And that's why I feel like this is my spiritual family, because the people that are on this platform march to the beat of their own drum.
Yep.
And it's freeing when you can have a conversation and you can actually not only, you know, share information, but learn something new. It's like, oh my gosh, I want to learn something new. I feel like you get to that point where it's like, oh my gosh, I don't know fucking everything. I feel like I know everything. And then you come on this channel and y'all motherfuckers blew my mind tonight. I was like, what the hell?
I understand. And then the nephew saw it. When I saw it, I was all week like, oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Baby, I couldn't wait to share that with y'all.
It's like, oh my gosh, I don't know nothing now. Fuck that shit. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. Like everything I thought I know nothing now. Like, so now I got more research to do because I was screenshotting the hell out of them things. And one of the things that I did do when I was watching was I Googled just, you know, the name. There's a lot of corporations that use those names of those places.
Yeah.
So it was pretty interesting.
It doesn't surprise me.
Old corporations too. One of them was like an 1800s sugar company. I think it was based out of France.
Oh, okay. Them Huguenots. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's real interesting. I appreciate the information. I appreciate the time, the research, the dedication, the words of wisdom coming from Uncle Sean, Sister Sandra bringing the Bible information, you know, and decoding that. And, knew why my reflection. I love you, bro.
Love you.
And Deep H2O. I mean, I swear to God, when he started talking, I was like, I heard him say this before.
She sure did. She dropped it in the chat, Deep H2O. I'm like, I promise you, this is first time on here.
I swear I don't know
predicted,
if it was
you just predicted that he was going to come up here and drop that.
Every word he said, like his background and everything, I was like, I don't know if I heard him on another channel or something. I don't know what the hell it
That's
was,
his
but
first,
I had heard.
First time ever coming up, and I'm so glad he did.
I am too. And Sister Soul, she's used to being in that realm of folks on YouTube arguing and fussing and
debating. I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. This isn't that platform, so no disrespect to her,
and
but
I think she means well, but she is not used to this channel. Yeah. And that's the key. It's like you got to know, okay, just because some of the folks that you might see in the chat was over here and they was doing that, don't mean that we do that shit over here.
Yeah, no, we don't roll like that. And if it was something new, I would have definitely been like, oh yeah, come on, sis, come on up. So it is what it is, and she has her right if she don't like this format. She has that right.
Yeah, and I think you got to know it's a time to learn and it's a time to teach, and you go and you teach on your time. And when you're on someone else's time, who is a teacher, you need to sit there and learn, unless you got something that is like really, really, really deep to put on it, then okay, chime in. But if you don't, then you need to shut the fuck up and let the teacher teach now. that's just how y'all see I be sitting there quiet. But
in these YouTube streets, people don't have any home training, and they think you could come in somebody's house and be disrespectful. And it don't. When she wasn't, and you were not being disrespectful at any point. I'm just saying in general how these YouTube streets work. They think that people can come to people's channel and try to boss them around, try to argue. Well, you didn't let me up. Oh, who the fuck said I got to let you? Who the fuck is you? I don't know you like that. I would never come to somebody's channel. I would
She has done that before.
Well, she can't do it over here. And that's why I was even telling our folks, I said no. I don't want to talk about it no more. You made me wait 15 minutes trying to tell her why the fuck I said no. I don't have to explain myself to anybody but YouTube.
Yeah, she when we was on the autonomous party, she was in the chat. Go and snap the fuck off. Like, hold on, you need to sit there and listen for a minute before you start having a
I don't. And if the autonomous party wanted her to run like that, that's their business. But you don't get to come over here and tell me you got to share some information with me. You got to come on here. No.
Oh, and my last thing is, you were so kind. You and Brother Odell was so kind last Sunday. I was just sitting there. I was like, Auntie, if you don't put your scarf on.
No,
but
no.
I was like, that's not the platform. It's not. I totally understand.
That's what you call being respectful in somebody else's house. But even if he was over here, I would have done the same thing. Yeah, right. Because he wasn't giving off the energy of being disrespectful. So why would I do that to him? So even if he was over here, I would have treated him with hospitality. We can disagree.
I think what I meant by put the scarf on is not snap on him like that, but just you was holding back. You was holding back at certain times. I think you was trying to pass Brother Odell the ball. And then Brother Odell, he was just kind of like,
to be honest, I wasn't going to say that. Brother Odell pulled it out of the ethers and said what he said. So, honey, I just turned around and sipped the water. There wasn't nothing else to be said.
He wrapped it up at the end so smooth on everybody. I was like, yes.
And Brother Lee was so smooth with it. He like, You play chess. You up here playing chess on me. You done back me up in the corner. You trying to back me up in the corner. I'm like, I promise you I was. And I really wasn't. Because, child. But
yeah,
I had a wonderful time. They're a great group of folks over there. So we'll get back together and link up. But we have to have those discussions. And I like to have those discussions with people that don't get emotional.
Exactly.
I don't mind having those discussions with people that don't get emotional. Oh, you crazy. You don't know what the hell you talk. And then that's when the disrespect come in. And then that's when, as a matter of fact, I'm going to have when I don't wear my scarf, I'm going to have a motherfucking scarf sitting on the side for when folks want me to put on this scarf, then I'm a MF and SBU.
Absolutely. She will not hesitate. She will do it.
Because it's a time and a place for everything. People need to learn levels of respect. That's why I don't be messing around in these YouTube streets with all of this beefing. I'm old school. See, I'm not going to cyber beef with you over the motherfucking airs. God damn it, you can meet me up in the DMs. We can link up on the phone if we're in different cities, or hell, we can meet up in person. Tell me how you want to do it. See, I don't have to settle beefs publicly via the internet. I think it's fucking childish. Now, that's just me. I just don't roll like that. I'm from the old school. You got a fucking problem with me, you address it personally.
And I don't even really think it's just people are bored out of their fucking mind.
And I don't know how they bored all the work they should be doing.
That whole part.
I don't understand how people are bored. And we're talking adults. What type of example are we setting with these babies? Y'all do realize this shit that you're streaming. All right, and to my particular lineage, y'all know Auntie gon' MF and SB, baby. Y'all already know that. So, but pick up the message. But what kind of legacy are you leaving for your babies when you just got streams of beefing? And beefing over what?
Cussing.
Over labels. It be over labels of what we're going to call ourselves today.
I ain't got time for that.
I don't either.
It's all colonization.
It all is. And Uncle Sean brought that to my attention months ago. He was like, it's all constructs and labels under their system.
Yeah.
Right.
And when he said that, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, you know what? He is so fucking right.
Yeah.
Like, why are we arguing with each other about what we're going to call ourselves?
I ain't the one, the two, or the three. Who are you?
Who are you as a creator?
Oh.
That's why when you ask people what is their purpose on the planet, they can't even tell you. They can't even tell you outside of what they think it is to have children, whatever the case may be.
Money.
What is your purpose? What is your sole purpose on the planet? What value are you adding? What value are you adding?
To mama, not even to mama.
Just period. So that's where I'm
people, it's ridiculous. We got broken communities, broken homes, children without homes. And you mean to tell me folks got time to be on the internet MFing and SB and cussing each other out over bullshit?
Right.
Most of you walk out your doors, you stepping over fucking trash, you're dodging bullets. Ooh. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna be real honest, it's embarrassing to me.
Extremely. And I can't get involved in it.
I don't want to get involved in it. Here I am Sunday, prior to Brother Odel and I jumping on the autonomous party. I had yet another meeting a couple of hours before that doing community work. And so that's why I be frosting my tits When people be sitting up here with this bullshit, and I'm like, how do y'all have time to bullshit all day long? But
I
you
think that a
want to
lot
sit
of
up and
times
talk
it's
about
entertaining.
community.
It's
Yeah, but
entertaining them.
when is the real work gonna be put in? I don't come on here and tell y'all, yeah, I'm working on this, I'm working on that, I'm working on it, because I don't need to come on here and flex and cap, as y'all say.
No, I think that's the work they feel is necessary. They posted it, so that's the work, you know.
Right. And that's not work, posting stuff.
I got
When are you going to roll up your sleeves and do some actual fucking work? Because sitting on the internet beefing all day is not doing fucking work.
Manage your group.
And the sad part about it, you got people's families are in shambles. Yeah. But they got time to sit their ass on the internet all day and beef. No, I don't want no parts of that. Nope, sorry.
This one brother said yesterday, he said, you stick your neck on the line for these folks, you know, dealing with all this information. And the most you gonna get is a Twitter post with your picture and what you did, and they gonna forget about your ass next week.
Sure will, and keep it right the hell on pushing. They show it. They show you time and time again. Look at all the other scholars that came before. That's why I'm telling you all, you know, the next generation after me, don't do it. Don't set yourself up as no martyr. What's important is you and your immediate family. Yeah. You make sure that that is solid. And then anything outside of that you build, but you always put yourself first, your family first, and don't bend your values and principles.
No.
Do not martyrdom yourself. Folks have to get up off their ass and make it happen. So yes, absolutely. All right. Thank you, Nisi.
Thank you, y'all. I love y'all.
Love
Peace
you
and
too.
love until next Thursday. I'll see y'all on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
All right. Well, I see you on the Instagram that I get the message through my Facebook. I only use that one platform, child. So
I normally just post my babies. Like, I'm so proud of my children, y'all.
As you should
Anybody
be.
who know me, I'm always posting something
Absolutely.
with my children. Because I want them to know.
I love your kid on children.
Yeah.
They'll tell you themselves. Kids are baby goats, Mom.
Exactly. Yeah, you know what your priorities are, child. Ain't nobody got time for the rest of that foolishness.
No. So, all right. Good night, everybody.
Okay, love you, Nisi Pooh.
Good night.
Brother Sean, are you back?
Time, day or night.
Oh, now he done dropped off. All right, Brother Sean, child, you know, Brother Sean, you dropped off. You gave your last words because I gave you an explosion. But just to show y'all, family, when Brother Sean was talking about healing, I knew I was given this quote for a reason. Someone gave me this quote earlier this week, and I just automatically knew I was going to use it on the show tonight. And here Brother Sean talked about healing. So this particular quote said, healing does not mean the damage never existed. It means the damage no longer controls our lives. Okay? So do the work that you need to do for self. It's not about what I think, what I believe, what I feel, me personally. I don't even matter in this equation. I don't matter in your equation. You matter in your equation. You're the key. Do your particular soul work for your soul consciousness. Heal yourself so you can be whole.
When it hits that compressor,
Sorry.
So you can be whole and you can spread that wholeness to your particular family. So it's self first, your family and legacy, and then community. So we will be back next week. So I want to thank my co-hosts. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Deep H2O. Sweet Pea, it was a pleasure having you on the panel tonight. So please come back. Don't be a stranger. And so thank you to nephew Nuwa. Nuwa, that wasn't nothing but you and I syncing up in the ethers to both pull that information. And it wasn't too many of us that gravitated to it. Was only a handful of us that gravitated to that particular post.
Because that hit me on so many different levels. Cause it made me see that there's something beyond that story of creation.
But you saw it because remember they put the picture there and you automatically knew what it was.
Took a picture and everything.
Yep. So glad to have you tonight, nephew. Thank you, Sis Sandra. Sis Sandra, you was preaching tonight. I am so proud of you. You have come such a long way. Because that takes a hell of a woman. That's womanhood. And that's what we need to, as women, show the younger women what womanhood is about. Because you came week after week, year after year, and you like, I don't agree with what the hell they talking about. And we had knocked down, drag out. Y'all go back to some of them episodes, and y'all like, well, damn, they getting it. But let me tell you something about this sister. She's a real woman. She came back every week. And her and I still was like, well, okay, well, what's on the agenda this week? It wasn't about her. I don't like that bitch. Who the fuck she thinks she is? No, that's called womanhood.
I didn't cuss you.
And it wasn't about her bowing there because she don't cuss. I'm the one that's MFing and SB. And so let's be clear. I'm the savage here, not her. She came back every week. It wasn't about her ego, and vice versa with me. It wasn't about my ego. We kept it moving. That's called womanhood. That's called sisterhood. That's what sisterhood is about. So much honor and respect to you, because I be seeing people on YouTube, if you blink your motherfucking eye wrong, bitch, you said you got your eyelashes from this point. Your bag fake. That's not sisterhood, nor is that womanhood.
No.
So honor and respect to you, sis.
Thank you.
You know. Okay. So, son Scotty, honor and respect to you. I'm so proud of you. Baby, you took that science with the black sun. And I don't care what Jeopardy question I put up. I don't care how I remix that mug. You gonna come up with that answer. You gonna come up with that correct answer. You got it like that. So, yeah, because remember we all right, what you putting on it? But if it's concerning that black sun, I know he gonna get the answer right. So,
because once I heard that and was on this show, like it just clicked. I'm like, oh my fucking God.
I know.
What?
Can't nobody tell you. You're like, no. Even tonight, no. It's refracted light. I was like, child, you ain't finna come up here and tell son Scotty that. So I'm so proud of you. I'm very, very, extremely proud of you. Keep doing what you're doing along your journey. You are loved. I called you my son for a reason. So
thank you. And I appreciate it so much. And I love you so much. Thank you.
Love you too. All right, Nisi Poo, you already know how I feel about you. It is what it is. Love you much. I'm just so proud of you as a woman and as a mother, as a wife. You show a wonderful example. So I am extremely proud of you. You're showing your generation how it should be done. So continue to do that. Continue to put yourself first. Continue to put yourself first because you have to be whole, and putting your family next. Everybody else got to get in line. And if you ain't got enough to go around after self and family, oh, well, it is what it is. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm extremely proud of you. Okay, you are setting an example. So don't think it's going unnoticed because it's not. Plus, I know your heart. This woman does a lot. Y'all don't even understand all of the stuff she's involved with as far as community work. Y'all don't have a clue. And she's homeschooling her babies. She has a household to manage. She has a husband. So
a
much
little
respect.
brother who won't leave.
So much respect to you, Nisi Poo.
Thank you, Auntie. I appreciate it. Much respect to you and honor to you as well.
All right, fam. So y'all done heard enough of me with the scarf. So, of course, honor and respect to Brother Odel. For those of you that don't know, Brother Odel was just a brother in the audience. I didn't know he was from the UK. And he asked to come up on the panel, and it's been on and popping ever since then. So shout out to Brother Odel. We honor you with your years worth of work. We so respect you and thank you for sharing your years worth of work and your journey, taking out literally a lot of your precious time when you should be sleeping, coming to chop it up with us. It is much, much appreciated. So with that said, fam, I want to send a shout out. Thank you to, the YouTube chat. Love y'all very much. Okay, y'all was dropping a lot of bombs. I didn't get to see them all tonight since I had to do the translation and stuff. So thank you all very much. It's much appreciated. And thank you to the YouTube family listening. You all are appreciated as well. So we will be back next Thursday. And then in the next couple days, I'm going to drop a podcast drop. It's going to be mixed with the reset. I don't want to say it because y'all will see it when it comes out because I got something else. All right. So with that said, love you all, fam. We're going to rock out with our little exit music. So thanks so much, family. Peace and love you all very much.